Friends, we're almost ready to rock and roll. 1 second. I had to restart TikTok Studio because TikTok Studio is awful. TikTok Studio is the worst. It's just the worst. I will try this again. TikTok Studio is having like a hella hard time um, with the um, with the OBS. Oh fuck me! OBS virtual camera's not starting. Let me see why. Why? Why won't you start? Great. Cool. Great. I love it. I love it when the software just doesn't work. That's my favorite thing. My favorite thing is when the software just decides it's not gonna work. Cool. Awesome. I'll never understand why it's so difficult. Why is it so difficult just for a virtual camera plugin to work? I don't know why I have to write the software myself. I don't know why this is the case. Start virtual camera. Okay. Well, gotta restart OBS, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I apologize. I gotta restart the stream. Give me a moment. I guess I'll be right back. I don't know if I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to start 2 new live streams or what, but you know, OBS is being OBS again. Okay. 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 I think we're okay now. Sorry about that, friends. We should be live. Now I gotta go back into YouTube Studio and see if I what it did to my live stream, if it created a brand new instance or if it reused the last one. I think it reuses the last instance. 'Cause I closed OBS without ending the stream. So it should still be connected to the 2 prior instances that I had. And it shows that it's live right now. I'm seeing comments. So I think that means everything's working. I think that means everything is working. Give me 1 second to double check the main account. I just checked the horizontal account. Let me see what's happening on my main account. On my main account, it says that I'm live, but of course, it created a brand new instance rather than using the correct instance. So give me 1 second. I'm going to end that vertical live stream because fuck YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to go in. Now I got to delete that fucking 13. Got to delete that 20-second live stream. Sorry about that. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We are going to get there. Yeah. Where's my live? End live stream. Ended. Dope. Fantastic. Dismiss. YouTube's the best. TikTok's the best. I love it. I love it when everything doesn't work. That's actually my favorite thing. I really enjoy having to go in and manually configure everything because it never works the right way. It is my favorite thing to do. I love it. I would do it all day if I could. Let me see if yep, we're just gonna delete those forever. Delete forever. Everybody should be watching on the horizontal stream. It looks like the vertical stream is the one that's causing the problems. So I'm gonna recreate a vertical stream. Yeah, we're gonna reuse the settings from before. Today's the 3rd, right? Yeah, today's the 3rd. Bada bing, bada boom. Gonna schedule it for 6:05. There we go. It's on the schedule, and now I've got to Got to add it to my super chat software, my chat window software. We'll try this again. Maybe it'll catch up. Maybe it won't. Deconstruction zone. Yeah, end the live stream. Yeah, end that. Yeah, refresh. Reload all streams. Yeah, just go ahead and don't work. That's what I'd like for you to do. Is just work. That'd be great. That would be great. Yeah. There we go. Activate the new source. Now I should be able to see the comments on the vertical stream. Now the vertical stream should be live any second now. Dope. Vertical stream is live. Fantastic. we, we did it. We did it, guys. We did it. We, we finally got both streams running. I'm gonna have to write my own virtual camera software. I don't know why OBS virtual camera software only works sometimes. It's a mystery. I don't understand it. Eventually, I'll write my own software to do virtual camera work rather than using OBS virtual camera because it's horrible. But let me grab. We got a couple super chats. I think we've got a guest already waiting to get in. So let me grab the first couple of super chats. The Vetus touch says atheist here. Good to hear that. Rock Hardware Doug, fiance and I are getting married in June. Well, congratulations. Her GPA might marry us. Wait, her GPA, her grade point average might marry us, but is concerned I'm not saved like fiance is. He loves Paul Midax. What? Paul Midax? That's that's not the guy. Well, listen, I'm glad that both of you guys are in school and have good GPAs. If the religion is a dividing factor, like if it's really important, you may, I mean, I hate to say it, you may want to consider whether or not this is the right thing. You still have time. You're not married yet. But to be honest, like if your fiance is a believer and that bothers you, I think you have to re-examine the situation. Like there's a lot of atheists that are married to believers and they get along great. It doesn't bother them. You know what I mean? But if it does bother you, I think that you might want to take a look at that. Don't take relationship advice from me. I'm not a therapist. All I'm saying is you need to love the person you spend your life with. I knew a Buddhist and a Catholic that were married for like 50 years. And they got along delightfully, right? Because their difference in religious viewpoints weren't a dividing factor for them. But if it causes stress in the household, it could be a problem. My best friend, actually, growing up, his father wasn't a believer and his mother was. And they were okay with that. Like she was okay with him not being a believer and he was okay with her being a believer. So it just depends on what level of relationship you guys have. You know, if you guys fight over it constantly, yeah, have a discussion, see a therapist. Boogie says, been too long since I said hi. Remember when you were on the line and then Matt cried? What did you do, Justin? LOL, I really felt what he said, though. Praise Doug. Hail Nero, rock hard for Doug. 4E throwback. Big W, Boogie. I appreciate that. And you know what? Matt did get a little touched in that episode, and it was good to see because, like, I think people view him as like this angry ogre, but he's really not. I think deep down he comes from a good place. Helping Mega says, I can't wait for Doug and Sharon to get their pleasing aroma of Christian barbecue. Thank you for the entertainment and knowledge in these cookouts. Well, shit, thank you, Helping Mega Deconstruct. I appreciate that. And I'm still learning, still trying to get better. The guest boxes should both be open. We got the YouTube and the TikTok guest boxes both open. So if you want to get into the discussion, now's a good time to jump in the queue. If you wait long, you might get stuck in queue and might not get the chance to discuss. And Larry, great to see you, Larry. Thank you for sending out 5 DC Debate memberships. That's huge. And the members get access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. And also, if you're a member on Patreon, there's a link to the Patreon in the description of the video and on my accounts in my link tree and whatnot. Zen, thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. That's huge, friend. Big W Big W Zen. Says nothing beats home cooking. At 83, I consider myself to be your oldest ex-Baptist, ex-Catholic, now Buddhist, atheist. Stoic Buddhist temple for community, love people. DZ debates for continuing education. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Zen. And I do believe in continuing education. In fact, I'll be taking classes starting next week. I'm actually learning modern Hebrew. I only learned classical Hebrew when I was in school. I'll be learning modern Hebrew. It'll take a little while to get good at it, but I'm pretty excited about it. I'm pretty excited to be able to like dialogue with people who speak modern Hebrew in conversation format. And Tian says, praise Doug and his wife, Sharon Stone. That's such a good, that's such a good a good use of words. I might have to rename Sharon to a Sharon Stone. That's really good. That's really good. And Melanitis says, rock hard for Doug from Poland. Get them cooking. Well, big W, Melanitis. I appreciate that. Rock hard all the way to Poland. Big W. Welcome in, Crystal.
Hey, Justin, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Sorry, I accidentally called everybody in that chat
It's
earlier.
okay.
I'm like, no, no, no. Hey, I just came up to tell everybody what we're doing on Friday, this Friday. Justin and I will be live on my channel for Decon Q&A with Crystal J. And he is my special guest. You guys always want to come up and ask him the questions, and this is going to be your time to do it. So make sure you join us and come up and ask Justin your questions.
I've got it set in my calendar for 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it'll be before the Friday night live stream. It'll be in the daytime for everyone curious.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm pumped.
Yes, absolutely. I'm really excited too. It's been a little bit, and I'm excited for to talk to you again and play Divine or Decline, because that's your favorite game.
I would say I've been like I'm like studying up on Divine or Decline. Like I got the audio Bible running in the background while I sleep.
Anyway, I hope you guys join us. We'll see you all on Friday. Have a good show, Justin.
Thank you so much, Crystal. Big W. Love Crystal. What a great woman. Also big news, friends. Just one more update before I'm going to grab 2 more super chats and get our guest in here. We filed for our nonprofit in the state that I live in, and it is approved. We actually have a nonprofit foundation now. I filed for tax exempt status through the federal government for our official 501c3, and we should have an official 501c3 status maybe within the next 90 days. I don't know how long it takes. I'm assuming that the federal government's slow and lumbering. I don't think it's going to like pass as quickly as it does in the state of Ohio. But very soon, friends, we'll have an official 501c3 for the deconstruction community. We'll have links to it in the Discord. We'll be able to link it to YouTube. So when we do fundraisers, it'll go directly to the fund. It's going to be awesome. I'm really excited for it. And it'll help, like the money that gets donated for our fundraisers, it'll help all of that money get to where it needs to go. And that's the biggest concern is we do these fundraisers, and like YouTube takes a big cut of it, TikTok takes a big cut of it, then the taxes take a big cut of it, and before you know it, they only get like half of what was donated. This is going to make sure that people get all of what is donated. So I'm pumped. And Vita's come in with a correction. GPA means grandpa. I apologize. Where I'm from is GMPA for grandpa, but I appreciate that correction. That's actually really helpful. And last super chat for now from our friend Mike says, as someone who works in the live streaming professionally, I feel all these issues you have, Justin. Thanks for all the entertainment while I do said work. I appreciate that, Mike. And it is painful. I don't know anybody in the streaming business where all of their software just works out of the box all the time. It never does. Like there's always band-aids here and patches there. Like there's always a problem somewhere. But once it gets going, it's typically good till the end of the stream. Thank goodness there's no like hiccups in the middle of the stream. It's usually like once you get out of the gate, you're out of the gate. All right, let's bring in our first guest. This is from our YouTube queue. The TikTok queue is open for anyone who wants to join on TikTok. I think the name is Chris. Did I see that correctly?
Yeah, it's Chris. Can you hear me?
Chris, yeah, I can hear you. Before we get started, can everyone hear Chris on YouTube and on TikTok? We'll just double check our audio. I assume they can all hear you. This is the same setup we used 2 days ago. But I like to double check, it just so we don't have to cut mid conversation to fix it. Okay, everyone hears you. We should be good to go, Chris. So Chris, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm over 18,
Do you believe in some kind of a God?
and I'm a Christian.
Cool. In your view, what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Um, well, first, congratulations on your 501c3.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that.
Hope that goes well for you. Yeah. As far as the evidence, I would consider it's not any one thing. It's more of um, a culmination of evidence. Right? Like I could take any of the evidences away, by themselves, and they not be very convincing. But all of them together kind of is what leads me to believe that
I
it's
mean,
true.
I think sometimes, like if you have an argument, let's say you have 5 arguments, and all 5 of those arguments, like the conclusion is more likely to be true than it is likely to be false. Then I think that lends credence to the idea of like cumulative evidence. But if you have 5 arguments and the probability of them being true is not good, then I don't think stacking them together makes it a better argument. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm a pretty logical person, right? I'm an evidence based person, and I always want to make sure because I was on like this search for truth, right? I didn't grow up in a Christian home. I'm actually the only person in my entire house that goes to church. But when I started looking into it, I really wanted to make sure my logic was consistent. And anytime I broke my logical standards, I automatically would tell myself something's wrong with me.
Right.
And so as I started looking at everything, all the different evidences, the historical, the judicial, the philosophical, even the experiential, they all showed me that this is the most probable thing.
Right. So, Chris, before we move too much
Like I kind of
further,
think of it like this: like if you're in a court of law,
Chris, before we get too much further, your audio is a little bit quiet in comparison to your
I'm
background
sorry,
noise.
yeah, I stepped on you.
If you can get a little bit closer to your mic or a little further away from the background noise, I think that would help. Because I can crank your audio up
Is that
higher.
better?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. I can crank your audio up higher, but if your background noise is really loud, then it just makes everything louder. So I'm going to turn your audio up now because I think the background noise is at a minimum, and I think everybody should be able to hear you pretty well. So, Chris, let's start this. We can do as many arguments as you think you need, but let's start with what you think is the strongest argument. What's the strongest argument that would point towards Christian God being real?
Well, obviously, it would have to be the resurrection, right? And without that, the whole Christian faith crumbles.
I mean, I don't disagree. I'm actually let me rephrase this. I think the way Christianity is framed without the resurrection, it kind of falls apart. I get that. But if you're answering the question,
Yeah,
could Jesus be the Messiah without the resurrection? Well, the answer is clearly yes, because there's nothing in the Old Testament about the Messiah resurrecting. So the resurrection is kind of irrelevant to whether or not he fulfilled the prophecies of the Old Testament. But I get what you're saying, because like according to Christianity, the resurrection is critical to being the Messiah. So like what would be the evidence that he resurrected?
well, for one, there's a lot of historical evidence for it. We have there's multiple people who witnessed it. There's a transformation from the disciples. We got archaeological evidence
Well,
that point toward it.
archaeological
Let's see, what
evidence?
else would there be? Philosophical evidence, and again, none of those things are conclusive in themselves, but all put together, it's kind of like in a court of law, what they call it, circumstantial evidence, right? Yeah, circumstantial evidence. Any one of those things taken in isolation could be a coincidence or a fluke,
Right. Well,
but when they all point to one conclusion.
that's why I'm asking for your strongest evidence. We'll start at that. So, what would be a good reason to believe that Jesus resurrected from the dead? I heard you start by saying witnesses. Who do you think the witnesses are?
Well, the disciples, and then inside of the New Testament, you have them speak about the multitudes that seen them, but you also have other
Sure.
people. You have some extra biblical people who
Well,
who talk about the resurrection, not saying that it happened, but talking about that is a strong belief.
no, I agree that the early followers of the religion believed that he resurrected. I'm not really not really disputing that, but I don't think that's relevant. I think people believed there's a lot of people who believed in resurrection at the time period of others besides Jesus. So like the disciples specifically, we can start there, right? So what did the disciples say about his resurrection?
That he was resurrected.
Right. And
I
where
mean, in a sense, I mean, each account that you look at comes from a different perspective, but the overall arching story is the same, that he actually resurrected.
right, but where did they say it?
I don't understand what you mean. Where did they say it?
Well, you said the
I think
disciple.
all four gospels attest to that.
There we go. So the evidence that he rose is from the gospels, right?
The eyewitness evidence, but that's not the only evidence.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to nail down where you think the evidence is, right? So you think the evidence that the disciples claimed he resurrected is in the gospels, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you think the gospels are eyewitness testimony?
I guess that's a good question. I would say the reason I agree that they're eyewitness testimony is because even scholarship, right? Like if I'm going to stay intellectually honest, the same standards of evidence that I apply when I say when I look at like Alexander
You're
the
breaking.
Great, or else I'm being logically inconsistent and dishonest to myself. And so if I do that, you have Christian and secular scholars both attest to the historical reliability of the Gospels.
Well, that's first of all, that's not true. But second of all, I don't think that answers the question. I'm asking more about the actual eyewitness, right? What about the gospels make them eyewitnesses?
Could you reframe that? Because I mean, the easy answer is, the general consensus is they were written by people who were there and who've seen the risen Christ.
Well,
But if
again,
you're looking for something
that's
more than that, I don't
that
think I understand your question.
again, that's just not true. That's what I'm asking you for. Okay, so we'll start with Mark. Mark's the earliest gospel, right?
Well, can I ask you this? Can I ask you just one thing?
Well, I think it'll make sense if you follow me here. Mark is the earliest gospel, correct?
Okay.
So Mark,
Yes.
so Mark, according to the scholarly consensus, is written just after 70 AD. They typically assume Mark is John Mark. John Mark is a cousin of Barnabas, as we learned in Colossians, which means right now our earliest gospel is from someone who is not an eyewitness. It's from a guy who's the cousin of Barnabas. So now you could say that Mark is recording somebody else's eyewitness, or somebody else's story. I mean, that's certainly a plausible argument. Like Richard Bauckham makes that argument. Um, but Mark himself could not be an eyewitness. Follow?
Yeah, I'm following. I'm following.
Okay.
But it was a common practice to use scribes back in that day. So I mean, maybe he was a scribe writing for someone else.
Right. You could say that's why I said you could make the claim that Mark was writing down other people's accounts. Right? That's the claim, right? Now the question would be whose account
Yeah,
is he writing down? He doesn't tell you, right? So all you can do at that point,
they think Peter's, but we don't know.
right? All you can do is conjecture, right? If Mark doesn't tell you, then all you can do is look at what people said later down the road. And later down the road, they said that Mark was a traveling companion of Peter and wrote down Peter's account of things. Now, there's reasons to doubt that, but for now, I don't think it's important. So, first things first, we've got Mark, the earliest author of the Gospels. He is not an eyewitness to anything. We think he could be writing down other people's testimonies. Fair enough. The next in line is going to be either Matthew or Luke. I personally think it's Matthew. I think Matthew came after Mark and then Luke. But Matthew certainly didn't write Matthew. The earliest manuscript we have of Matthew, P1, contains no name on it. Not a single verse in Matthew would lead you to believe that Matthew wrote Matthew. And the conversion story of Matthew in the book of Matthew is directly copied from Mark, which is really weird. Like, why would the author of the gospel directly copy his own conversion story from somebody else who wasn't there? That's a crazy thing to do. And then to talk about yourself in the third person while you're telling your own story that you copied from someone else. It's just like a really weird thing to do. So I don't particularly believe that Matthew wrote Matthew, and we don't have any good evidence to believe he did, other than, again, church history. People who came later and claimed that Matthew wrote Matthew, right? After that is Luke. Luke clearly,
Yeah, but see, if we take that, right? If we take that, then Matthew, even if it wasn't penned by Matthew himself, it still is one of our earliest testimonies of what happened. And part of our standards of evidence is the earliest accounts are the most reliable accounts, right? And so, I mean, you got people like Bart Ehrman and Del Allison and all these other people who these are secular scholars, atheists, who they even say that, yes, that is an extremely early account of what took place. And
what
so
is
in that, I think
Matthew
it
or
can be
Mark?
reliable. Matthew.
No, they wouldn't say that.
And even with Mark, if you want to talk about Mark, even with Mark, most scholars think that Mark was written based off of things in circulation from like the 40s.
I said that.
There are scholars who argue that. They make pretty good arguments for it.
Chris, I said that. I said that Mark.
I thought you said 70. Mark wasn't written.
Mark wasn't written until 70, but he's obviously recording somebody else's testimony, right? That testimony is obviously someone who could have.
Yeah, but you didn't say the 40s. If the testimony that he's recording comes only 7 years or so after Jesus is.
Chris,
that's much earlier.
Pay attention. If he's recording somebody else's eyewitness testimony, then the somebody else must be alive in the 30s. That's just implied by the argument, right? So if Mark is talking to somebody who was an eyewitness, they were obviously alive in the 40s because they were alive in the 30s. Follow?
Okay. Yeah, okay. Tracking so far.
Now the question is, when was Mark written? We have no reason to believe it was written prior to 70. The dating of Mark is relevant because it's weird that one of the disciples of Jesus would wait until 30 to 40 years after Jesus died to write their version of events, and then on top of it, copy most of it from Mark. This is a weird thing if Matthew was a disciple and was writing his own account. If Matthew was writing his own account, we would not expect him to copy somebody who wasn't there. We would, however, expect him to have a lot of material that is unique only to his own account, and we don't really find that either. Luke, on the other hand, tells you he wasn't there. He tells you he's collecting other people's testimonies. So Luke is doing the same thing Mark is doing, which means at best, Luke is only a secondhand witness. So that brings us down to John. John theoretically could have been an eyewitness, but again, I don't think that John wrote John. John 21 specifically states that there are two people or more writing down the testimonies of people. Now, you could make the claim, and I think it's a fair claim, that John was dictating his testimony to these two scribes or three or four scribes, and that's fine. I'm perfectly okay with that. But it is also abundantly clear that in the Gospel of John, there's more testimony in there than just John himself. For example, John the Baptist gives testimony in there, and there are other people that provide testimony from the Gospel of John. So it seems clear that a little bit like Luke, who's ever compiling John is collecting people's witness. That makes sense?
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily follow from that it makes the document incorrect.
I didn't say that at all. What we're deciphering right now is what are eyewitnesses. Okay? That's it. I'm not saying whether they're correct or incorrect yet.
Okay.
Okay. So when we talk about eyewitnesses,
Okay.
I only bring it up because it's important, right? Because Christians will tell you that the Gospels are eyewitnesses. They were written by eyewitnesses, but that's just not the case. At best, they're secondhand authors who are writing 20 to 30 years, maybe 40 years after the fact. And I think this part is really important, right? The fact that there's so much time between Jesus dying and the conversations that were written about him. And I'm going to give you a brief example. So, like, I was in school. I graduated. I think I had my last class in the spring of 2013. That's when I graduated seminary. Okay. Now, I remember like a couple things. Like I remember a couple specific verbal things that I was told in class, but I certainly don't remember any long conversations. I sure as heck don't remember like any prayers that we prayed in class. I don't remember any of that nonsense, right? And it hasn't been 40 years. It hasn't even been 30 years, right? So this idea that someone's writing 30, 40 years later and they're accurately writing
But you
down
remember impact events.
their
Impact events are different than common events.
well, you certainly don't remember entire conversations, and you certainly don't remember conversations that you weren't present for. So, for example, when Jesus is having a private conversation with Pilate, nobody's going to remember that because nobody was there. When Jesus in John 17 is praying, no one's going to remember that long-winded prayer and write it down 30 years later. Like these are things we expect when somebody is writing mythology rather than when they're writing history.
Yeah, but I have not found a single scholar yet, religious or atheist, secular, who says that this is mythological writing.
Oh, you have not looked even remotely hard enough then. Like there's a whole like if you just look at the field of classics, almost all of classics treats the New Testament as though it's mythological. And for good reason, because it reads just like Roman and Greek history, which includes mythological portions, like Greek and Roman history.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be the same if there's an equal? Yeah, but wouldn't it be the same argument if there's an equal number of scholars who say it's written in historical narrative?
No, it's meaningless because the Roman histories are written in historical narrative and they're full of mythology. In the Roman histories, we see emperors doing miracles, like Vespasian spits in a blind man's eyes and heals him using the power of Serapis. You don't believe that's historical, do you? Chris?
Well, I'm not sure of that text, but like if it's written in the style of the historical narrative and
It
all the
is.
evidence comes together to say it's true, then to be logically consistent, we'd have to say, yeah, there's something to that.
So you think that
I'm not even saying I agree with it because I don't even know what you're talking about.
I mean, I can read it for you. So the Roman and Greek histories
Well, I don't
are
want to go too far down a rabbit trail, right?
what I'm saying is the Roman and Greek histories are full of miracles.
So
They're full of God
my
claims.
argument is
They're
that
full
it
of
is
Chris.
the reason
Chris,
I
why are you
believe
talking over
is
me
that
right
it's
now?
because
Chris, why are you talking over me? I don't know why you do that. Okay,
I mean to
so
interrupt you.
so the reality is the Greek and Roman histories are full of mythological claims, just like the Gospels. The fact that these are portrayed as histories, in fact, one of them was literally called Histories. If you read Tacitus, his book is called The Histories, right? but it's still full of miracles. It's still full of God claims, right? But you wouldn't accept those as being real history. You would classify the God stuff, the miracle stuff, as being mythology, right?
Yeah.
Right. And I'm doing the same thing with the Gospels. I'm saying, look, the Gospel authors are telling history the same way the Romans told history, which is to tell a historical account that also includes their conception of God. It includes their conception of events about God, because to them, it's real. To them, it's history, right? But to us, it's mythology. Like, you're going to read the Roman histories and say, there's mythology in that history. I'm doing the same thing. I'm reading the Romans and I'm saying, listen, there's mythology in that history. And then I'm reading the Gospels and I'm saying, there's mythology in that history too.
So from the time of that purported historical event in the Roman histories to the time it was written down and recorded, what's that timeline look like? What's the gap?
Well, I think personally that the gap is roughly 35 to 45 years, and that's based on scholarly consensus. So if we have 35 to 45 years between Jesus' death and like the writings, then what that means is there's a bunch of stuff in those writings where either A, they're going to misremember it, or they're going to make stuff up, or they're dependent on God dictating it to them. But if they're dependent on God dictating it to them, then the eyewitness argument doesn't mean anything. Like, once God is dictating scripture to people, then whether or not you were an eyewitness to anything is kind of irrelevant, right?
Well, the claim is never that God dictates scripture, it's that he inspires the author.
But I agree, but that's my point, right? So, like, listen, I would expect somebody who wrote down these stories 30, 40 years later to certainly only remember a tiny fraction of what was spoken. Now, you remember events, right? Like, for example, I was in like a minor car accident at this point, probably 25 years ago, right? I was a teenager, and I can visually picture exactly what happened. Like, I can relive it in my head. I don't remember a single word that I heard that entire day. Not a single word that left my mouth or somebody else's mouth that day do I remember, right? So I just don't think it's realistic to believe that somebody's going to come by 30 or 40 years later and then have perfect recall of the Sermon on the Mount. It's not realistic.
So let me ask you this: if the Gospels written and all the other arguments aside, because we're talking they could remember that much after 40 years, if the Gospels were just a tiny amount of what Jesus did, would you change your mind in any way? Not saying you would believe them, but would that put some weight, a little bit more weight on them?
Well, in terms of the resurrection, no. But to give you my position, first of all, I think Jesus was a real person, and I think there are real memories.
Okay, so check this out. In John,
Chris,
it
why do you keep
says
doing
Jesus
that?
done much.
Chris, do you want me to cut you off at every turn or no?
Oh, yeah, in John it says Jesus done much more than these.
Okay, so you do. Okay, so I'll just cut you off now.
What's that?
So listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I was trying to tell you what my position is, and my position is supposed to help you, and you cut me off because you didn't want to hear what I was going to say. So what I was about to tell you is I think there are some legitimate memories of Jesus that are preserved in the Gospels. I certainly don't think those memories are preserved in the conversations and the prayers, right? I think there are legitimate memories in the Gospels, though, where like the people were relaying stories of what happened, and like snippets are true, pieces are true, but I certainly wouldn't trust like any of these long dialogues or any of these long conversations or anything of that nature. So, like, for example, if there's a memory of like Jesus standing on a mount and giving a long speech, yeah, I'm sure that happened. I'm more than willing to believe that somebody could remember that. But did they remember everything that was preached in that sermon? No, that's ridiculous, right? So that being said, we can finally get to the point that you want to talk about, right? Which is the resurrection. You'd be like, well, surely even if we don't trust the prayers or we don't trust the conversations, we should at least trust that these people witnessed the resurrection, right?
Well, it's not just we should trust it. Does the evidence point that that's the most possible explanation for everything we see? And I'm sorry if I keep cutting you off. You feel free to mute me if I do. I think it's a technical error. I'm
Could
not
be.
interrupting.
Could be. Yeah, so no, I don't think it's the most likely explanation. And you want to know why I don't think it's the most likely?
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why I think it's not the most likely is because there's lots of resurrection claims from people at this particular time period, told by actual historians and claimed to have been seen by other people after their resurrection. And one of my favorites is a guy named Aristeas. Herodotus just wrote about Aristeas and as well as the eyewitnesses of Aristeas being resurrected in book 4 of his histories. And then so did Pliny. In Pliny's Natural History, he talks about the resurrection. Same thing with Diodorus of Sicily, and even in Plutarch. The resurrection of Aristeas was so widely attested that the Romans erected a statue and elected him as a member of the gods after his death and resurrection, right? So, like, these types of claims weren't actually unique in the first century. And I think all you need is someone to come along later and pretend to be the resurrected person. And the reason why I believe that to be the case is because we've got cases from history where it happened. Zalmoxis had himself pretend he told everyone he was going to die and resurrect. Then he left for 3 years, came back and claimed that he resurrected, and people believed him. Nero, a lot of people believe Nero resurrected. So many people so that after his death, imposters was come along and pretend to be the resurrected Nero. And a lot of people followed the so-called resurrected Nero, even to the point of willing to give their life in war for the resurrected Nero. And Jesus himself, in Mark 13 and elsewhere, predicted this, or whoever wrote Mark and whoever actually spoke these words said this. In fact, I'll bring it up. It's Mark 13:6. And I think the
No,
reason,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I went to seminary as well. Yeah.
yeah, so I think the reason why Mark 13:6 exists is because whoever wrote this was living in a time period in which various imposters of Jesus had already come around and started to claim that they are the resurrected Jesus. Right? So I think the evidence points
But when you
towards,
take a look at things like the other resurrection accounts that you're talking about, why did they not have the impact of being around 2,000 years later?
because they were mundane. So this is the difference, right? Because in like Roman culture, like
Jesus was mundane.
the the resurrection was mundane too. I know. Just follow along. So in Greco-Roman culture, like people were willing to believe in these like dying and rising gods, not a problem, right? So like the fact that they so readily accepted the resurrection of Nero, they so readily accepted the resurrection of Zalmoxis, they readily accepted the resurrection of Jesus as well. The only thing that sets Jesus apart from these people is that at some point the Roman emperor decided that it was going to be a religion that was tolerated and then made official and then made mandatory, and then it got spread by the sword.
Are you talking about Christianity?
Yeah.
Christianity wasn't tolerated. I mean, people were killed very early on for a long time. I mean, it was a death sentence for Jewish people to say this man resurrected. He's the true Messiah.
Well, that's first of all, that's not true. Claiming somebody is the Messiah had nothing to do with whether or not you were going to be killed. But again, the religion was in fact
In
spread by
their
the
culture, it did.
sword from
They killed Jesus because he claimed to be the
from
Messiah.
Constantine. No, they killed him because he committed blasphemy and sorcery. But the Constantinian Empire made it an
By
official
claiming to be the
religion.
Messiah.
Everybody after Constantine spread it by the sword. That's why it's everywhere. The reason why Christianity is everywhere is because they made it mandatory and killed people who disagreed.
But what about the explosion of Christianity leading up to that point, where Christians were the ones who were persecuted, yet
What
it
about
kept
it?
growing?
So what? All kinds of religions grow in the face of persecution. Judaism grew in the face of persecution. Islam grew in the face of persecution. Mormonism grew in the face of persecution. Growing in the face of persecution is not evidence that it's true.
It's not evidence in itself, but it's part of that, that group of evidence.
It's not at all. All new religions just
So,
about face
okay, well, let me ask you
persecution.
this. What evidence would you hold most weight to? You personally, because I see your God is imaginary, but I can tell you, I don't know what, and it says prove me wrong. I don't know what evidence you're willing to accept. So can you start out with what evidence would you say has the most merit?
I can tell you what I think the strongest
And
evidence
then we can
is.
talk about that.
Yep, if Jesus actually did fulfill all the messianic prophecies, I'd be a Christian right now.
Okay, so which prophecies are you claiming he did not fulfill?
Not only did he not fulfill the prophecies listed in the Gospels, he didn't fulfill a bunch of them that were left out of the Gospels, probably because the prophecies entirely contradict the New Testament. So if you go to Ezekiel 37, there's like a legitimate messianic prophecy in Ezekiel. And not only did it not come true, I have no reason to believe that it will ever come true. So if you go down to verse 24, it says, "My servant David will
You
pick."
pulling it up?
Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see it. It's a little foggy, but I got my Bible. It's okay.
Yeah.
But you're probably faster than me with the computer.
So yeah, because I'm sitting at the computer. Okay, so we've got this picture in Ezekiel where God says he's going to rescue his people from all over the world. And it says, "My servant David will be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes, and they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever." Right? So category number one for the Messiah,
Okay,
like the
yeah.
first thing you have to do to be the Messiah is to be a king over the reunited Israelites. The North and the South have to come together, and the exiles are going to be brought back to the land, and there's going to be a king on the throne. And certainly Jesus didn't come remotely close to that.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So here's why I think you're probably falling short on that a little bit. So in seminary, you took hermeneutics, right?
I did, yeah. I took two
Okay.
hermeneutics
So
classes.
yeah.
Uh,
So
yeah, tell me how the
whenever we
words don't
look at
mean
those
words.
scriptures, okay, there's a dual fulfillment there.
Nope, you'd be wrong.
There's an immediate fulfillment for this temporal world, and then there's something foreshadowed for later.
Nope.
I mean, you can say no, but scholars disagree.
Scholars
General
are
consensus doesn't agree with you.
No, consensus does agree with me. So dual fulfillment is a cope for when prophecies don't
Can you
actually
show
come
me?
true. So dual fulfillment is a cope.
I don't know
It's
what
not
could
a
mean.
it's not a real thing. Give me one good reason why I should accept that there's a secondary meaning to this prophecy that is divorced from the original context.
I can't think of one Jewish or Christian scholar that would say, even Jewish scholar, that would say that that verse is talking about David himself.
I never said it
That
was
is a,
talking
that is a
specifically
messianic
about David.
term.
To be fair, there are Jewish people who believe
Okay,
that the
so if Christ
Messiah
came as a king,
is going to literally be David. To be sure, those people do exist, but the majority of them don't hold that it needs to be.
oh yes, I know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question
So when we
remains:
okay, I think
what
I get it.
is
You're questioning
what is
Jesus'
the
kingship.
reason? What is the reason, Chris, why I would read this and think that there's a secondary meaning to it that is disconnected from the original context?
So I think you're questioning Jesus' kingship. Is that at the root of it?
Can you prove that he was a king?
Yeah. I think it's pretty provable that
Okay,
he's a king. Yeah.
go ahead. Give me the argument that demonstrates Jesus was a king in Israel.
Well, what you just said is that the messianic king, according to Ezekiel, is going to reunite Israel, right?
Is going to reunite Israel, the north and the south, and put them in the land that was promised to their forefathers.
Okay, so when we take a look at the life of Christ, you can read Paul, and Paul says there is no more Jew nor Greek,
Why do I care what
right?
Paul
So
says?
whenever Jesus comes as a king, whenever Jesus comes as a king, he does not come. Nowhere is the claim, even in the Bible, that the Messiah is going to be a king over Israel alone. There's
We,
plenty of passages
we
actually
just
that
read
say the
it.
opposite. Like, for example, God divorced
This guy
Israel.
can't be
God
real.
gave Israel a certificate of
Chris,
divorce. God told
Chris, we
Israel that
just
he's
read
going to
it.
remove himself
Chris,
from
we
them,
just
and
read
he was
it.
going to cause the Gentiles to do
Chris,
it.
pay attention. We just read it. It says, "My servant David
I
shall
get that,
be
but here's something
shall
that you have
be."
to remember from your seminary.
Chris, does Ezekiel 37:24 say that the person's going to be a king?
Yes, the person's going to be a king.
Okay, and was Jesus a king?
Yes, Jesus was a king.
Okay, show me that evidence.
Well, he says his kingship's in another kingdom, and I
I
understand
I would
you're
say
not going to
that
believe
too.
that
Yeah,
variable
I would
from
say that too
a
if I wasn't a
materialist
real
point of view.
king. Does the passage say his
But
kingdom?
let's take a look at this. So in
So,
seminary, right?
Chris, pay attention. Does
And
Ezekiel say he's going to be a king in a kingdom far away, or does the kingdom have a location?
can you pull it up? Let me refresh my memory.
Yeah,
They shall live in the land that I gave my servants Jacob. Yeah, that'd be a physical location there
yeah,
in that passage.
yep.
So if I was to cherry pick that passage, yes, you're right.
I know.
But we learn
Well,
in seminary to interpret scripture in the view of a broader story, right? And I
Jeremiah
think that's
also
what
says
you're
the
not
same
doing.
thing.
yeah, Chris.
Jeremiah says that the righteous, that he will execute justice and righteous in the land.
Jeremiah 33. You want to see that cherry picked verse, Chris?
No, I'm familiar with that one. Yeah,
Okay.
but the argument still stands. Like, there's anything that I could take out of the Bible, one or two passages, and say, "See, I told you." But if I zoom out and I look at the redemptive story as a whole, it starts to form a whole new picture. And I think that that's not what you're
So
doing.
remember, Chris, what we're talking about are the messianic prophecies. There's two of them now that have been brought up: Ezekiel 37, Jeremiah 33, that clearly state that he's going to be a physical king in a physical land over a physical people group. Right? Can you point out a prophecy that states otherwise, that he's going to be a mystical king of a kingdom far away?
Well, if I could say this, I think considering the Christian claim, when Christ returns, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and there will be a physical kingdom, and He will rule over it.
Okay, so this will happen later,
And
right?
so, just because He didn't fulfill the prophecy in that first coming doesn't mean that the prophecy is not fulfilled.
Okay,
It doesn't mean that it's not going to happen.
so Jeremiah 33 will happen later.
Let me pull it up here. Hold on one second.
Dalton, it's good to see you,
I don't
buddy.
have it in front of me on my computer.
It's good to see you too. Isn't that an admission that Jesus has not yet fulfilled this prophecy, therefore it's not fulfilled? If he hasn't become king over Israel yet, then he hasn't fulfilled the prophecy.
What was that? I couldn't hear him.
Oh, you couldn't hear him? Hold on. You couldn't hear
No,
him?
I can hear him, but he's weak.
Oh, he's just not loud enough? I can turn him up. That's not hard. Hold on.
Yeah, if you're saying, Chris, that this will be fulfilled in the future, you are de facto saying that it's a prophecy that's not fulfilled.
No, have you ever heard of the term "already not yet" in the Christian faith?
Yeah,
Yes, it's another cope.
yeah, it's a cope.
Okay, so it kind of falls in that category.
So what part was actually done?
Well, it will be fulfilled in full whenever he returns.
But no,
Right? And then
we're
that
not
will
we're not
fulfill
asking
the
about what
prophecy
happens when he returns.
on
We're
earth.
asking what
Like
actually
he will
happened
be a
so
physical
far.
king and a physical
We'll try this again, Chris.
now.
I'm not asking what you think will happen when he comes
Now, what
back.
happened
I'm
so
asking
far?
Chris, pay attention. I'm asking what happened already.
Okay, so what happened already was he came on a spiritual level, and he's a king spiritually, right? And so he came to, and I know that y'all know this argument,
So show
right?
me
So
the prophecy that says
he
he's going to
came
come
and
as
he
a spiritual
reconciled
king.
it back. I'm sorry, say that again.
It's a show me the prophecy that says he's going to come as a spiritual king.
Does the absence of that automatically say that that's not going to happen? Isn't that like an argument from ignorance?
No, what we're doing is we're talking about what prophecies had been fulfilled, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I ask you what has been fulfilled, you can't point towards a spiritual king because there's no prophecy about a spiritual king. And keep in mind that Jeremiah 33 will
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily follow that it negates it.
It does. Yeah. So if I ask you what has Jesus done prophetically so far, you can't say, well, he was a spiritual king because there's no prophecy about a spiritual king. That's not something he's fulfilled. There's no prophecy about that to be fulfilled.
Okay, so we can take a look at a few of them, right? He was born in Bethlehem, right? I think that was in Micah, I
Micah.
believe.
So that's Micah 5:2. Before we move to Micah, let's finish Jeremiah 33 because Dalton brought up Jeremiah 33, and I think it might be my favorite messianic prophecy. But listen to what it says the Messiah is going to do, right? It says, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time, although your Bible translation might say forever. So this is clearly talking about a king who's going to preside over a Levitical priesthood who are going to give physical offerings of grain and animals, which can't be true if Jesus was the final sacrifice, according to the book of Hebrews.
Okay, so when we look at Jeremiah 33, I think on the surface, I'm looking at it right now. I think on the surface, it's really easy to say that this wasn't fulfilled.
Yeah,
right? But if you look at it a little bit deeper,
it wasn't.
I mean, it's not just not fulfilled, but it's explicitly contradicted by the theology of the New Testament, teaching that sacrifices are done away with, as opposed to Jeremiah says that it'll be established for all time.
say that one more time. I'm sorry. And I apologize if we can't hear each other well.
I said not only was it not fulfilled, but this verse explicitly is in conflict with what the New Testament's theology says, wherein it says that the sacrifices are abolished, wherein Jeremiah says that they will go on for all time.
Yeah, that's not a contradiction.
A direct contradiction. If I said I'm going to drive, okay,
you want me to explain why?
If I said I'm going to drive my car forever, and then tomorrow I said I'm going to drive my car for 10 days, that would be a contradiction because forever and 10 days are one's atemporal and one's temporal.
Do you want me to explain why that's not a contradiction from the Christian standpoint?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me how it's a spiritual non-contradiction.
What does Hebrews tell us about Christ's sacrifice?
Again, you haven't demonstrated that I should care about Hebrews, but Hebrews says that Christ is continually sacrificing.
Well, you care about everything else.
Hebrews says that
Right?
Christ
So
is continually
out,
sacrificing, which is another cope, because Jeremiah says that they're going to be burnt offerings and grain offerings. Those are physical sacrifices.
Okay, but now you got to go to Leviticus to understand that.
I'd love to. What about Leviticus?
And this is why I say it's so important that they teach you this in seminary.
I can't wait for you to show me the spiritual sacrifices in Leviticus.
So when we take a look at the book of Leviticus, which is a very dull book,
I love
right?
Leviticus.
It could be very hard to read, right? When you take a look at Leviticus and you read it, it is sacrifice after sacrifice after sacrifice.
Yeah.
But then you come to the life of Christ, right? And Christ fulfilled all of those at once for all time.
Not
so
even
there's
remotely
your grain
close.
offering, there's your burnt offering,
Nope.
there's everything
Wrong again.
rooted.
Wrong again.
Sacrifice
Nope, you'd be wrong. Give me one reason.
You can say I'm wrong, but I mean, how
give me
am I wrong?
one reason why.
Give me one.
Chris, stop for 5 seconds. Give me one reason why I would read Jeremiah 33 and think that a grain offering didn't mean an actual grain offering.
You have to look at scripture from the broader picture.
I've read all of it. I'm beginning to doubt that you really attended seminary.
I went to Southwest. Where'd you go? I'm actually working on my doctorate now.
I went to Ashland. You're doing your DMin?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay, so you're doing the Pay Me More doctorate? That was the joke in seminary, was that DMin is just a pay me more doctorate. Because it was so it's so fluffy. You've probably heard that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
I'm doing my DMin because it's relevant to what I do for a profession. So I'm not a preacher or anything.
Yeah, no, I agree. If you're going to be a pastor, a DMin it's a valuable asset to what you're doing.
Yeah.
So you went to Southwest Baptist?
Southwest Seminary. I'm actually there right now, so I'm doing it over distance education.
What is Southwest Seminary?
And my DMin
well, I know about Southwest Baptist Seminary, but I don't know about Southwest Seminary. What's that? The Southwest Baptist Seminary is a legit seminary.
Oh. Hello?
Yep.
I think I lost you.
I can hear you. You mean Southwest Bible College and Seminary in Humboldt, Texas?
Yeah.
Ah. Okay, that explains a lot.
Tell me more. Tell me more about that.
Who are they accredited by? Because the website...
I don't think they are accredited regionally.
Yeah, I believe that. The website says pay as little as $50 per month towards your degree. This looks...
Yeah, not everyone is beneficial to have the finance.
It certainly looks like an online diploma mill.
Oh, no, it's not. You have to do a lot. You certainly have to do a lot, I promise you that.
Their website is a Wix.com site.
I don't know what that means.
Wix.com is like when grandma sits down and makes a put it together yourself website by like drag and drop. Like it's just an online service.
What would be wrong with that?
Well, what I'm saying is like actual institutions have like professional websites. Like,
you mean like Houston Christian University, something like that?
I don't know that much about their particular website, but what I'm saying is that this is not a professional website because this is not a professional organization. This is an online diploma mill.
No, it's not a diploma mill.
Let me ask you a question.
There's a lot of work you have to do.
Let me ask you a question.
Now so, I did do the majority of my master's at HCU.
At where?
At HCU, Houston Christian University.
Oh, that's a real university.
Seminary.
But you didn't graduate
and
there?
The only reason I stopped going there is because I work full time, and I don't really have the finances to keep doing that.
Okay, so you started at a real school.
Going to Southwest hasn't hurt me at all. I've still advanced in my career pretty well. I seem to be helping people.
Yeah, so you started at a real school, then you transferred to a diploma mill. I'm gonna give you my favorite litmus test for whether or not you went to a real school. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. How many verbal conjugation stems can you tell me in Hebrew?
No, I can't tell you any.
Oh, there you go. Dalton, how many do you know?
I didn't go to school, so I'm not going to make.
Oh,
I can speak Hebrew, but I don't know the grammar rules.
oh, okay. Sorry about that. You speak Hebrew so well, I assumed you learned the grammar rules. Sorry.
I know Hebrew like a 5-year-old in Israel knows Hebrew, so
Fair
it's
enough.
Yeah, yeah. But Justin, I mean, I respect that, and I respect the fact that you went to, a university, right?
All right.
So, or what do you consider?
Fair enough. Listen, I'm not here to shame you. I'm just trying to
But I will say this: I don't want to argue from authority,
No,
right?
I agree.
So,
I'm
I
just
mean, we
trying
can
to,
have a
Chris,
conversation.
I'm just trying to figure out who I'm talking to. That's it. I'm not shaming you. There are people who didn't go to seminary at all and know more than me. I'm not shaming you at
Yeah,
all. I'm just trying to figure out who I'm talking to. Okay. So,
yeah, I can tell you. So I'm a chaplain. I'm a hospice chaplain. I
uh
do that for a living. And I started out when my education was I just wanted to Bible study and to grow more. I didn't grow up as a believer. Grew up in a harsh atheist home actually, and something happened to me experientially that I know you think is nonsense, and that's okay. But that made me ask questions like, what the hell just took place? And so I started digging. I started looking for answers, and I went to self-help books. I went to everything I could find. I even did crazy stuff like flat Earth, to be honest with you, right? I was just looking for an answer to what just took place, and I found the answer in the Christian faith. And so when that happened, I thought this can't be. There's no way this can be real. I was much like a Thomas. I was very much like a Thomas. I
sure.
needed the evidence, right? So I started getting into apologetics and everything else, and one thing led to another, and that's where I am. So I started doing my school just for personal growth. It led into my associates and my bachelor's and my master, and started my master's at HCU. I'm married. I had 3 kids and a full-time job. I couldn't handle that schedule or that price. So, I took a drop. I changed schools to something that could fit me better in my financial and personal life.
Cool.
And I
So,
don't think it's hurt me at all.
so Micah 5:2 is the next one you wanted to talk about. Micah 5:2 presents the same problem as the other prophecies. Micah 5:2 states that this person is going to be a ruler in Israel. It says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days." I don't remember a single verse where Jesus ruled in Israel. In fact,
Okay, so he's talking about the location, right? If
you
you take a look at that, he's talking about the Messiah will come from Bethlehem, right?
it says the Messiah is not only going to come from the line. Well, first of all, I don't think this actually is reversed to the town. By the way, I think this is referring to the lineage of David because Bethlehem and Ephrathah are the eldest lineage we have of David, and Bethlehem and Ephrathah were named after two individuals. Ephrath and Bethlehem were individuals before they were cities, right? So when it talks about how there's going to be a ruler whose origins are from the ancient times and that it names the two oldest ancestors of David, I'm reading this as saying this is going to be somebody from the line of David, not necessarily from the town of Bethlehem.
yeah. The text never actually
Okay, but just
says that
because
the
you're
Messiah
reading
will be
it that way
born
does not mean
in
that that's what it
Bethlehem.
is, right? Like when I read that, I'm reading Bethlehem, like as in the town, the place where the Messiah will come from.
Right. Well, Bethlehem was a town, and it was the name of the individual that the town was named after. But the passage doesn't say town; it says clan. A clan is not a town,
Who are one of the little clans of Judah.
right? So,
Yeah, I think that's irrelevant there.
so this is referring to the lineage of King David, not to a specific town. So even if Jesus was born in Bethlehem, I think it's kind of irrelevant because I don't think that's what this passage is referring to. But even if it was, Jesus still didn't fulfill it because it says he's going to rule in Israel, and Jesus didn't rule in Israel.
Or will he?
Well, then he didn't fulfill it if he'll do it in the future.
No, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I do what you're saying. I don't see it the way you do. My hermeneutic is different than yours. When I read that, I'm reading just and just general reading comprehension, right? When you look at the whole story, that is talking about the city of Bethlehem. So
No, it's clearly not. It doesn't say city anywhere. It specifically refers to them as a clan.
well, that's okay. You have the clan of, you have the family of Israel. Yet Israel is a geographical place now.
That's what I'm saying. But if I said I'm from the Israelite clan, that means you're a descendant from the Israelites. It doesn't necessarily mean you live in Israel. For example, Paul was from Tarsus, but he was an Israelite. He was from the clan of Israel.
Yeah, but Bethlehem is David's hometown, right? So I think that this is more pointing towards a Davidic ruler, like from the line of David.
I
And that's why
agree.
they,
Yes, the passage is about a ruler coming from the line of David. His location being born in Bethlehem is useless.
yeah. So when we talk about coming forth, like someone coming, that could mean eternity past or an ancient lineage or anything like that. It could mean eternity. If we're going to say from the days of old, meaning eternity past, then we also have to say that could also mean the future. Like, so when he comes back, he could be a king physically.
That's
I just don't see where you're
that's not,
separating the two.
from days of old just means that the origin of this figure, his origin is from days of old. David was from days of old. The author never once states that the Messiah is to be born in Bethlehem, just that his going forth is from Bethlehem. And it's from ancient times because David was from a long time ago.
Man, you're really hard to hear. So I caught a little bit of that, and it sounded really good. But man, you're just so hard to hear.
So, I mean, the passage is talking about the going forth of the individual from the days of old,
Yeah,
from David's days. So,
or the ancient days.
to be fair, I mean, the problem you have here is it's clearly talking about someone born from the descendants of David who's going to rule in Israel. And not only was Jesus not a descendant of David, he did not rule in Israel. He just doesn't fit. He's not a Messiah. He's a naughty boy.
Explain that to me? I'm just trying to process that what you just said. So you said that Jesus was not a descendant of David.
Right. Yeah. In Matthew chapter 1, in Luke chapter 3, clearly both of those lineages go to Joseph, who at best was the adopted father of Jesus.
Okay, but that's a royal line given like that in that culture. An adoption gives you the same rights, so it doesn't really follow.
Where in Jewish legal law does it say that an adopted son can inherit, for example, the kingdom of Israel?
In the Jewish culture, if you take on someone as the father, as if you adopt them as your child, they have the same rights and inheritance as you do. If you deem to bestow it to them, that's there's nothing. So there's no contradiction
Right.
there. Just because
But
he was
we're
Joseph's son, and Joseph is from the Christian view, he adopted him.
not
That
asking
will still tie him
for
legally
household
to
legal
the
code, right? So you're appealing to household legal codes. Dalton is asking you about authority over a kingship. Do you think that a king over a people group should be elected via adoption who didn't actually come through the proper lineage?
I think the king has the authority to make that decision.
Who?
Whoever the king is.
Who's that? Who had the authority to make that decision, and when did they do it?
Well, if the argument is that Christ is the Son of God, right? If that's the argument,
You have
then
to
the argument
establish
would
that
follow.
first. You can't make the argument with your conclusion already in mind.
So everything that we're arguing here,
Is a
we're really
sharpshooter
just
fallacy, I
talking
know.
in circles. So we
Yeah,
should probably get back to,
the whole thing is a
is God
sharpshooter
real?
fallacy. You're like, as long as the New Testament's true, I can wrangle the Old Testament to say whatever I needed to, right? But you've got
Yeah, but I mean that could also be
so,
reversed on your end
but
too.
you've
As long as it's not true, I can wrangle this to make it
no.
more.
That's not the case at all. All I'm saying is that the Old Testament and the New Testament don't agree with each other. The Old Testament says a Messiah is going to do X, and Jesus just didn't do it. Also, in the lineage, there's a cursed lineage in Matthew. The lineage goes through Jeconiah. It falsely lists the name of his father. It puts Josiah as the father of Jeconiah, but it's not the right father. And Jeconiah in Jeremiah 22:30 was cursed. It says that none of his descendants will be able to sit on the throne of Judah again. So the lineage in
So
Matthew is
are you
broken.
now? Are you sure it's talking about the same individual with that name? Like,
Yep.
because I'm unfamiliar with that argument. So, and I know you probably made that argument a lot of times, and you're familiar with it. So, is that the same person,
Yep. Want me to read it?
or could it be talking about somebody with the same name?
No, it's the same one.
Can,
So,
can you show that?
yep,
Can you show
it's
that to me? Like,
Jeremiah
I'm
20.
willing to hear it. I
Yeah.
want to hear it.
Yeah, Jeremiah 22. So in Jeremiah 22, we see the last king sent into Babylon. It says, blah, 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 blah. As I live, says the Lord, even the king Coniah, son of Jehoiakim, so not the son of Josiah, of Judah, were the signet ring on my right hand. Even from there, I would tear you off, so on and so forth. And then it talks about their deportation into Babylon, even into the hands of King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, and into the hands of the Chaldeans. I will hurl you, the mother who bore you, into another country. So this is talking about the king who gets deported into Babylon. That's important. Now
And we're at Jeremiah 22, right?
Jeremiah is writing about Jeconiah being deported into Babylon, right? And this
Okay.
is what he says. He says, "Thus saith the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who has not succeeded in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah." Right? So
Okay.
the reason why I point out that he's deported into Babylon is because Matthew makes the identical same connection. Oops, I just typed a 2 instead of a 1. There we go. So in Matthew, he rightly points out the same connection. It says, so all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. From David to the deportation to Babylon, 14 generations. So he's listing the deportation into Babylon as important, and that's going to come up in. Let me grab it. Verse 11 says, Josiah, the father of Jeconiah and his brothers, at the time of the deportation to Babylon. So it's the same Jeconiah. He gets the wrong father of Jeconiah, which is fine. That's the grandfather of Jeconiah, but we can let that pass. Which means if the lineage goes through Jeconiah and God said that none of your descendants will sit on the throne of Judah again, that means Jesus could never fulfill the kingship.
So yeah, you're right. There's some tension there. Yeah, there seems to be some tension there. So if I'm just going to think about scriptures as a whole, right? The entire redemptive story. I know y'all don't follow that, but you're asking from my perspective, right? I could, I think it's possible that Jeremiah's curse was probably limited in time, right? Or maybe even scope or something. I'm not
Why?
sure, but I think that's definitely something that could be, you know.
Why would we think that?
What did Jeremiah say?
Well, I don't think Jeconiah's descendants ever ruled Judah again.
Nope.
The line was broken until Jesus, right?
Well, Jesus didn't fix it.
Well, did Jesus
Yeah,
come from that
he's not.
lineage?
No, he's not Joseph's son.
Well, see, my argument is if I adopt a child, that he's my son.
If you are the high priest from the tribe of Levi and you adopt a kid, can they become a Levite?
I don't know. But we're not talking about priests. Right?
You're
We're
talking
talking
about
about
assuming
kings.
an
They're two
office.
completely different functions with different
They're
rules.
both offices. You can't assume an office that doesn't belong to your family, even if you are adopted.
Sure, you can. There's plenty of examples of a king saying, "Hey, I'm gonna let you rule after me." Like a king can do whatever he wants.
In the Bible?
But
In
to
reality,
Chris, to
just
be
in
sure, there's
reality.
not a king in the Bible that allowed this. You're saying, well, a king could allow it, but we have no kings that actually did do it.
Hmm.
And remember the blessing that is given in Chronicles, saying that the kingship is going to go through Solomon. That's kind of important. Is referring to like the actual lineage, right? It's weird that we would accept like the eternal kingship going through Solomon, but for some reason at some point we're like, well, now lineage doesn't mean lineage.
So, okay, so if Jesus didn't reign the same way Jeconiah's sons did, right, which obviously are the way they would have, which is obviously the case,
Well, he didn't reign
right?
at
Jesus,
all.
so 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 if Jesus never sat on in an earthly throne, like a physical throne in Jerusalem, but Jesus says that his kingdom is not of this world,
What I would say the same
the
thing
fact that Jesus didn't
if I
prosper politically.
if I was never a king, I'd say the same thing. My kingdom's far away. You can't see it, you can't touch it, you can't falsify it. I would say the identical same
Okay, so
thing.
I think I got it. I think I got it nailed down then. So you think God is imaginary because the Bible has contradictions?
No,
That's like your
no, I
point.
think your God is imaginary because not only does the Bible contain contradictions, Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. And also the Trinity is incoherent nonsense.
All right. So when you say my God, are you saying that it is possible for a God to exist?
Yeah, now I don't have any evidence for a God existing, but I have lots of evidence for your God specifically not existing.
And your main evidence is the apparent contradictions in the Bible.
No, it's
Like
actual.
that's where you hold your.
We'll
That's
try
where you
that.
dig your
We'll try
feet.
this again. It's actual contradictions that are impossible to resolve and unfulfilled prophecies that are claimed to have been fulfilled, and also because it breaks the laws of logic. And if I have to decide between the laws of logic and a religion, I'm picking the laws of logic. The Trinity violates the law of logic, the laws of logic.
Yeah, I got you. I got you there. But the laws of logic also tell me that I don't know everything there is to know. So therefore, I'm going to look to other scholars who
Not
may
a law of
have a better idea than me. And a lot of scholars would,
when I
that they agree that this is messianic language.
that's not what I mean when I say the laws of logic. I'm not saying that which is rational or that which makes sense. I'm just saying that that which is in a,
What is logical to you?
no, that is which it is abiding with the three classical laws of logic, like the philosophical laws of logic.
Hold on, we're not getting Phil Bro here, are we?
No, I'm certainly not.
We don't want to do that.
You know, I'm not going to do that.
That's a painful thing to go through, man. I heard that thing. That hurt.
Yeah, what
This
I'm
is a Phil Bro free for zone.
yeah, we don't tolerate like smug Philbro arguments. All I'm saying is I believe the laws of logic to be superior to things that are contradictory because the laws of logic is how we determine like what is rational, what does make sense, right? Like you don't believe
Yeah.
that a
And
contradiction
so,
can
with that
exist,
being
right?
said, no, no, I don't believe a contradiction can exist. No.
Right. So like if there's something about the Christian worldview that is contradictory, then one of two things is true. That single thing in the Christian worldview needs to go, or the laws of logic need to go. And I'm not willing to throw away the laws of logic yet. So like you can,
Or there's a third variable. There's a third variable.
which is
That third variable is I'm misunderstanding something.
sure, but you can't demonstrate it, right? So if you're saying, listen,
No,
I'm
but
just not
I can look
understanding
at
something
other scholars
correctly.
who are wiser than me.
If
Right?
you're saying I'm not understanding it correctly, then the onus is on you to demonstrate why my understanding is insufficient,
Well,
right?
I would
So
point you to the same community, the scholarship community, other people who went through seminary and
I'm
studied this,
I'm aware of it.
and I get that
I've engaged
there
with
are
the
equal people
scholars,
on both sides,
and as it turns
right?
out, I agree with the Jewish scholars more than the Christian scholars. The Jewish scholars were right to reject Jesus since he didn't fulfill not even one messianic prophecy. And we've been talking now for over an hour, and we have yet to find a single one that he fulfilled.
Yeah, it's a hard conversation to have with you.
I know,
I mean
right?
that respectfully. You're really good at this, and
So
you've been doing this for long.
let's touch on the last thing, and then we'll call it a day here. So
Yeah,
I
I got to
think
get anyway.
I think the Trinity is an absolute train wreck, and I think there's a lot of good reasons to believe that. Let me ask you a couple premises. To be 100% of something, it means you need to have all of its characteristics, right? So if I said that this is 100% screwdriver, right? That means this screwdriver needs all of the characteristics of a screwdriver, right? Like I can't
I'm
take
not going
away
to pray for it to come out of your hand.
I can't take away the tip and then say that it's 100% screwdriver, right?
Yeah, I'm tracking. I see where you're going with
Right.
this.
I could say it's 80% screwdriver, but without the tip, it's not 100% screwdriver, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this gets us to our introduction to the Trinity. So to be a 100% of something means that you're identical to the thing that you're 100% of, right?
Yeah. You would have the same, the equal essence of it, the same identity as it.
Okay. So for Jesus to be 100% God, Jesus would need 100% of the characteristics of God, and he entirely lacks some of the major characteristics of God. He's not omnipresent, although we can have a discussion on that because the Bible contradicts that point too. He's certainly not all knowing, and he is certainly not all powerful.
Yeah, you're forgetting about the hypostatic union.
I'm not forgetting about it.
Right. I think the hypostatic union explains that pretty well.
I don't think it does.
Can you tell me how it does not? Because
Yep.
from my view, it does.
The hypostatic union is going to explain how God has parts. And now you've got yourself into part of the fallacy, which is God can't have parts. Jesus
No,
has to
God can't.
be
That's one of his attributes. He's
he-
immutable.
Jesus has to be
He can't.
100% God.
He is, but the hypostatic union states that he is 100% God and he is 100% man.
But he's not. We just went through the syllogism. You can't be 100% God unless you have all of God's attributes, and he doesn't have all of God's attributes.
Having attributes and practicing them are not the same thing, right?
So,
like for example,
is Jesus all knowing?
In this state, sure, I would say he's all knowing now. Now on the earth, I can't say because he says things like, "Not even the Son knows the time that he'll return."
That's
Only
right.
The Father knows that, right?
Yep.
And so there are these mysteries, right? I'm not going to try to dispute that. But then you also have things where Jesus could read the heart of man, and so you really don't know.
So,
because there's a lot of, for example, the rich young ruler.
Any
The rich
prophet
young
could do
ruler
that.
comes to Jesus,
right, but
and he says, "Good teacher."
yeah, but
He says, "Good teacher, how can I be?
Chris,
How can I be saved?"
the prophets could know divine knowledge too. That doesn't make you God, right? So on the question of whether or not Jesus is all knowing, clearly the answer is no. The
I
Jesus
think in his humanity, yeah, in God's humanity, and actually, William Lane Craig says something really good about this. Believe it or not, I don't know if you know who he is, but
yeah, I don't know how anyone could get through seminary without knowing William Lane Craig.
no, but like he actually makes a really good argument that Christ in his nature, being all knowing, it doesn't necessarily follow that would contradict it. And now I'm going to go ahead and
So,
be transparent. I can't flesh that argument out for you.
right. So
but you can look it up.
But we can take
he
it
makes
one.
a good argument.
It's a poor argument. So we can take it one step at a time, right? If Jesus was on the earth and Jesus was not all knowing, that means he lacks a fundamental characteristic of God. If you're saying that he changed his nature so that he was not all knowing for a time period, that means he's not immutable. That means God's nature changes.
No, I think there's a difference in as far as your identity. Like you have the same identity as the Father. That no, I don't think there's anything in Scripture that says Jesus, while he walked on this earth, knew everything in his humanity.
I agree.
And I don't even
I agree.
think
That's the
Christian
problem. Because if Jesus is not all knowing, then he's not identical to God. The necessary
you can be identical. You can be identical in your identity, though. Like for example, a king and a prince.
no.
Right? A prince has all the same authority as the king on the throne. If you do something against that prince, you're going to face the wrath of the king. Yet he's different than the king.
That's called authority,
right?
not identity. Right? If you're identical to something else, that means there's no distinction between you and that thing, which is the other problem with the Trinity. The Trinity literally wants you to believe that Jesus is 100% God, but is also not identical to God, which is a logical contradiction. Because if you're 100% of something, you are identical to it, unless you believe it's a category. If God is not an identity, it's just a category, that means Jesus is a second God. So you can't go to categories. You have to agree that godness is an identity, not a category.
Yeah, unless the variable is in there that there is a God that exists, that is all knowing, and there's something we're missing out, which I know you reject that variable, and I understand that. So I think all of these arguments that you're making is moot unless you get down to the fundamental of does a God exist? And if that God exists, is he all knowing?
But
And if he is
I
all
I
knowing,
can grant it.
is it
I can grant
possible
that
that
God exists and he's all knowing. I could just say I'm Jewish. I believe the Old Testament God, right? But that doesn't fix the Trinity. The Trinity is still false.
I would go ahead and agree with you that what we see in the Trinity, I don't think is, I don't, I don't think we have a full understanding of the Trinity. And the
Right.
Trinity is a mystery, right? It's a hard thing
There
to
it
wrestle
is.
with.
Chris, that was the right
Yeah.
word. That's the right admission. And I don't need anything else after that. When I was a Christian, I was willing to admit that the Trinity violated the laws of logic and it was a mystery, and I was okay with that. As long as you're willing to admit that, I'm fine.
Yeah, I am okay with that. I mean, even from our Christian perspective, the Bible says, "Who can know God?" Right? Like, so there we can't. And I think about things when I think about the Trinity. I think about human beings, our limit to our frame of reference. Me and you, we cannot imagine a Trinitarian being. We don't have anything to reference, right? So it by its own definition, it's going to be something that you and I can't fathom. I don't think it necessarily follows that it can exist outside of our frame of reference, but in our frame of reference, yeah, it's a tough thing to try to wrestle with.
Well, from what we know, you already admitted that contradictions don't exist. And I agree with you. I don't think contradictions can exist. So if the Trinity has a contradiction, I have to assume that the Trinity can't exist.
Unless the variable that there's
Well,
a God that exists outside of our frame of reference.
you'd have to find a way to justify that God has a different set of laws of logic. Like God can contradict, and I have no evidence that would lead me to believe that God can do contradictory things. Because if I ask you a bunch of contradictory things that God can do, you're gonna your brain's gonna get fried on it. So like if I said,
Yeah.
could God make a hot pocket so hot that he can't eat it? You're gonna say, well, that's not a fair question because
Well, I would say that God cannot make anything that is logically impossible.
okay, right. So
But we have to ask logic from whose perspective,
well,
right? Logic from whose perspective.
if God can't do things that are logically impossible, then it stands to reason that God himself can't be a contradiction.
Exactly.
Like,
Right. He
so
can't be a contradiction.
that means God needs to abide by the laws of logic too.
And see where you look at that and say, okay, God can't be a contradiction, and you say therefore there must not be a God, or the Trinity or whatever your argument is. I look at it and say God can't be contradictory, therefore I must be not understanding something.
Or the doctrine you believe in
And I'm okay with not knowing. I'm okay with saying I don't understand this.
Well, Chris, the alternative is just admitting that the doctrine you believe in has a contradiction and therefore can't be true, and then you change your doctrine to something that doesn't have a contradiction. Like you can abandon the Trinity, Chris. I don't know if you know this. You don't need the Trinity. You don't have to have it. There's a lot of Christians that don't believe in the Trinity. In fact,
Yeah, I'm not a doctrinal person, right?
Right.
Like I'm familiar with doctrine. I think doctrine is important, but I'm not a legalistic, rigid. If you don't believe these things, then I'm not that type of person. So,
Right.
I think your relationship with the Lord is much more personal than it is doctrinal. Although doctrine is, it has its purpose.
Right. Well, listen, Chris, we've been at this for like a little over an hour now.
Yeah, this is good.
I appreciate you. I really appreciate you coming and talk to me. I've got to read a couple of super chats and get our next guest loaded up, but I appreciate you chatting with me. I know we touched on some difficult topics, and I think you're a good guy to talk to. So come back anytime.
Well, good luck with everything. Yeah, good luck with everything.
Cheers. Yeah, I appreciate it.
I had fun. Thank you.
The background noise was tough for me. I don't know if it was loud for you, but the background noise was a little bit loud for me.
He was obviously on a jetliner.
That's what it was. On a tube full of demons.
In the midst of being raptured, maybe. I don't know.
That's what it was. All right, friends, listen, I'm going to read a couple super chats. While I'm doing that, everybody needs to click on the Bible guide down here and follow his page. Dalton, do you have a YouTube channel yet?
No, I'm just barely getting back into the swing of things, but eventually I'll have a YouTube channel. I'll probably post videos that are a bit more like scripted and whatnot instead of just I'll make actual videos and stuff and post them on TikTok first, and we'll see about YouTube later.
Gotcha. Okay. Dunzo, thank you so much for the hats. I really appreciate the gifts. Dunzo, Big W on TikTok. And Carlos, thank you so much for the 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge, my friend. I really appreciate that. And also, Randy as well. Randy Wilson, thank you so much for gifting out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's a huge, huge W. True. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, thank you for your donation. Well, True. Thank you for your donation. And Hank, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, first caller is just regurgitating evangelical propaganda about witnesses and historical archaeology. Stop listening to used God salesmen like Turek. Oh, I do. I don't hate listening to apologetics, but of the apologists, Frank Turek might be the worst. He's just not good. He's just not. Crucifix Me says, best proof against intelligent design? Philbros exist. Oh, yeah. I concur with that. Although I did look at some trees recently. The jury is out. I'll let you know how I feel later. MILF says, hoping you get a guest to change for the better, not converting them to atheism, just getting them to use their brain in ways it hasn't been before, getting them to think through these things. Actually, I think that is the goal. My goal, like, I don't need everyone to deconvert into atheism. I just want them to think critically about what they believe and accept the stuff that is likely to be true and reject the stuff that's not. And where that leads you, I don't know, but I need honesty is what I need. True. Thank you also for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. And Ehud, my friend, Ehud the leftist, thank you for sending out 10 DZ debate gifted memberships. That's a big W. And our friend Carlos coming in with a 2200 MX super chat. Thank you so much, friends. I was looking forward to be out of the hospital next Saturday and going to mom's home for denal recovery and paying bills. Still rocking hard for Doug. Carlos, thank you so much for supporting the stream, and please support yourself as well. Take care of yourself. Cherish the time you get with your mom while you're there. We're hoping nothing but the best for your recovery. We know that Doug is making you rock hard during your recovery. So big W on you for surviving this journey. We know health journeys they're hard. And Bryce Aroni, thank you for the $50 super chat, my friend. That's huge. Says the seminary caller is trying to be honest, admits his academic intuition's limitation, acknowledges when the Bible prophecies is not fulfilled, but considers counter arguments. Problem, his experience and future goals motivate him to make it work anyways. I think this is a fair conclusion. I think he is trying his best. He sounds like a nice guy, to be honest. But he's got some commitments based on where he's going and what he's experienced that allow him to not drop it yet. And I get it. I was kind of in that position once. It's hard. It really is hard. And I got 3 more super chats, and then we'll get our next guest in here. Dr. Pizza, great to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I love the Clippy icon, by the way. It says, I've created an automatic apologist machine that makes the Catholic AI, evil Mecca Justin, obsolete. Would you be willing to debate it if I call in for it? Yeah. Listen, I'll be willing to debate a new AI model. Some of them are fun. Some of them are actually really helpful. The Catholic AI model was terrible. It was not a good model. And Yatreek says, rock on, Justin. Love your content, brother. Are you planning on doing any more debates? Yeah, Yatreek, I am right now, actually. Am I doing any moderated debates? I don't know. It depends on if a good one comes up. People ask me, I get a lot of people wanting to debate me off my channel. And like, to be honest, my goal with this channel has never been to be the best debater. Like, I've never wanted to work my way up the debate ring and be known as like the best debater. The thing I want is for people to hear my message. That's what I want. I want people to think critically and hear my message. And right now, the best way to do that is what I'm doing right now. more people are watching my channel and watching like AXP and The Line than are watching the moderated debate channels, right? That being said, if a really good debate opportunity comes up, I'll probably take it. And last one, rock hard for Doug. Great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says the early church fathers marketing teams really nailed it when they changed compromise to mystery and sold it to the kids. I think compromise is the right word. Next time a Christian says, well, it's a mystery, I said, no. It's a compromise. All right, we're going to get our next guest in here. I believe we've got a new guest in Ghost Talker Gaming, although I think I might have talked to Ghost Talker before. Let's bring in Ghost Talker and find out. Welcome in, Ghost Talker. Ghost Talker. Okay. Well, you tried. We'll get the next one in here. 777777777.
Hello.
Welcome in, 7.
All right, what's up?
7, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yeah, I believe in the Christian God. Yeah, I'm 40.
Cool. And in your opinion, what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Compelling evidence argument. 1, the Bible. 2, Jesus. But 3, your personal relationship with God. You know, that one's really undeniable, you know.
Well, I think it is deniable. Personal revelation is like the most useless form of evidence, considering we have it in every religion. So right out of the gate, personal experience is meaningless. So which one of the other two do you want to talk about?
Well, if personal experience is meaningless, yeah, you've come up with that conclusion that you just gave me through your personal experience. So if that's correct, what you're saying to me, I can discard that, can I, or can't I?
No, it's actually not useless. I'll explain to you why, right? Because it's
So
actually...
personal experience is useful then? So now you're telling me personal experience is useful.
It's not.
You just contradicted yourself.
Just pay attention. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, all right, coming in.
Okay. So I have a friend, I used to work with him, who was visited by 2 Hindu deities. I know there's a lot more than 2, but he personally was visited by 2 individual Hindu deities. I have a friend who is part Greek, part Egyptian, who was visited by 2 of the Egyptian deities. Do you believe that their personal experience validates the existence of those deities?
Well, this is the point. I don't think you're comprehending the notion and reality of someone's personal experience.
I'll try this again. First of all, your background...
Well, why aren't you listening?
First of all...
Why aren't you listening to me?
First of all, your background noise is horrendous. Whatever you can do to decrease your background noise would be really helpful, because
what does it sound like?
We want to hear you and not your background noise. So I don't know what you're doing back there, but just try to sit still. It's really, really loud. Now, that being said, I asked you a yes or no question, right?
No, I'm a human with free will. I'm not gonna... You don't talk to people like that. People are free, yeah? If you're a good human and you are this debate king you think you are...
I literally said I'm not the debate king.
I just heard you speaking about you debate, yeah? So if you're debating, you let people speak. You don't dictate their answer. You don't dictate their free will. You don't do that. You're an adult.
The reason why I dictate a yes or no answer to yes or no questions is because...
That means you've lost. You're trying to...
So the reason why I require yes or no answers to yes or no questions is because the conversation won't be able to move forward until we get an answer to the question.
You're not getting...
The question I need an answer to is, I have 2 friends that were visited by deities that you don't believe in. Is their personal experience evidence that their gods are real?
For them, yes, that's called their personal experience.
Okay, so then do you agree that Anubis is a real god?
You're asking me just a totally uncorrelated question in terms of intelligence. You're randomly asking me about a god. I don't believe in that god, yeah?
I asked you objectively, is Anubis a real deity?
What's this got to do with my God? It says your God is imaginary. You're asking about some other God.
Crazy that you can't follow. We'll try this again. So I'm explaining
you can't follow that you don't.
I'm explaining to you why personal experience is not good evidence. If you'd stop talking for 5 seconds, you'd understand how the argument works. I'm explaining to you
You're gay, man.
how you don't accept other people's personal experience, which is evidence that personal experience isn't good evidence. If you're not willing to accept the evidence of people who are visited by other deities, then I have no reason to accept your personal experience about your deity.
Well, the point is do you think you have the authority to deny someone else's personal experience?
No, but you do.
No, I don't.
You just said that those deities don't objectively exist. They only exist to my friend.
You said to me, in regards to personal experience, yeah, you said you deny personal experience as evidence, correct?
I'm saying I deny all personal experiences equally, and you don't. You don't accept their
No,
personal experience. You think
you deny personal
think
experience as evidence. Yes.
you think your personal experience is special personal experience, and I don't.
You can't even speak.
I treat all personal experiences equally, and you don't. Do you see the problem?
Well, this is the point, right? You initially said personal experience is not evidence, correct?
I agree. And it sounds like you agree, except for your own. You think your own personal experience is the only experience that matters.
agree.
Okay, then tell me why Anubis doesn't exist.
Anubis. Tell you why Anubis doesn't exist. This is something you think you know about, and you're testing me on it. This is not intelligent.
I just told you, my
not
friend.
Intelligent, man.
I have a friend who has a personal experience with Anubis. Tell me why Anubis isn't real.
Stuck. You asked me what is my evidence, okay? And I said personal experience. You're asking me about someone else's experience, Anubis.
Buddy, follow along. I'm demonstrating
to
you why personal experience is not a good argument, because you reject everybody else's personal experience, right?
No, I've had personal experience with the Christian God.
So if you reject everybody else's personal experience except for your own, that means
I said I don't.
That means that I shouldn't accept your personal experience.
There's a difference between me believing in their God and me, I can accept their personal experience and not believe in their God. That doesn't mean I reject their personal experience.
I didn't ask you if you believe in their God. I asked you,
you did. That is what you're trying to say.
I asked you, does Anubis exist?
Does Anubis exist?
Yeah.
And you're saying are you saying that's their Hindu God?
No, oh my God. It's an Egyptian deity.
Your hairline doesn't lie, man. You stress yourself out with the lack of knowledge you have.
Buddy,
you think you're so clever,
I'm
but
40,
you're not.
I'm 41. I'm just happy
people,
to
you cut people off.
I'm just happy to have hair.
Grown men don't say.
Didn't you just call Anubis a Hindu
Grown
guy?
men don't say.
Yeah, this guy is like literally high as a kite, and even when he's not high, I'm not inclined to believe that he's intelligent enough to participate in this conversation. So,
well, you're gay, man. You are.
First of all,
you are LGBT. You're clearly gay. Yeah.
First of all,
are you gay?
First of all, I'm not. But second of all, what's wrong with that? Why would it be wrong?
Well, you seem it. Seriously, no real man, heterosexual man, acts like you, cuts people off. You will say what I want to say.
You cut me
That's
off
not a man.
as much as I cut you off.
No, you haven't even got the balls to listen to someone.
Logic,
you don't even have the balls.
By your same logic,
you've not got the balls to even sit and hear someone out.
Okay.
Am I here in time for a crash out?
Yeah. Not only was he crashing out, but I don't think he was on the same plane of existence. But welcome in, Sarah.
Hi.
Great to see you.
How's it going?
It's gonna be a hell of a night.
Oh boy. Here we go.
All right, we're gonna bring in our next guest, which is gonna be Cece. And we'll see how far we can get with Cece. Hopefully Cece is more coherent than that one. Welcome in, Cece.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cece, are you at least 18? And do you believe in... I'm sorry, it's CJ. Listen, the text is really small. CJ, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I do.
And which God do you believe in?
The God of the Bible, Jesus.
Sure. And what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Bible God being real?
I would say Peter Paul, James, and possibly John. So I would say Jesus appeared to 500 people according to Paul.
What are
Um,
their names?
so that's the thing. An eyewitness. There's things such as anonymous eyewitnesses as well. So I don't believe a name would be required.
Okay, so
For example,
you don't need the names or the testimony of the witnesses?
well, you have some. You have Peter, who would be direct.
No,
You
no,
also have
of the
James.
500.
Yeah, you still have you have Peter.
Of the 500.
Uh, yeah, but at that 500, you don't have to. No, for
Okay,
example.
pay attention. We're talking about the
Okay,
500
go ahead.
witnesses, right?
Yeah,
We don't have a testimony or a name of a single one of the 500s, do we?
but neither do you for. Are you familiar with the King Mansa Musa from Mali?
Mansa Musa? No, I'm not familiar with that person.
Okay, so he was he was a they actually did a movie on him, but he was a historical figure who's taken as a person who we know historically, and he has secondhand eyewitnesses. Well, he has eyewitnesses as well
From
of him
the
coming through.
from the 14th century?
Yeah, I believe he might be 14th.
He's 14th century. He's not an eyewitness to anything.
Yeah, see, if you Mansa Musa, if you look, he does. They do have eyewitness claims, and then he
About
has.
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus, no, Jesus, no, no.
We're talking about Jesus.
Yeah, but I was just comparing because you were coming for the 500 eyewitnesses and stating how it's not credible because you don't have their names.
No, what I'm saying is, if you don't have a testimony or names of the witnesses, I have no reason to believe that those witnesses exist. So, like,
Yeah, but we still.
if I said a multitude of witnesses saw the
Mhm.
resurrected Aristeus according to history, and I don't tell you who those witnesses is, I don't point you to any of their testimony, are you going to believe me that Aristeus rose from the dead?
So I think the crux of the argument is what they saw true versus do we know?
No, we don't.
Do we have
No, we
any
don't know they
specific?
saw anything. We don't even know the 500 exist.
But so what you're stating is a lack of I guess absolute evidence. It's still considered evidence
It's not.
if you have a claim showing that someone saw. It's just
It's
not
not evidence.
objective. It still is considered
No,
evidence.
it's not.
Evidence doesn't have to be circumstance. Some circumstantial evidence is not absolute.
It's not circumstantial. It's not even close to circumstantial. It's just a claim that is entirely unfalsifiable. Somebody saying that a bunch of people witnessed it does not validate in the least that anybody witnessed it.
It's
And
probably
moreover, the passage we're referring to, 1 Corinthians 15,
yeah.
Paul doesn't even say that these people are witnesses so much as that they saw Jesus. And we don't know if this was pre-resurrection, post-resurrection. As far as we know,
They're
these are
referring to
people.
post.
Yeah, as far as we know, these could have just been people who are experiencing a mass religious hysteria.
But I mean, you can inference anything in that regard. That's what I'm stating. So, like he said, it is unfalsifiable. But at the same time, we still have folks that you still have to explain Peter, who radically changed his life when he had no reason to. And this is a firsthand witness, not a secondhand witness. So we still have
No,
to explain why Peter would as well.
certainly not a firsthand witness.
He what was Peter then?
We don't
We
have.
don't know anything about Peter.
Yeah, we don't have any writings from Peter. I have zero reasons to believe that we have any writings from Peter.
And so what? So basically, we know that Peter existed.
I mean, we can conclude that he likely existed, but do we have anything from him? No, I don't believe so.
But there's that he appeared. The Bible it specifically states that Peter was one of the ones who actually viewed the resurrected Jesus as well.
Yeah, and again, give me a reason why I would believe that that's true.
Because we have historical account of Peter's life.
I don't
And
think we do.
Okay, then what's your evidence to support that we do not?
I'm asking you for your evidence that we do.
Well, because we have actual written letters from the Apostle Paul that we can physically verify. We can actually look at Paul's letters and state, okay, this is a historical Paul versus someone who's not who, and then we can look at other letters that was written and say, okay, this may be a copycat, maybe copying from his style. So we can conclude that
Does
Paul actually existed.
does
We
Paul
also
state that Peter wrote anything?
Paul has multiple encounters with Peter.
I know. Does Paul state that Peter wrote anything?
He doesn't have to. We know that Peter existed through Paul as well.
I'm not
We
questioning
know.
whether or not he existed. I'm questioning whether or not he wrote anything.
Well, it's concluded. We know that he may have wrote in the book of Acts.
Show me where Peter wrote in the book of Acts.
Peter was when Peter was after Jesus' in Acts. When we talk, one of the famous verses in Acts is the baptism, when he was telling folks, when you talk about the Holy Spirit coming down, people who were going to speak in different tongues. That was actually Peter delivering that message.
I'm asking you about somebody writing about Peter. I'm asking you, when did it say Peter wrote anything? Because Peter
Well, he
was,
didn't have to.
according to Acts,
These
Peter was an illiterate fisherman, as were the other disciples.
Yes, but see, but here's the thing. Just like you had folks like Luke, and I can give, if you want to even go into Luke, they would have had access to firsthand witnesses of people who would have saw. And then you have to talk about we're dealing with antiquity. You're dealing with probably oral traditions
Yeah.
and people.
We're definitely dealing with oral traditions, right? So we'll go back to exactly what I said, right? We have no eyewitness testimonies.
So Peter, okay, you want to exclude Peter as much as possible,
Then
but if we know,
then show me what Peter wrote.
He doesn't have to write anything if we have people. If
Then
you
he's
have
not
Paul,
we have no reason to believe he's an eyewitness. And even if he was an eyewitness, we don't know what he witnessed because he didn't tell us.
yeah, but still, some scholars claim that Peter wrote the Book of Acts.
No scholar says that. Luke is credited as writing the book of Acts.
For the most part, Luke, but they had Acts. Peter. Here's the thing.
So it was partly Luke and partly Peter?
Okay, my thing is, I'll give you Luke may have wrote Acts. It's debatable. But at the same time, my argument would be that Peter still existed. There's still there's an empty tomb when, of course, we know that he could have been.
We don't know there's an empty tomb. Why would we agree that he was even placed in a tomb?
Paul never mentions a tomb.
Paul never mentioned. Yeah, Paul didn't.
It's arguable.
What is arguable?
Debate. It's debate about whether it was a tomb, or we know that if you were crucified, most people you'd be pretty much thrown into a ditch. And then some argue and make the inference that the tomb was a later construct, which is another inference that you're making.
Because Joseph Joseph is
doesn't have any
is a fictional character.
Historical evidence. But that's there you go. You're saying he's fictional, but you're saying somebody's fiction when it's another thing that probably is unfalsifiable. So the fact that you call it fiction when there is probability there, as long as
the probability works against it. The probability that a wealthy guy from the Sanhedrin, the same body that had Jesus crucified, was just going to go up and ask for permission to take the body down, and they're just going to be like, "Oh yeah, you can take his body." That's preposterous.
Well, not necessarily. You have to understand that the Jewish leaders wanted to see Jesus dead.
I know,
and
so they wouldn't have let anyone take his body down.
No, but putting him in a tomb to confirm he's dead within a tomb and make a display of him, it is not that far straight. If you want to make other inferences saying he wasn't Joseph Arimathea was real, I can make the inference and say, okay, they had every reason to put him in the tomb to show everyone that he was dead.
No, they didn't have that reason.
To make sure
Go ahead, Dalton.
Why
I'd say a
would
better way of confirming that he's dead is letting him rot on the cross, which is probably what would have happened.
yeah, but no, they couldn't produce a body, and so I think you have
Who?
to take that
That's
one.
part of the same fictional story. Like you're granting that the fictional story about Jesus is true. Give me a reason to believe that it's true, because the evidence I have from the Gospels is that they say things over and over again that is not true. Even the book of Acts, it contradicts itself on 3 different occasions on how the conversion story of Paul went.
No, and I actually talked about that with another gentleman, and we actually, I think you're talking about where we looked at the Greek definition. I think you're talking about what in one inference people said they heard, and the next one they said they didn't see, but they did not hear anything. And if you look at the Greek word that they were using, I think specifically for here, we came to the conclusion that that's not actually a contradiction, and it is actually
Oh,
we looked at
it
the
is
footnote as
definitely a
well.
contradiction.
It's not.
Yeah.
And then of course, and then we have to grant that Paul was speaking to 2 different audiences as well. And
So Paul
even
contradicted himself.
no, that's not a contradiction. If Paul told the story differently, maybe he was talking to a different audience. He could have been passionate about it. That's not necessarily a contradiction.
It doesn't
Even
matter
if
who
he,
the audience is. If the details don't line up, if they contradict, it's still a contradiction.
it's not a contradiction. If
It
he
is a contradiction. All right. Well,
if
I'll put it on
the
the screen
core-
for you, and you can tell me how it's not a contradiction. It says,
Okay, go ahead.
he asked, "Who are you, Lord?" The reply came, "I am Jesus, who you are persecuting. But get up and enter the city, and you will be told what you are to do." The men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they heard the voice but saw no one. Right. So they didn't see anyone speaking. Right.
Right.
Okay. But they did hear the voice.
Okay, yes, I'm listening.
Okay. So there are 2 statements. 1, they heard the voice. 2, they did not see where the voice was coming from. The contradiction is here. It says, "Now those who were with me saw the light, but did not hear the voice of the one who is speaking," which means they can't hear the voice and then not hear the voice.
Okay, so this is what we did last time. We bought it up side by side with Greek and was able to attest that I think it was the word here that could have had multiple meanings in Greek. Can we pull up here in Greek?
Yeah. Do you know how context works?
So words don't mean words.
It's always words don't mean words. So I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you why this is a dumb argument right from the onset.
ahead.
Right. What you're going to say is we looked at the dictionary and the word in question can mean multiple things. So I'm just going to pick the meaning of the word that matches my favorite interpretation. But that's not how words work. If there's a
But
semantic
that's
range of a word, the semantic range of the word needs to match the actual context. The context of this passage is about hearing a voice.
Okay, I can't grant you that. So I would say we should pull up a comparison and look at it in Greek.
Okay, which one do you
And
want to look up in Greek?
let's look up here in Greek.
Which one? Which passage? You want to go with Acts 9 or you want to go with Acts 22?
Let's 9.
Okay. Okay. Where's the word that needs changed?
I remember it being. I think it was here. I can't
Yep.
remember. I haven't had a chance to. I think it is the word here.
Yep. Aquantus?
It may have been. Can I see?
Yep. Means to hear or to listen.
Okay. All right.
When you
what I
hear-
have
See,
to.
the problem with this argument also is that you are saying that the translators got this so wrong. Like, they
No,
completely
not necessarily.
missed.
In some versions of the Bible, there are footnotes which reference to the point that it could have had a different meaning,
So there's a footnote for this specific verse that says the word here could be translated to a different word that does not mean here. Because if you look at the structure of the sentence, I mean, what else could be in there? It says they saw but did not what?
So I would have to get back.
Yeah,
Actually, I made
this is
the
where
notes
the
here. I don't.
this is where
Hold on,
the
what?
structure of the sentence, why I said context matters. 'Cause it's clear if you're just reading this, it's obviously the reason why they're shocked is because in one passage they hear something but they don't see it, in another they see it but they don't hear it.
If you give me a moment, I can pull it up here. I'm sorry, I just.
By the way, the notes you're referring to are probably not going to be notes from like a biblical translator. They're going to be like devotional notes from like a theologian who are trying to insert apologetics into the text. But you're not going to get like notes from like a translator.
No, this
Joyce
wasn't.
Meyer
This
Study
was,
Bible.
No, it's actually
Are-
kind of funny. No, if you, I'll grant you this. I will go back and I can actually message you that. But I mean, I feel like the argument. I'll definitely send it to you via messaging. But we went over. It is a footnote that states that, and even the case like I brought forth earlier, even if he is explaining to a different audience, or even if he didn't explain it exactly like he did last time, it doesn't negate the fact that he saw a vision of Jesus, and that there were people in the vicinity that heard or maybe saw something.
Yeah, so I
So
agree
that's
that he like fell off his horse and bumped his head and had a mystical experience. That kind of stuff
but
happens
see,
all the
that's the thing.
time.
You got
But what
this
I'm
type of
demonstrating to you is that the Gospels and the Book of Acts is not reliable because the character in it who is giving their own story contradicts himself. And it's weird that a character would contradict himself giving his own story.
We have other things as well. I mean, we have extra biblical sources. We have, I mean, look at Pontius Pilate.
The extra biblical sources are meaningless. We already agree that Pontius Pilate existed, but what about Mark? Mark can't even quote the Old Testament properly. Mark says in chapter 1, in the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. Where is that in Isaiah? Can you find that for me?
Let's go to Isaiah.
And keep in mind, I already know the apologetic you're going to try to do with this. So just think carefully before you give me the apologetic on whether or not you think it's good.
You read Mark what?
Mark 1, verse 2.
And you're asking what? I actually know this one.
Yeah, so do I. That's why I know it's a problem.
I mean, I know what you're referring to because you're trying to go to. I know he's trying to quote Isaiah 40.
Yeah, and he fails because he conflates it with who?
It's actually Malachi, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what actually I remember about that.
CJ, can I ask how much evidence, like what would you need to believe me if I said my great-grandfather resurrected?
That's a good question.
Like how much evidence would be sufficient for you to believe that that really happened?
So based off if I go with my Christian worldview, I wouldn't believe that happened because we have in our Christian worldview, for example, not even my worldview is what I believe. I believe is true. We have in the Old Testament, I believe it was Saul who saw, I think it was Nathan, the prophet, and was able to appear to him.
I mean Samuel, which Endor brought up Samuel.
Yeah. Yes. So I would say something to the effect of you may have saw them, but that may not have been. If you saw him physically resurrected, I would like you may have been seeing something. This is what the Bible says because
I'm trying to tell you that hey, my great-grandfather resurrected from the dead. How you're saying? Well, your eyes must have tricked you because it's not possible.
Because in the Christian faith, we would say yes, supernatural things do happen, and based off that, what you're seeing is not a resurrect, because the only one who could resurrect
But she's an
bodily
eyewitness.
Jesus.
Well,
Yeah,
lots of people have resurrected,
Yeah,
by
but
the way. Like,
but
that's not
if you have a
biblical.
Christian
yeah,
framework,
keep in mind.
In the Christian
yeah.
framework, like when Jesus rose, there was a whole bunch of resurrected people that were
In
walking
Matthew
around.
27, yeah.
Right, like raising
Lazarus
people
was
from the
seen,
dead
yeah,
is
that's exactly true.
normal.
But none of them ascended into heaven. And
I didn't say anything about ascending into heaven.
Right,
I just said resurrected, like
Yeah,
came
but
back from the dead.
But that was another claim that Jesus ascended.
But no one's, no one's
That's not
saying
what I'm
that.
talking about here.
Pay attention.
What evidence would you need to believe me if I said my great-grandfather rose from the dead? Like, how much evidence would be enough?
Because remember, Sarah's an eyewitness.
I think what it would take is, I mean, I personally, I wouldn't know. So I would just argue that it would be highly unlikely, because I would ask, why would that happen? It doesn't align basically with Christian belief at this point in time.
So eyewitnesses, that would not be enough for you.
Yeah.
Right? If I said 500 people saw him.
I'm arguing from the point.
But CJ, I just wanted to point this out. You didn't actually answer her question yet, and she asked a great question. Do you know what her question was?
Yes. So I get where she's coming from. What would it take? And she's basically, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
He's asking, what evidence would it take to get you to believe this?
It doesn't align with
that doesn't answer the question. What evidence would it take to get you to believe this? If the answer is there's nothing, there's no evidence, then say it, because it sounds like that's what you want to say.
Meanwhile, also a Jewish individual could give you the same argument, say, I can't accept your evidence for Jesus because it doesn't align with my Jewish religion.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't align with my Christian faith, not because the evidence.
That's not an answer to Sarah's question. Sarah, you want to ask the question for the fourth time?
Is there any evidence I could give you that would convince you that my grandfather, great-grandfather rose from the dead? Yes or no?
I mean, these yes or no questions,
we only do it because you can't be honest.
No, is there any evidence I could give you?
Completely honest.
Then answer the question honestly. Is there any evidence that could convince you that Sarah's grandfather rose from the dead? Keep in mind, she witnessed it, and so did I.
Yeah, let's just say if an elder or so prayed, let's just say, he was sick, he passed away, he was prayed for maybe by a minister.
Nobody said any of that. Nope. Try again.
Then I would believe it. Outside of that, under natural, I would say within my Christian framework.
Okay, so in this moment, if I'd say, yes, my great-grandfather raised from the dead and an elder prayed for him, do you think he rose from the dead?
If an elder prayed for me, rose from the dead, it's possible.
So do you believe me? Is that enough evidence? Are you convinced that my great-grandfather rose from the dead?
I'm arguing it's possible right now with my faith. I would say
that's not her question.
But yeah, do you believe me? Are you convinced that yes, it absolutely happened?
I can't believe I can just argue that it's possible.
Right. You're not convinced just by my eyewitness testimony, right?
But I'm stating it's possible.
That's not what I'm asking.
It's crazy that you can't just listen to her actual question and answer it. Like, what is the problem? Is her voice too high? She asked very easy, clear questions.
I'm stating that there is no.
I'm not asking, is it possible?
Yeah.
I'm asking, what would it take to convince you that it's true?
I can't be convinced. I wouldn't doubt you. I would say I would just say it's possible.
You can't be convinced.
You can't be convinced?
It's not that I can't be convinced. I would say it's possible.
What would convince you?
I don't not believe you.
What would convince you?
I don't need convincing. Why would I need to be convinced?
No one asked you if you needed to. Try again.
What would convince you? What would be enough evidence that you would find convincing?
You want me to say if I saw it firsthand, but
no. Would you take medical
necessitate.
records? Would you take video evidence? Like, what would be enough evidence?
There's really, I mean, a medical record. It's not about convincing me. It's about coming to
You are trying to convince us. This is absolutely about convincing. What would it take? How much evidence would you need to believe a claim that someone rose from the dead?
If I were to be honest with myself, let me think about this. I would take a sec. I would honestly take a second. Someone I trusted who told me that this person rose from the dead. I saw them. You sure you saw them? Okay, I would accept it.
Would you, but you don't know me, right? I'm a stranger. Would you
Right.
take my eyewitness account?
I just would. Would I take it? I would say it's probable. I would not just disregard you. It's not
So
about you.
would
being a
my
stranger.
eyewitness account be
I
enough?
just don't know
I'm telling
you.
you, this is what Ruby, don't do that. This is what I saw. I was there. It happened. Do you believe me?
I don't know.
The answer is no, you don't believe me. It's okay.
No, that's
Just
not
say
true.
no.
That supernatural things can happen.
I'm not
Miracles
denying
can
that.
happen. Yeah, that's what
I'm
I'm saying. For me to say
asking
I don't believe you, I can't say I won't.
But for you to be convinced of something supernatural, especially if it came from a different God, it would take a whole lot of evidence. And yet you think we should be convinced by this teeny tiny amount of evidence that you have.
I'm not
These
saying
are
you
poorly
should be
written,
convinced.
not well documented claims that were written decades after with no physical evidence.
Mhm.
Most people would say that is not enough evidence for me to accept your claim. And I think you feel the same way, you just don't really want to say it.
Not necessarily. I think it's probable.
You think it's probable that my great-grandfather rose from the dead?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying, I believe Christianity is true.
That's not what I'm asking.
I think the Bible gives sufficient enough evidence where it's probable, and then it's confirmation.
No, it doesn't give sufficient evidence that it's probable.
I believe it gives enough evidence where where it's possible.
Okay, so if something is technically possible, that is so different from saying it's true. All kinds of things are possible, right? It is possible that Jesus had a sister named Alexa and we just never heard anything about her. I mean, that is possible. It's not likely. It's not probable, but it's technically possible.
I agree, but Jesus also said, "Blessed are the ones who haven't seen, but yet believe as well." So that's part of faith.
I'd say that too if I was a cult leader. Yeah, blessed is the one who believes, no matter what the evidence is.
But it's not about. I mean, he gave us the cross was his evidence. Jesus died.
No.
There was a historical
we don't even have evidence of the cross and the resurrection. Like you keep saying, like the cross and the resurrection are the evidence. No, they're not. That's the claim. The claim is the resurrection.
I would say you don't have objective evidence. I think you have parts that point to a Jesus existing.
Right. So,
and even most historians believe that.
So I'm gonna. It sounds to me like the answer to Sarah's question is that there's nothing she could tell you that would make you believe that her grandfather resurrected, even though you are saying that it could be plausible. You just wouldn't believe it.
Plausibility is all you need.
So if it's plausible, you would believe it?
Pascal's wager.
So this is wild. So if it's plausibility,
that's also not Pascal's wager.
Yeah, that's to be fair. That's not Pascal's wager. Okay, so let me. Can I demonstrate to you like the biggest reason? Like I think that the New Testament is clearly false.
Okay, go ahead.
Because the theology of the New Testament is a giant walking contradiction of the Old Testament, and the reason why it contradicts it on this one very point is because it's clearly trying to run away from the barbarism of the God of the Old Testament. So, for example, in Leviticus 25, it says that you can own slaves, right? In Exodus 21, it says that you can own slaves, even children born into slavery. The New Testament tries to run away from this barbarism, but to me, that's an admission that the God of the Old Testament is barbaric and not to be believed.
I can't agree with that either, because then we're getting, I mean, technically we're kind of going down the moral argument type of path.
I mean, this is definitely tangential to the moral argument. Like, do you think that it was good that God said you can own slaves?
I mean, what? So from your framework, if you're not a believer, then what's wrong with slaves?
No, my framework is using an internal critique. Just to be clear, that's why I asked you what you believe.
Right?
Do you believe that owning slaves is good or bad?
I think owning slave. I think it's not good, but I don't think that was God's intent. I think people are human.
God told people to do something that was not his intention.
I think God has perfect foreknowledge. I think God is omniscient and he understands people, and I think he had to work with people where they were, in a sense. So that would be my explanation in regard to that.
So he was capable of telling them that they couldn't wear mixed fabrics, that they weren't allowed to be adulterous. He could give all of those concrete rules, but somehow when it came to slavery, he has to kind of slow walk them to being better.
And I would say, when you talk about, there wasn't a ton of chattel slavery, like my lineage would have been. I know after 7 years, a lot of them were set. So I think slave in terms it was different.
Nope, it wasn't.
But no, I would agree with you in some form. There wasn't a lot of where they where at least Israelites completely owned you. You had no food. That was a little.
No one said anything about food. Obviously, if you don't feed your slaves, they die, and then you don't have slaves anymore. Same thing with cattle. So that's irrelevant whether or not you fed them. But it does say that they'll be your property forever. It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. And in the Hebrew text, I don't know why the NRSV insists on cutting it off, but in the Hebrew text, it includes the modifier le'olam, which means into the unforeseen future, as far as the future can go.
And no one shall rule over the other with harshness.
Nope. Try again. You shall not rule over your fellow Israelites with harshness.
With harshness. Yeah, but that's the part where it gets nuanced. Of course, we don't agree with slavery. But at the same time, you can attest that's not God's perfect will.
No, it is.
His perfect will.
He says so.
Not.
He says so. In Psalm 19. Nope, didn't say anything about war. You have to add that to the passage. In Psalm 19, what does God say about his law code?
Pull it up. I can't remember it by heart.
I got you. Don't worry. Psalm 19. He says, the precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is clear, enlightening the eyes. In fact, if you add verse 9.
No, but what's the Psalms in itself? The Psalms are... It
says the law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. Is it true that the law of the Lord is perfect and that it revives the soul?
The psalm was not written as basic. That Psalms were basically just...
Okay, so this isn't true then.
No, they convey a different kind, like a theological truth almost.
What's the theological truth of the law is perfect?
The law. So what you have to look at the New Testament then.
No, I don't. I'm asking you about this specific verse. What is the theological meaning when it says the law of the Lord is perfect?
I would probably attest that. I mean, he wasn't referring. Levitical laws are definitely different from what it means from the law of the Lord. The Levitical laws were
No,
given
the law of the
as a
Lord
way
is the
to,
Levitical laws. All of those laws were given by the Lord. Have you not read the book
yeah.
of
And then,
Leviticus?
what did Paul say? The law was like a schoolmaster
Yeah,
to show us.
and Paul was wrong. You're demonstrating the contradiction. That's why I keep telling you the New
How is Paul
Testament
wrong about that?
contradicts the Old Testament because it knows that the Old Testament laws are barbaric. So
It does
the
not
Old
even. I mean,
Testament says that you're going to
even
follow
in the
the law
context of
forever, even in the Messianic age. In Deuteronomy 30, listen to what God says. In Deuteronomy 30, talking about the age when all the descendants of Israel will be circumcised in the heart. And you know what that means? That's the Messianic age. It says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies, on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. All of the commands in Deuteronomy are still going to be active even in the Messianic age.
I don't know, but I had this argument.
How do you not know? I just read it to you. Do you need to hear it again?
No, it is not. The Bible, it clearly says that he placed the law in our heart, but that's a contradiction from. And it's not the law is not a so Deuteronomy is not a contradiction in
Yes,
itself.
Deuteronomy says to follow the law forever.
And also,
Yeah,
when the
but
scripture talked about putting
Jesus
the
broke the law
law,
himself.
He was not.
Jesus broke the law. Jesus did good on the Sabbath day. So then that means Jesus broke Deuteronomy, and Jesus is the fulfillment of the law.
Jesus actually
So
did violate Deuteronomy. We're going to get to that next. Go ahead, Dalton. What were you saying?
he didn't have, but
yeah,
Jesus
I'll
did
say
violate the
that
law.
the passages of the Old Testament where it says that he would put the Torah, the law, on our hearts, doesn't negate observance of the Torah. In fact, the book of Ezekiel says that when he gave us a new heart and a new spirit, that he would cause us to obey his commandments.
Well, what was Jesus' commandments?
Jesus' commandments are irrelevant. Jesus says that the greatest commandments are 2 laws of Moses. Jesus himself, when he was questioned on how to inherit eternal life, said to follow the commandments. Matthew chapter 5 says if you want to be great in the kingdom of God, you have to follow the commandments and teach others to follow the commandments. Jesus, not at a single moment ever in Jesus' life did he ever advocate for doing away with the law of Moses. That came after he died, because the people who accepted this message from Paul didn't like the Torah.
That's another inference.
Moreover, those Sabbath sort of episodes you see in the Gospels are actually not in contradiction to the law of Moses. There's a principle within Judaism called pikuach nefesh, which means the preservation of life, that says that if one needs to do something in order to preserve one's life, it can override one's need to observe the Sabbath, for example.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, he
But
knew
he
that
did
already.
more. Yeah, no, Jesus still did way. I mean, the money changers. He was constantly in conflict with the religious leaders of that day.
So what?
That was him showing who he was, and I
No,
know
that
that's a
was
whole.
him showing that he was an imbecile. The fact that Jesus disagreed with the religious leaders has nothing to do with whether or not the law was going away. God says in Deuteronomy 12 to follow the laws all the days that you live on the earth.
Yes, but
And
who Jesus?
the same chapter, he says to do it forever. If you go down to verse 27 and 28, he says, be careful to obey all these words that I command you, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. If God says do this law forever because it's what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God, it can only mean that he wants you to do the law forever.
Okay, but you have to look how. So my argument would be how Jesus fulfilled the law.
Fulfilling has nothing to
And
do with abolition. That's your first problem. You keep
yes,
saying
it
the word
does.
fulfill as though it means abolish, but it doesn't.
I would argue it does.
Well, I'll just prove you're wrong from Jesus' own words.
No, because if Jesus, the point of Jesus was that he did lead a perfect life,
He did not.
right? He followed the law to the T.
He did
How
not.
did he not? How he did not? How didn't he? Go ahead.
Because even in the book of Matthew, about what we're about to read, he tried modifying the law of Moses, which is a violation of Deuteronomy chapter 4, verses 1 and 2. And also later in Deuteronomy, I'll have to look at the next one, maybe Deuteronomy 12. He says, do not add to or take away anything from this law, which means the minute somebody adds to the law of Moses or tries to change the law of Moses, they are violating the law of Moses.
But he said, who did he say before? I think he actually said before Abraham was, before I was.
Yeah,
And
that's what I would do. If I was trying to violate God's commands, I would say, I'm God, I can do what I want, but God can't contradict himself. So it's not a good argument.
It was showing that he was actually God's son.
No, it wasn't. It was showing that he had like a brain damage thinking he was God when he wasn't. Because in the same breath, he literally says to follow the law. Go down to Matthew chapter 5. Is therefore whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So the thing that makes you great in the kingdom of heaven is following and teaching the laws of Moses.
And you have to explain the other claim as well that was made when the Bible shows specifically that this is my son who I'm what. So there's actually where God is sending a dove descending out of heaven over Jesus during him being baptized as another thing to show that he's God as well.
The claim is useless because it doesn't say anything about whether or not you should follow the law. Jesus and his Father both agree that you follow this law until heaven and earth pass away. It's not until after Jesus dies that anybody says anything alternative to that.
It's clearly showing that his son fulfilled, which at the same time about that was the whole point of the crucifixion.
No, it was not the point of the crucifixion.
The Bible said it pleased God that Jesus was bruised.
No, it certainly didn't. Isaiah 53 is not even remotely about Jesus.
Okay, go right ahead. What do you? So, are you saying that it can't have more? And that's another thing. Some prophecies do have more than one meaning.
No, they don't. That's called coping. That's when you don't like the original meaning of the prophecy, so you invent a new meaning that is disconnected from what it actually says. So here's your struggle, CJ. You can't find a single word of Jesus that would indicate that he thought the law was going away. The words of Jesus that we do have say the opposite, right? It's not until you get after Jesus's death that people are talking about the law going away, which means Jesus and Yahweh agree that the law is in effect until heaven and earth pass away. It's people who came after Jesus that said that, and they contradicted Jesus's own words. It's a contradiction. That's what I said from the beginning.
So what's Matthew 5:17 about then?
I just told you it's about following the laws. It's about being righteous. What must you do to be great in the kingdom of heaven? And you must be great in the kingdom of heaven by following the law and the prophets.
And here's the thing. That's the point of Jesus. And the Bible talks about how Jesus is and I'm thinking of the word, he basically our intermediary. Because even if God does not abolish the law, Jesus, of course.
What do we need an intermediary for?
Because if God is upholding his holy law, which he believes to be just and upright, the only way to enter in, and I think Paul talks about this as well, is through the price that Jesus paid.
Again, so why do I care what Paul says? I don't care what Paul says. You have to first establish that Paul was credible and I should care what he says. He contradicts Jesus. So again, from a Jewish perspective, why do I need Jesus to die for anyone's sins? Find me in the Old Testament where God said, if you commit one sin, you go to hell. Because David committed a sin. He's not going to hell.
Yeah, but hell, and I mean, then I'm familiar with the old Hades, not Hades. I cannot remember what it's called. Sheol. That's correct. That's exactly right. So we're playing two different concepts there. And if
But
you go to the New
what I asked
Testament,
you is demonstrate to me from the Old Testament where it says that if you commit a sin, you go to hell.
well, you have to Jewish back then as well. It wasn't that big emphasis on hell.
Yeah,
It was Hades. It wasn't.
Zero.
It wasn't that in New Testament. You have to understand as well. Jesus brought up Gehenna. Then you have the rich man and Lazarus.
Gehenna is
And it
hell.
doesn't
Gehenna and
matter
hell are
what's
the same place. Hell is
created.
not a biblical word. It's a word in English which we borrowed from Germanic, right? So when we say hell, we know what it refers to. Hell is Hades. Hell is Gehenna. Hell is Sheol. In fact, if you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, you'll find that they interchange these words all the time. They all refer to the same place.
Well, and it's a real place when the Bible speaks about Lazarus and a rich man. So I think
Right.
Jesus mentions it.
But pay
So I
attention.
read
I'm
it
not
to you.
asking you if it's a real place. What
Go
I'm
ahead.
asking you is find me in the Old Testament where it says that somebody needs to die for my sins or I burn forever in hell.
It doesn't have to state it
Then find me
in the old.
something that even infers it.
The price that Jesus. So when he died for our sins, so the New Testament clearly expresses it, though. That's
But
the
I
thing.
don't
CJ.
care what the New Testament
hmm
says. Go ahead, Dalton.
Go
I
ahead.
was to say, CJ, for the remainder of this portion of the conversation, just pretend that the three of us down here aren't atheists, but that we're Jews. Pretend that we're Jews and tell us why we need to believe in the New Testament.
Why you would need to believe? I mean, there's Messianic
Right.
Jews already
What does
who
Jesus
believe
do
that
for
Jesus.
us? Why do we need to believe in Jesus?
Well, number one, he existed. He claimed to be the Son of God. He
Right. No. Why do we need him?
to have, I would say, to live this life
To live
in a
what
way
life? I'm alive right now.
provides
I
a
don't believe in
freedom.
Jesus.
Right? No, to live a life that basically glorifies God, knows God, honors God,
The
because
Jews
We do
don't
that
glorify
already.
God,
Jews glorify God, but at the end of the Bible still states
but they don't believe in
that
Jesus.
no, yeah, if you do not, there's consequence. The Bible states that Jesus is going to return.
Find that in the Old Testament. We're Jews.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
We don't
And then,
believe the
hold
new.
on.
We don't believe in the
And
New
then at the
Testament.
end of the
All right.
day,
So
here's the
CJ,
thing. No, say
follow,
if they don't
follow
believe,
along. CJ, hold
The
on.
Bible
Don't
states.
stop crashing. Follow along.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go
Dalton
ahead.
laid down a really good premise for you to play into. Right. He's saying pretend Sarah and I and Dalton are all Jews. Right. From a Jewish perspective, from the Old Testament. Right. Why should we believe that we need Jesus for anything? What does Jesus do for us?
Here's my Hebrew
I
Bible.
would
This is
say
just this is a
so.
this is
This
a
is where we
Jewish
kind of get into
Bible.
Revelation. It gets prophetic because when you start talking about the Antichrist and he rises up against the Jews, it's
Where
showing that
where where
Jesus.
where is that in the Hebrew
Okay,
Bible?
let's
Yeah,
go to Revelation.
Revelation's not in the
No,
Hebrew
not
Bible.
Revelation.
But you're saying why would they need Jesus? And this is about Jesus.
We're trying from a Jewish theological perspective. Imagine we only believe in the Hebrew Bible. Find us something in the Hebrew Bible that would lead us to believe we need Jesus.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't. So even if
That's
it
the
does,
thing,
it's not
isn't
going to
it?
show. It points.
There's
So
nothing in
CJ,
there.
the point
Genesis
being
3,
that there was an entire
the snake biting the
mechanism.
heel. So
There was an
I
entire
would refer to
mechanism for
that.
the Jewish people in the afterlife,
No,
right?
I would refer
CJ?
to. Go ahead.
Genesis 3:15.
Yeah.
So if you there was an entire mechanism for what happened to them in their afterlife, right? So they didn't need Jesus in order to live their life and have whatever they believe is going to have in the afterlife. Like there was no no God sacrifice required.
Right.
And so why can't they just continue on that way? Why did the system need to suddenly change?
Well, according to the Bible, it is going to be that way. So, like I said, you can go back to
Why did Jesus need to come? There was a system already that was working.
Yeah, but Jesus also received. It wasn't getting across to Gentiles worldwide. There was obviously Gentiles. He wanted to engraft. So, according to the plan, was for everybody to be engrafted in.
Gentiles. If we're pretending to be Jews here, Gentiles are fully welcome to become part of the people. If you read Isaiah 56, God explicitly says that any non-Jew who keeps my Sabbaths and clings to me, they have a name better than sons and daughters. For a quote, my house shall be called a house of prayer for all nations.
That's right.
That's not something new that Christianity is offering Judaism.
But also, we
Ezekiel
have to
44.
Holy God.
So Ezekiel 44 says the same thing, but keep in mind in Isaiah 56 and Ezekiel 44, the Gentiles still participate in the law of Moses. They still have to do the offerings and sacrifices and whatnot.
Yeah, and even when they did do that, you had people who constantly violated. I can't remember the priests whose sons were just who actually priests, and they kept violating the temple.
I think you mean Nadab and Abihu when they were destroyed by fire for showing up drunk.
You still have people who did not, of course, do it just as God wanted, and that was part of the reason sending Jesus.
So what? But what does Jesus save you from?
Jesus saves you from, number one, eternal damnation. He saved you from when.
That's not in the Old Testament. There's no not a single Bible verse in the Hebrew Bible that says if you're imperfect you'll be eternally damned.
But does that mean it doesn't exist though? That's the thing.
Find it to me. Find me where it says in the Old Testament, if I commit a sin, I'm no longer perfect and I have to be burning forever.
That wasn't the goal of the Old Testament. It showed the law.
Right. But if Jesus was predicted in the Old Testament, he's offering the thing that we needed according to the Old Testament, then I'm trying to figure out where in the Old Testament I can find this nonsense that somebody needs to die for my sins so I don't burn forever in hell.
So there was obviously Genesis 3:15.
It doesn't.
So okay, I have Genesis 3:15 here. It says, "I will put enmity between you, the serpent, and the woman Eve, between your offspring, which would be all snakes, and her offspring, which would be all humans. He will pound your head, and you will bite his heel." All this tells us is that God said that there would be enmity between serpents and humans and nothing more.
Okay. Yeah, but Revelation's 20:10.
We don't care about Revelation. I don't know why you keep doing this. No one cares what the New Testament says until you can demonstrate from the Old Testament that we need Jesus for something.
That shows you Jewish people believed it. Revelations was written by John.
No, Revelation wasn't written by John.
John.
Two Jews.
John was an illiterate fisherman, according to Acts chapter 4. He didn't write a single thing. And nobody, not even the early church, believed that John the Apostle wrote the book of John, Revelation. They believed that was John the Elder, an entirely different human being.
Even Bart Ehrman attests to the fact that...
No, Bart Ehrman certainly did not.
No. What I'm stating is Bart Ehrman attests to the fact that if they were illiterate, they had folks who still could write for them.
Right, but we have no reason to believe that the John who shows up in Revelation is John the Apostle. The John in the book of Revelation is credited as John the Elder.
And still, if we were Jews, quoting Revelation to us would not matter. Just as if a Mormon came to you trying to convince you of Mormonism, them quoting to you the Book of Mormon would not convince you to become Mormon. They would have to prove it to Mormonism to you from your Bible. The same would be true for Jews. You would have to prove to Jews from their Bible, not yours, that Jesus is the Messiah.
I would agree with that in a sense, but I think the Bible does in Genesis 3:15 have a layered meaning when we're talking about him coming to fight for us. I think it shows it in Ephesians as well.
It doesn't. Again, nobody cares about Ephesians. We're talking about Genesis. Genesis 3 is clearly about snakes. It literally says, The Lord God said to the snake, said to the serpent, that's a snake, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals. It's an animal. Why would God curse all snakes to crawl on their bellies if this is not actually a snake, if this is a divine agent
So
embodying a snake?
it had to be a divine agent embodying a snake. The thing
Well,
is that the
try
snake.
this again. Hold on. Listen to my question this time. Why would God curse all snakes
Mhm.
if snakes were not the problem? If this was a divine agent taking the form of a snake, why do snakes, the animal, get cursed?
Because you're inferring that the snake didn't have. I don't know what the snake saw. There are pigs who we don't know why the pigs ran into the water
All right,
with
so
Jesus.
we'll try this again, CJ.
Apparently,
Try to
animals can
CJ,
be tempted
CJ,
by outer
CJ.
world
Hey,
things.
hey, focus up, focus up.
Yeah,
You didn't hear my question.
go
In
ahead.
Genesis 3, God curses all snakes, correct?
Right.
That means snakes no longer have legs because of this curse, correct?
That's true, but that
Okay,
wasn't the
so
end of it.
just
Go ahead.
follow along. Why
Yeah.
would God curse snakes? Why would God punish snakes when they didn't do anything wrong?
So you see this with in the Old Testament with this whole lineage thing.
He can't stop.
Read the fathers of the children and your children's children.
Yeah,
So
Exodus 34:7. That doesn't answer my
yeah,
question. My
so
question is,
it's with God. It's I
CJ,
can't explain.
I'm not
Is what
asking,
the
CJ,
lineage.
pay attention.
Go ahead.
I'm not
Yeah.
asking you about generational curses,
Mm-hmm.
right? Did a
Sounds like
does a
it's what generation
does
curse.
a physical snake, an actual
Mm-hmm.
animal, do they have any culpability in Genesis 3 according to your review?
I don't know. A donkey talk. I don't know.
We'll try this again. Does a physical snake, an actual animal, do they have culpability in the deception?
We know it talked. Do snakes have autonomy? As far as I know, no.
I'm not asking you that. I said, does a physical animal snake from the animal kingdom have culpability with what happened during the deception?
They don't have to, but yes, no, you're
So
right.
the answer
No,
is
they
no.
no.
Okay. So if
But
snakes are
neither,
not
according to the Bible,
culpable
neither
at
do
all
God.
in the deception, then it's stupid to curse all snakes when snakes had nothing to do with it.
It's stupid according
That's
to
why almost
your
all of human history, up until the Christians came along, interpreted
right.
this as clearly being about the relationship between snakes and human beings.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's why all of history, up until the Christian era, interpreted this passage as being about snakes and humans, not about a mystical, divine, evil entity. It's about snakes, because snakes are the ones getting cursed. Snakes lose their limbs. Snakes crawl on their belly. Satan doesn't do either of those things. Satan doesn't get cursed. If Satan was the actor, we would expect that Satan would get cursed, but snakes get cursed.
Satan gets cursed in the end.
Satan doesn't get cursed in Genesis 3. We're reading Genesis 3. In Genesis 3, there's a curse. The people that are actors in this chapter all get cursed. Adam gets cursed. Eve gets cursed. The snakes get cursed. Not a single curse for a Satan figure.
The only thing is Adam and Eve, because of the serpent, and the serpent was embodied by. I mean, the voice sounds like it could have been Satan. It's not 100%, but it does sound like Eve was
It
tempted
only sounds that way if you're presupposing the New Testament's true. If you don't have the New Testament, that interpretation doesn't even exist.
Yeah, I would agree.
Let's try
That's
this.
what I'm saying. Go ahead.
I've been dying since we have Sarah up here. I've been dying to get Sarah to talk about hell since it's actually up. Because in my view, hell is the dumbest doctrine ever, and it's the thing that demonstrates the biblical God, the New Testament God, to be like the most unjust, irrational asshole in all of history. So I got to use the restroom, but I'm going to leave you in the hands of Sarah for a moment to talk about hell. And keep in mind, these conversations go much better if you answer her questions, not the questions you want her to ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. CJ, do you think that So if I don't accept Jesus, do I go to hell?
If you knowingly, so that's a tough one because that gets in Calvinism. So I can't absolutely say you're going to hell. I don't know.
I'm more
But
asking what the rules are. So a hypothetical human being,
Mhm.
if they never accept Jesus and then they die, do they go to hell?
So never accept Jesus is a faulty premise because never accepting Jesus because you never heard of him. So there's different ways. If it's somebody, if you feel like God's knocking on your heart and you absolutely reject it because you may not like Jesus for your own moral reasons, then I could see why you could go to hell.
Right, real quick. Hey, Sarah,
Yeah.
can you let Justin know that I have to head out? I gotta help my dad with something. So,
Yeah, definitely.
y'all have fun.
Thanks. CJ, who goes to hell?
Hell should be reserved for the devil and those who kind of follow him. And
So if I don't follow the
so
devil,
people who knowingly commit certain sins, all liars shall have their place in the lake of fire. The Bible talks about that as well.
wait,
So-
I just wait. I want you to be clear here.
Mhm.
So you said the devil goes to hell. People who follow the devil go to hell, but now also anyone who has ever lied
Not
goes
anyone
to
who
hell?
never lied. When the Bible talks about liars shall have their place in the lake of fire, these are people who choose to do this, and it's kind of like a lifestyle for, and they're probably a malicious intent in regard to it as well. I mean, he talks about people who fornicate. He talks about people who blaspheme.
Okay, so and
have,
Justin
like,
Dalton said he had to go
intentional
help his dad.
And
So you go to
accept God
hell
once
based on your
he's kind of showed
actions.
himself to you.
Wait, so if you go to hell because you've sinned too much, can I go to heaven because I didn't sin very
No,
much?
it's not about that. It's just so from what it's stating, if you feel like if you've heard the gospel, the Bible says the day you hear my voice, harden not your heart. So you would have had to hear the voice of God talk to you, whatever that means to that individual. When the Holy Spirit reveals it to you, then you would know. If you refuse that, just based on your, just kind of like the rich man who kind of walked away, it would be a perfect example.
Can you be succinct here?
So it's people who willingly choose to reject Jesus once they heard the gospel and the Holy Spirit moved upon their heart, and they say, "I don't want you anyway."
Okay, so
hell.
all the people who have never heard of Jesus, they all go to heaven.
That's what I heard.
They could. It could be somewhere like a waiting period where they get to accept Jesus. So you can't count out people who haven't heard the gospel.
So like purgatory?
I don't know if it's going to be a purgatory. I don't know. But he doesn't throw people who haven't heard of him to hell.
But we shouldn't tell anybody about Jesus.
That's not necessarily true, because then you're inferring that God still doesn't reveal himself to indigenous tribes. There's
No.
tribes.
Follow me along. If knowing about Jesus is the catalyst for being doomed to hell, we shouldn't tell anybody about this guy.
Not necessarily, because I think God is still revealing himself to people. And what happened was, when somebody gives you the gospel, it just confirms already. That's why it's indigenous people who point to God they may not know, and they hear about Jesus, and it may confirm what they believe. So it's not about, oh, let me just go be a witness, because that's what I'm saying. You get into different doctrines that way. But I do feel that there are people who've never heard of him, who carry something in their heart. They don't know what it is, and they may hear about Jesus, and they accept them. There's a reason why they do.
Okay, so to clarify then, you think that it's not fair for someone to go to hell if they just don't happen to believe in God. And so God has to have some other kind of plan, because it would be totally unreasonable for God to send someone to hell just because they didn't hear about Jesus. Is that correct?
I'm not saying I don't know what's your definition of fair? I would think under a Christian framework with a God who's all loving and unjust, somebody who's never heard about Jesus, to throw them in hell, I would say it doesn't. I don't think it aligns with who God is. I don't think that's what happens. I think I would have
So
to
how
stick
do
with that as well.
In order to get to heaven, what do you think someone has to do?
Getting to heaven is just about believing that Jesus rose from the dead. Your faith is in what Jesus did. There's nothing that you.
So
The
even
Bible
the
says your
demons
righteousness
believe that.
is as filthy rags.
Even the demons believe that.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you it's one thing to have knowledge of it. They have knowledge of it. They may believe, they may have saw, but the thing about somebody who accepts it, believes it, then the Bible says the Holy Spirit then kind of works on their heart. This is what the Bible describes, and that's the work of the Holy Spirit, which is
Uh-huh.
something that we can't. And that's the one it separates them, and that's what gets them into heaven.
So all the people before Jesus, where are they?
Which is a good question.
That's a good question.
And I heard that one raised before. Even, I mean, if you think about it, before Genesis, whatever happened to those people, I can't really give an answer to that. Some people state that the population was very low at that point in time. There's different ways to explain it away.
The reason I'm asking, it actually gets all the way back to Justin's original question.
Go ahead.
Because if you don't know what happened to all the people before Jesus, that means there's, in your religion, a strong possibility that God saved those people, that those people followed the law, they did the sacrifices, they were faithful, and they got to go to heaven.
No, we're talking about before that. I mean, Jesus, there wasn't a law.
I am talking about before Jesus.
There wasn't a law, and so when
Yes.
that's the thing. So this is the thing. Genesis, and we can get into Genesis. Whether it's more theology centered versus historical. I can understand the concept of Genesis. It was a perfect heaven and earth. There was
wait, CJ, we're talking about the time period after Adam and Eve.
You're talking about Abraham.
After Adam and Eve, before Jesus. Okay?
That's
the whole time period we're talking about.
Yeah.
And you just said you don't know what happened to those people, right?
So some scholars talk about Sheol, which would have been a holding place. So that could be the case. To differentiate, you guys are saying Sheol and hell are the same exact thing. I would have to look into that, but a lot of scholars saying Sheol was just a holding place because they couldn't enter into God's presence. That's the part of Jesus dying, like I talked about earlier.
Well, but some of them did, right? What happened to Elijah?
Elijah went up to heaven in a fiery chariot.
Yeah, but that was a clear exception, and I think God can grant exceptions.
Hold on. Wait, CJ. If God can create exceptions, then His rules are not absolute, right? That if God can create exceptions, then He doesn't actually have to follow.
I use the definition exception. Elijah, there must have. I don't know what was there, why he was allowed to go on the fire chariot is what you're referring to.
Right, yeah. So the fact that you don't know why, that should tell you, maybe I don't understand the rule here. Maybe I was wrong about what I thought the rule
mystery. That's what the Bible clearly states. We see in part, we know in part. Some things,
Justin, what's the other word for mystery?
My ways are not your ways.
Shit, I already forgot the other word for mystery that we coined earlier in the stream.
Okay, so CJ, if you have to go back to God's ways are not our ways, what you're saying is, look, I don't know. This doesn't make sense, but I believe it anyway. And that's okay. Like, let's just be honest about it.
Right.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't make sense, but you believe it anyway.
Not necessarily that it doesn't make sense. It's understanding I mean, if you can say that string theory doesn't make sense.
No, I'm talking about you personally. These are your beliefs, right? And I'm trying to make sense of it, and you're saying, look, I don't know. Like this
I
part
don't
doesn't make
understand.
sense.
Yeah, making sense and not understanding are two different things, I would say.
Okay, so you're not sure what happened to all the people in the Old Testament. You're not sure why Elijah got to go up to heaven, because that seems to violate God's law, right? And so there must have been some way that God could just forget about his law for a minute. And we don't know why this time and not why all the other times. That part doesn't make sense, right?
You can't, because I mean, other things happen, like Abraham telling lies, Moses striking a rock. People violate God's law, but there's still forgiveness if you see even in the Old Testament. So there's room.
You've seen
for
all the
certain
problems.
things.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
So
not a
Jesus
problem
was totally
necessarily.
unnecessary.
No.
People made it to heaven without Jesus.
Upstairs.
If you want to use those three cases in itself, then I mean, if that's the argument you want to make,
That's
Those-
what's in
it's
the
not
Bible.
just three.
yeah, no.
It's not just three people. God is very explicit in the Old Testament that if the Israelites were to turn to him, repent of their sins, that he would turn to them and forgive them of their sins.
But wouldn't that be the point of they didn't do it? Because
Many
people
of
have
them
free
did.
will. They did not.
Some of them certainly
did.
did.
That was the point of Jesus. Some of them.
If you would have
certainly
you would
did,
have to deny you would have to deny then what it says about the story about Elijah. Elijah thought he was the one and only, but God said, "No, I've got
There's
10,000 who have
conflict.
not bowed
Yeah.
the knee to Baal." So
That's right.
there's always even in your own New Testament, Paul says that in every generation there's a righteous remnant. So you have to say that there's always going to be these Jews from the Old Testament who are repenting of their sin and being forgiven by God.
Yeah. I would add one more thing. If you just read the book of First and Second Maccabees, there are thousands and thousands of Jews that hold fast to the covenant of Yahweh rather than giving in to Hellenization. In fact, Second Maccabees chapter 7 is like famous for this woman with 7 sons that all willingly go to their martyrdom, horrible, excruciating deaths, holding fast to the God of the Hebrews.
Yeah, that's true. But there's a reason why Maccabees didn't make it to canon either. So.
It did.
It did make it to canon.
Yeah, it was taken.
It was in Protestant Bibles until about a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah, actually, I got a King James on the shelf behind from 1829 that still includes it.
Oh, nice. I have the Maccabees as well. But I would disagree. It's not contingent on who God is, just based on like even based on my limited understanding of it and why he would have made that decision. Like he can make those kind of decisions.
So CJ, what you've demonstrated is that Jesus was not required, that God clearly is able to bring people up to heaven without Jesus. God is not bound by this law of he cannot be around sin and he can only forgive us if Jesus dies. Like you've demonstrated that that's not correct and that's not biblical.
Well, I don't. You have to think when the Bible says Abraham believed God. Now we have to probably look at the word belief. It was counted unto him.
The Hebrew word for belief.
So they would have had to have some type of righteousness imputed in them.
So that's my point. You're supporting my point with that.
Yep.
So
if
yes, he could.
But it wasn't for the
CJ, stop it. You just proved Sarah's point, which is that if you can have faith in God without Jesus and it's credited to you as righteousness, then you don't need Jesus. Sarah nailed it.
But that's no, because then you disregard the work of the what we would consider the Trinity. So I mean,
don't do this.
We could also say before
very
Abraham
clear in
was,
the Old
I
Testament,
was,
it is crystal clear.
And then we can make emphasis even around Abraham time. People who appeared to Abraham Some scholars even argue that that was Jesus.
No,
So
they certainly don't. They can't help
Jesus still
Apologist
themselves.
would.
They
you can still
Why
make
did
you can
so
still
many
make a case
Christians
for Jesus in the
demand
Old
on being
Testament.
cooked on the Trinity? I'll never understand it. CJ, do you really want to discuss the Trinity or not? I will guarantee you beyond a shadow of a doubt that this conversation will end with you admitting that the Trinity is illogical.
The
So
Trinity
it's
is.
up to you. If you want to continue down this path, I'm just letting you know I'm prophesying the future.
I'm just saying that the Trinity is. I'm saying the Trinity. The concept that you can't deny it.
I
So
certainly can
Sure
deny it. It
can.
breaks the laws of logic.
but that's I think that's where well yeah okay
If
I think CJ might actually be okay with it breaking the laws of logic,
he
though,
might
to
be,
be honest.
that's a fair point,
right?
yeah.
Because my ways are not your ways. God
Yeah.
doesn't need logic.
Yeah, do you think that God has to be within the laws of logic, or do you think God does things that are illogical?
I mean honestly I think us being here in a sense I mean when you argue from like a cosmological perspective uh the complexities, the fine-tuning, things of that nature, it can appear as it is illogical, but it does make
I didn't ask you about
perfect sense.
appearances of illogicalness. I asked, do you think that your God behaves logically, or do you think that your God can do things that are illogical? I'm not asking you if I think they're illogical. I'm talking about the objective meaning of logical. Can your God do
So
things that are
I
illogical?
don't think he can. What's that term? Square a circle.
Right. So your God can't do illogical things.
So I don't think he does. Can he? I mean I don't know. But I don't I don't know enough about. I can't speak on a God like that's different, you know. But I don't think he acts illogically.
I don't think he would either. That would be like a huge problem, right? Because like by definition, like the laws of logic would indicate that he has to abide. For example, can God exist and not exist at the same time?
I mean, I don't think he can. Can you exist and not exist at the same time?
Hmm.
It depends on what we mean by not existing. I mean, from this, we know. I mean, if we talk about something like entropy and how we know the world is like constant decaying, so we know that there can be that there somehow there was a beginning. I'm not. We I know you guys call it God of the gaps, but we can make a case that that could be a cause, something cause from God. Why is there something rather than nothing? So
CJ, I think you know what the word "not exist" means.
Yeah.
I just don't think it was a world where God never not existed.
So we'll try this again. Is it possible? Well, you know what? I'll change it because I know words can be tricky. Is it possible that Dalton, the Bible guy, can exist and not exist at the exact same moment?
No.
Right, because it's impossible. We're describing something that cannot be true. It's impossible, right?
Yeah, is about.
Okay, which means God cannot exist and then not exist in the same moment. Because it's impossible.
Oh well. That goes back to things like before you were shaped in your mother's womb, I knew you. So I don't know I don't know what existence looks like outside of our realm of knowledge when it comes to
I'm not
God.
asking you anything about knowledge. I'm asking you about the existence of an object. Can God exist and not exist in the exact same moment? Let's say the moment is 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Is it possible at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for God to exist and not exist?
Using the term God, I would say I don't know, but to me it would sound illogical.
It is illogical. You can't exist
Trust
and
your
not.
gut, my dude.
This is crazy. Like I know,
What do
like
you think about
I
God?
know.
Like you can
I know
make
deep
man.
down you want to say that God can do anything, even illogical things, because you think it's going to like cut into his omniscience. I'm not even making that argument. I don't believe or omnipotence. I don't think omnipotence means that you can do illogical things. I think that's silly. So like you don't have to do this. You don't have to wrestle this alligator. Like you could just admit that God, it's not logical for him to exist and not exist at the same moment.
I don't know where you're going with this. I mean, I could see where I could agree there.
You should agree. It's an easy agreement. I'm only bringing it up because Sarah mentioned you might be the type of person that believes God can do illogical things. And it sounds like she might be right because you can't seem to say the alternative. And the only reason why she brought that up is because the topic of the Trinity came up, and the topic of the Trinity always ends in the Trinity being illogical. So she was trying to save everybody the time by suggesting that maybe we shouldn't talk about the Trinity because you'll just be willing to admit that the Trinity is illogical and that that's not a problem for you.
Okay. Okay, you can explain how it's illogical, and then I can assess.
They had to. They can't help themselves. They deep down they want to be cooked on the Trinity. I'll never understand it. Okay, so we'll start from the top. To be 100% of something, it means you need to have 100% of the attributes of the thing that you are, right? So I'm holding a screwdriver, right? If I say that this is 100% screwdriver, but then I take away the tip, is it still 100% screwdriver?
No, it's not.
Okay. Now, if I put the tip back, is it 100% screwdriver?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. And I apologize, I had to just finger the tip on screen, but if Jesus is 100% God, that means he must be containing 100% of the characteristics of God. Agreed?
If Jesus is God, he must contain 100% of the characteristics of God. But we know that Jesus, Dr. He was fully human as well as being fully divine. So God could create. And also, Jesus appeared to have autonomy as well, and still was considered God. So it's just like when I have my son, he's fully autonomous, but he's also 100% human. So I don't know if I can agree with.
What are some of God's qualities, CJ?
If we look at a quality of God, I guess omniscient, which like all knowing.
Let's start with that one. Was Jesus omniscient?
I mean, he knows the end from the beginning, so I would say he is.
Nope.
Does he? Where does it say that?
I stated one. He said he knew something before the foundations of the world. He knows.
You're referring to Jeremiah, where Yahweh says to the prophet, "I knew you before you were born." But where does it say in the Bible that Jesus knows everything?
But that gives us insight to his omniscience. If we're looking,
that tells me that God is omniscient. It doesn't tell me that Jesus is omniscient.
Oh yeah.
So
Jesus was also human as well, but that Jesus' humanness, he may not, just like our consciousness cannot be fully reflected because we have. So from my perspective as well, when we start talking about mind-body problems, one can say that we physically function like with a brain, and I would argue that consciousness is separate, and my consciousness can't be fully expressed in my humanness. So that's one way to look at it.
Because you're not God, but if I assumed if God became a human, he couldn't make that human brain omniscient.
Well, part of the reason Jesus subjected himself to that human body to live a life just like us. That was part of his and
Right.
he was able to demonstrate miracles as
But
well.
I think
And these
you're
miracles.
kind of missing the point,
Go
which
ahead.
is that Jesus, when he was on this earth, literally was not omniscient. He says he doesn't know the day or the hour of his return, only the
No, yeah,
Father.
he wasn't supposed to.
Okay.
Yes.
So what that means is that Jesus lacked a characteristic of God, which is to be omniscient.
Yeah, but we're talking about the humanness of Jesus.
It doesn't
We're not
matter.
stating that Jesus could have
It
existed
doesn't matter.
with God before.
If Jesus is 100% human and 100% God, he still needs 100% of God's characteristics.
He could, and he could have subjected himself to.
Okay,
You know, I can see
so
that's
okay, so he was only 80% God.
you could still, like I said, I'm 100% me, but I can't express myself fully, my consciousness fully, because I think I'm limited in certain circumstances by my humanness. That's just like
Right,
somebody
but your humanness is part of you, being that you are a human.
But I would argue that consciousness, I'm independent. My consciousness is independent of my physical makeup as well.
Nah.
Because you have a different it's not all matter, and we haven't even started to understand. Even though we don't know most of human brain, we can determine our personalities are different for a reason. It's not all about brain and matter makeup. There is, I would argue, there is a such thing as consciousness.
Okay, so what you're suggesting then is that Jesus wasn't omniscient, but there's a reason why he wasn't omniscient.
I would say Jesus existed before the foundation of the world, and him and his fully
Crazy that you can't.
God.
Oh, try again.
And him and his fully God himself.
Jesus
he
was or was not omniscient on the earth.
I mean, it clearly states no man knows the day. Well, he said no man knows. He didn't say he didn't know.
Yeah. Okay. So Jesus was or was not omniscient
told
when
Peter,
he was.
Apparently he has some type of prophetic.
Crazy that he can't just say yes or no. It's a yes or no question. This conversation would go way faster if you just say yes or no. When Jesus was on the earth, he was omniscient, yes or no?
You can't. I don't know.
Was he lying when he said that he didn't know something?
He didn't say it. He said no man.
He says no one.
Pull up the verse, Justin.
We just had it.
He specifically is not. No, he doesn't say no one. He says
Nor the
specifically
Son.
nor the Son.
Only the Father, not the Son. Which means the Son cannot be identical to the Father. And this is part of the argument we didn't get to, right? Because you want to use the word God as though it's a category, right? But it can't be a category. It has to be an identity. God must be an identity of only one, because if it's a category, you can have multiple gods. If God is only a category, then Jesus could be a god and Yahweh could be a god, and you would just have two gods.
Okay.
Right. So in order for the argument to go not into polytheism, then what you need to do, I'll put it on a notepad, is work with the premises. Premise number one: you cannot be 100% God unless you are identical to God. You must be identical to God to be God. Because if you're not identical to God, that means God is now a category.
I would agree. Okay.
Right. And to be identical to God, you must have all of God's attributes, or else you're not identical.
Okay, that's true.
Right? I mean, yeah, it's just logically true. And then, I mean, premise number 3 is pretty simple, right? Which is premise 3: Jesus lacked some properties of God. He's not omnipresent. He's not omniscient. He's not omnipotent. It says in Luke on one occasion that he could not heal people because of their faith or their lack of faith. So he couldn't do something. He wanted to heal people, but he couldn't.
But God, that's against free. That's a free will issue there.
But did Jesus want to heal them?
Yeah, but God didn't even violate free will in certain circumstances. So that's the thing.
No,
That's
he
free will.
did.
Wait.
God violates free will everywhere in the Bible. Go ahead.
And why
I
are
didn't
you
say
making the
he
claim
never
that
violated
God
free
needs?
will? But I'm saying
Why
God never violated our autonomy to whether or not to choose Him.
It doesn't make any sense to say that God healing someone would be a violation of their free will. I mean, if God is able to afflict people of plagues against their free will, certainly He can heal them without having to violate their free will.
But we're talking about Jesus in this circumstance and His willingness for them. That's basically their reason for rejecting Him is they're not recognizing who He was, and He couldn't do that. That's the thing. They refused to recognize who Jesus was. They didn't have faith in Him, and He did not heal them for that fact. That was just their free will.
No.
So
It doesn't. It doesn't say he
God
didn't
willing
heal
to
them.
not
It
want
says
to
he
do it.
couldn't heal them.
Yes, but
Those are very different.
even in not in that context, it's not referring. It's saying not that He couldn't do it. It was still the premise was it was based off those individuals.
You're just
You can't
making
get away
that
from
up.
No, because of
It
their
says he
faith.
could not.
Because of their faith.
Right. He lacked the power. Yes, exactly. He was unable to. He tried and couldn't.
Implying that he lacked power. It's basically stating that because if that's the case, you're looking at the young lady the lady with the issue of blood. He touched the hem of her garment. He was able to do it. He healed so many other people.
Because of what? Because of her what?
Her faith. It was her initiation.
Yes, he could heal her.
His faith. Her faith.
He could heal her because of her faith.
Right, and that was just part. And this is a theological concept of them recognizing who Jesus was.
So if you don't have faith, he cannot heal you. If you don't have faith,
he will
cannot heal you.
I think would be a better. He did not do it. He would not do it.
Here, where is this passage? I want to see if it says would not or could not.
I'm looking at it right now. The one I pulled up first is Matthew 13:58, and to give him a little bit of credit, it's a little bit ambiguous. It says he did not do any miracles because of the unbelief.
They said we must also be God. They are funny in this chat.
Let's see. I think the other one is Mark 6 is where the other one shows up. Let me grab Mark 6. Because I thought one of them was in the cohortative. Let me see. No, it's not Mark 6. No, it is. There we go. Mark 6 is the one I was thinking of. So I'm going to put it on the screen. Matthew wasn't the edition I was looking for. Matthew probably cleaned up Mark because he recognized that Mark said something that was silly.
Uk ed nato, and he could do no deed.
Yep. It says prophets are not without honor except in their hometown and among their own kin in their own house. And he could do no deed of power there, except that he laid his hands on a few sick people and cured them.
Justin, can you scooch it that way just slightly?
Oh, yeah.
Not much, just like a tiny bit. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I bet if we go to Mark 6:5 in Greek, it's going to list it in the cohortative form, right? Yeah, it says he was not able. Oh my gosh. Edunato.
Yeah.
He was unable. He was unable to. It's even worse. He was unable to do something.
You're looking at Greeks. Let me see.
Yeah.
Uk edunato, not could.
Yeah. It comes from the root dunamai, which actually means in a lot of translation, it means able to and the power to. Like you'll find it translated in quite a few passages saying that it's the power to do something. So this is actually a really interesting passage.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Matthew, definitely, which Matthew's very famous for doing this, cleaning up Mark's mistakes.
Yeah, dude, Matt, I've never seen so many instances where someone's like going behind somebody else and trying to clean it up other than Matthew and Mark. Same thing when it talks about the wrong high priest when David ate the showbread in Mark 2:26. Matthew's like, oops, we got to cut that guy out.
I'm pretty sure Luke does the same to Matthew with the whole naming the wrong prophet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So back at the bar, there are things Jesus lacks the power to do. There are things that Jesus doesn't know. Jesus himself obviously is not omnipresent, which means Jesus lacks three of the most fundamental characteristics of God, with one exception. It
Well, see,
depends.
you're
Depends on what you think God is. Like the Greeks didn't have the
no
notion that gods were
Jesus.
omnipresent or omniscient. I mean, in Greek religion, you know, the gods had localization. They didn't know all things. But go ahead.
I just think there's a difference between, and there's a case that can be made. Jesus as a taking on flesh and being omnipresent.
Okay. So the flesh of God is the part that lacks the characteristics of God.
Not that he's when I mean, just like I feel like he's just like us, where your humanness is tied to like your consciousness. So you have to live a human experience. It's just like us when the Bible says the same power that was in Jesus, referring to the Holy Spirit, is also in you. So you know what? I have to. Jesus could still be God's son in human form, where he carried the
Sure.
Holy Spirit and gave up his divinity.
Yep.
That part I have, but you can still make the case that Jesus existed before the foundation of the world, which is what the Bible teaches.
Sure, but that would make
in
him
his
God.
full Godhead
Even
mode, and that's where we can
even
argue the Trinity.
Him existing before the foundation of the world doesn't make him God, because even in Jewish mythology, the Logos is a being which exists before the foundation of the world, but is not God.
Okay, the Logos, the Word.
Right. And I agree. You could say that Jesus is the Son of God. I would even grant you the same way David is. In Psalm 2, David is begotten Son of God. Obviously, David wasn't birthed by God, and David isn't God, but it does say he's the Son of God. And Mark seems to carry on the same adoptionist idea. The later authors of the New Testament seem to disagree on that. But the point is, Jesus, the Trinity doesn't work. Jesus cannot be identical to God. He could be divine. He could have godlike characteristics. He could be another God, but he can't be identical to God. You could say he's part of God, but in that case, he's not 100% God. He's only part of God. And partialism was a heresy that was thrown out way back in like Theodosius II's reign.
So what they try and argue in the Trinity is there is one God.
They have to, yes, because the Old Testament clearly states that there's one God. Yeah. Isaiah says, I am the only God. There is no one before me, nor will come after me. Right? Like it's hard to frame
Right.
the God concept in Judaism with the God concept of the New Testament.
Okay. I mean, honestly, the Trinity, even it shows that Jesus was God. Like I said, when we talked about the baptism earlier, you saw the Spirit, you saw God, which shows how they kind of, it shows the core concept of what the Trinity, of who the Trinity is.
No.
Jesus just,
In
he
the
could have been
baptism, what did God
Spirit,
say? It says, "This is my son."
in who I'm well pleased, I believe.
Right, yeah. Now, is David a son of God?
David was not. I mean, he's, and we can argue the chronology. I have issues with it too. But, David, obviously, Jesus lineage, but no, he's not.
So
So
Psalm
then,
2 explicitly.
yeah. Says, I will tell of the decree of the Lord. He has said to me, you are my son. Today I have begotten you. It sounds exactly what God said to Jesus.
But he's making a clear distinction here. Like the Holy
Sure.
Spirit God actually showed up for Jesus. Like, and
God showed up for
sent like
David.
God showed up for
sign.
David.
He sent a sign specifically showing that
The
it's
Holy
like,
Spirit literally alighted upon David, like it alighted upon
but not to
Jesus
show his
when
divinity, not to show that he was a part of the Godhead.
it doesn't do that in the baptism.
It's supposed. Yes, that's what it's symbolic of.
It's
That's what it's
not.
showing.
No, that's what you interpret it as.
David,
That's not clear in the text at all.
okay.
That's what you want it to mean, but there's nothing in the text that would lead a Jewish person to believe that.
It's a strong implication.
How?
But I can accept this interpretation
Right.
if that's what you want. Yeah, it's
So, like, the best you can really do with the Jesus nonsense is to admit that he's another God. And here's why I think this is your best path forward. Because if you read enough of the Old Testament, you'll realize there are other gods. Psalm 82, clearly other gods. Psalm 58, clearly other gods. Sirach 17, Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 10 and 11, chapter 12. They're full of other gods. There's all kinds of other gods throughout the Old
I mean,
Testament.
Baal was another god. They're still far compared to who Jesus is.
Yeah, Exodus 12, God says he's judging the gods of Egypt. So the reality is the only way to make Christianity make sense is to just admit that there's two gods. One is Yahweh and one is Jesus.
But to be fair, that's probably how the earliest Christians would have seen Jesus, as another deity, a lesser divinity, almost like an archangel figure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. That's why he's likened to be Melchizedek. Melchizedek is another archangel figure that shows up in Jewish mythology about this time period.
But when it comes to early church fathers, they did not see him that way.
Early church fathers, we don't have any early church fathers. Like the earliest writings we have don't do anything with the Trinity.
Yeah, no, they don't. But at the same time, they don't recognize Jesus as like an archangel either.
Who?
Augustine didn't think that.
How early do you think Augustine
Augustine's not
was?
early.
Yeah.
Clement, who else did? I mean, let me see who claimed to have some connection with Peter. I cannot remember his name off the top of my head.
So First Clement doesn't do any Trinitarian doctrine.
Yeah, but they don't think Jesus is like some type of archangel either.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is the documentation we have from Judaism from this time period shows that they believed in archangels. They believed that there were like these lesser gods that were ruling over each of their individual nations, right? Every nation had like a prince or an archangel. This is clear from the book of Daniel, which was written prior to Jesus, right? That's why Melchizedek in Hebrews likens Jesus to the priesthood of Melchizedek, because Melchizedek is likened to be an archangel within Jewish mythology. So Melchizedek is an eternal figure that will manifest on the earth at different points in time. So if you read Second Enoch, there's a whole chapter that talks about the birth of Melchizedek. He had a miraculous birth just like Jesus. It says just like Jesus. What are you going to see, Dalton?
I was going to say another really, really clear example of this. If CJ is not familiar with Philo of Alexandria, Philo has a whole angelology surrounding this archangel figure called the Logos, whom he refers to as the high priest of heaven, the heavenly Adam, firstborn son of God. He's all those things, but it's just like an angelic deity. It's not like God himself.
Yeah, I think that kind of conflicts with what the Bible's saying, though. But I get it, though. I mean, early church history, it does matter. So
CJ, you agree that there are multiple gods, then?
I don't think the Old Testament is using gods in like the literal sense of there being like another god. I mean, there was a ton of false gods back then, but I don't think he agreed
that right. Funnily enough, those words never occur in the Old Testament. Never refers to them as false gods.
Right. And according to even the New Testament, there are divine entities that live forever. Right? It says of Melchizedek, without father, without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but resembling the Son of God, he remains a priest forever. There is a figure who is not God, is co-eternal with the Father.
Yes, but people also Melchizedek. I mean, you have scholars who equate to say that was some conflate him with think he was Jesus as well, just as well they think he was an archangel.
Well,
so no,
that can't be because Jesus inherits his priesthood from Melchizedek.
Some people make that argument about Melchizedek.
It's a bad argument.
It can't be a good argument because the same book we're reading, Hebrews, says that Jesus was a priest in the order of Melchizedek. He doesn't say that he is Melchizedek.
And they argue him as an archetype, not as like a
yes.
actual.
Yes, you exactly. Yes, Jesus is an like one of the multiple archetypes stemming from Melchizedek, which means
I think he meant Melchizedek is the archetype.
Yeah, that's what a lot argue.
In Judaism, he wasn't a mere archetype. If you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, specifically the scroll 11Q13, Melchizedek is an angelic figure.
So if Melchizedek is the archetype that Jesus is modeled after, then Jesus is an angelic figure. He fights against the sons of darkness and Belial, that's the name for Satan in the Great Melchizedek scroll that he's referring to, 11Q13. And if Jesus is modeled after that, as we read in Hebrews, then Jesus is an angelic figure who rises to the head of the pantheon as the Son of God. Same way David did. Right? Like, all we're saying is you don't have to adopt the nonsense of the Trinity. The Trinity is ridiculous.
I mean, you have people who, I mean, of course, in the Christian, that's something that we Christians internally argue. You obviously have people who have oneness.
The Pentecostals.
You have Trinitarian.
Oneness is just as ridiculous.
Modalism is crazy.
But of course, I'm obviously Trinitarian. You can argue. I think you're okay. So when you talk about energy, when you transfer it from one,
who's talking about energy?
Because I think that so hear me out here. When one object transfer, like when smoke turns to whatever, it's not 100%. It loses some of its essence.
I mean, when it changes.
Yes. So if a God, created Jesus, he can't be.
Does God change?
That's the thing. No, he does not.
So from that
perspective, if there's another, then that kind of proves that it could still be like three gods if he can't change.
So there's just three gods.
I'm not saying three is obviously it shows it's God, it's his Son, and the Holy Spirit.
CJ, welcome to polytheism. There's nothing wrong with it.
Fantastic. Justin, I'm gonna head out.
Sarah, thanks for
Thank you
joining
for
us.
having me.
It was great to
It
have
was
you.
nice to meet you, Sarah.
Guys, make sure you're following Sarah. She is going. When are you going live next?
Maybe later tonight. We'll see, but definitely tomorrow I'll be live on YouTube.
Oh shit! All right, guys, make sure tomorrow night we go say hi to Sarah on the YouTubes. Follow her channel, Leaving Faith, on YouTube and TikTok.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
All right, guys, have a good night.
I kind of ticked my wife off, guys. I have my kids. I got to put them to
I get
bed.
it.
But
Also,
I'm gonna go. I have a lot to go back and read. So you guys did give me a lot to say. But obviously, of course, I'm so. But thank you for your insight.
CJ,
I loved.
you're a
the
kind
video.
young man, and I saw on your profile that you have like a fucking adorable little boy. He's one of the cutest little kids I've ever seen. So enjoy your time with your son. You don't have to be online fighting with people about the illogicalness of the Trinity. Enjoy your kid, man.
Have a good night.
See you, buddy. He's a nice guy, at least.
Yeah. Talking about the Trinity is always such a mess.
It really is a mess. I'm going to grab a couple super chats and then we're going to get our next guest in here. I've got someone in the YouTube queue that looks like they're ready to be pulled in. Megan, thank you so much for the $20 New Zealand chat. I really appreciate this. It says, hi from New Zealand, the most secular country on earth. My 96-year-old Nana was debating about God being real. She said the human body is too perfect as we're both putting on our glasses. You've taught me so much. Thank you so much, Megan. My goodness. The irony there is wild. Yeah, the idea that we're created perfect. Yeah, but like most of our DNA is kind of junk DNA, which is we'll see if that conversation point comes up. I don't want to prematurely touch it right now, but such a crazy thing to believe. Yoda, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says that God is all knowing. Why did the Israelites need blood on their doors? Yes, so he wouldn't kill their firstborn. Shouldn't he know them from the Egyptians? Fun stories, but this book makes no sense. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Yoda. And here's the deal. I've actually used this talking point before, and unfortunately, the Christians kind of have like an answer for it. I don't want to say it's a good answer, but here's what they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you that it wasn't because God needed to know where the Egyptians and the Israelites were. It was like to demonstrate, to foreshadow Jesus's blood. But that's kind of silly because if Jesus was the Passover lamb, then he certainly isn't he's certainly not the blood over the doorpost. Like, how many metaphors do you think he is? Because some of them contradict each other.
Plus, it was like a year-old lamb. I'm pretty sure Jesus was like 30-something years old.
Yeah.
That would have been a crazy nativity story, just saying.
Could you imagine Mary giving birth to a 30-year-old man? Chambermaid, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says tithing another bribe to request a rapture emoji for the horizontal gang. Listen, I appreciate that. And I actually did go into Chat GPT and start working on a rapture emoji. If Noah's lions ate dead babies on the ark, if you're in the chat, if you could work up an emoji too, we can see if one of us can get up a good emoji. I loved her emojis; they're so good. But yeah, listen, it's in the works, my friend. Like we're gonna make it a reality. You know what I mean? And our friend Texas Panhandler is in here tonight. Texas says Old Testament is season 1, Jesus was season 2, Paul was season 3. Studio demanded changes to make the story more approachable. That's exactly. That is precisely what happened.
It got crazy with season 4 with Mormonism. That was a crazy season.
Yeah, once they introduced Mormonism, that was like their last season. They had to take it down. They were just reaching.
That reminds me, there's a joke, I love it, from Rabbi Tovia Singer. Why did God invent Mormons? So that Christians would know how Jews feel.
Precisely. Nightman, great to see you tonight. Nightman says, guest is proving the statement, without lies, Christianity dies. So dishonest, lying comes so easy to them. Sometimes it's true. Sometimes it really is lying. Sometimes I think it's just like, oh my gosh, here's a problem. How can I fix the problem? But they haven't heard this before. So they don't know that what they're saying is silly. You know what I mean? Like they're on the spot trying to fix problems. And sometimes when you fix problems on the spot, you make even worse, like you make the problem worse, not better. Hank says, I hope CJ's kids watch him doing slavery apologetics on YouTube one day. Bro really did skip into a minefield wearing clown shoes. I mean, he what I'll give him this. He tried to pivot away from slavery really quick, which shows he sees the problem. Dex Witch, great to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Dex says, I'm behind in the conversation, but 2 Samuel says God will raise up a king from your own body. Psalm 132 repeats it, as well as the verse talking about the branch from the stump of Jesse. These prophecies preclude adoption. Such a good point. Actually, I'm going to take I didn't even think about that. I'm taking a picture of that and I'm saving it because it really is a good point. Give me a second. Now I gotta save my.
Yeah, there are so many times where it specifically notes that it's meant to be the seed of David.
Yes, I mean it's just
obviously.
in there. Go ahead.
And obviously, if you're reading, if you like get rid of the Gospels and you're reading just Paul, obviously Paul believed that Jesus was a physical descendant of King David according to the flesh, because he was not yet aware of any mythology saying otherwise.
Yeah. And then last one for now, our friend Holofurphy, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. That is huge. That's huge. And everyone with the membership should have access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet, as well as everyone on the Patreon. So make use of that. I add to it almost every day. Sometimes there are minor updates. Sometimes there's major updates. I got tabs debunking Jesus prophecies. I got tabs for contradictions. I got tabs for scientific errors. It's a great time. I even got a full tab or not a full tab, but I got a full section just for debunking or demonstrating that the 4 kingdoms in the book of Daniel are the Babylonians, the Medes, the Persians, and the Greeks. And I just got a message. Oh, this is good. I just got a message from Noah's Lines, 8 dead babies on the ark, with new rapture emojis. So we're on it. We're going to get rapture emojis loaded up. All right, let me get our next guest in line. I'm going to grab Caleb first because Caleb's not been here before. And Caleb has his microphone on and he's got his camera turned on. So I know for a fact that Caleb is ready to enter the conversation. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The more prepared you are in the queue, if your camera and microphone are clearly on, you're more likely to get into the conversation. And if I've never talked to you before, you're more likely to get into the conversation because the audience gets tired of repeat yes all the time. But let's bring in Caleb. How you doing? Oh, Caleb, I cannot hear you. Can anyone hear Caleb?
No.
Okay, Caleb, I don't think your microphone's plugged in. I'm going to request your microphone. Although it could be his connection. I've seen this before where the connection is so slow that it doesn't work. We'll give him a second to see if we can get it working. All right, Caleb, you got your earbuds plugged in? Caleb, unfortunately, I can't hear you. Try refreshing your browser and see if that fixes it, because it looks like your connection's a little bit slow. You've got 3 red bars. I think that's why his audio is not connecting. I think it's just a bad connection because it looks like he's got legitimate headphones. All right, Caleb's back. Let me grab Caleb. All right, we'll try this again.
I'm hoping it works.
It is working, like your audio is working, but the connection's really slow. So I think what we'll want to do to speed up the connection is just turn off your camera. It will reduce the amount of bandwidth that we're working with, and it won't put so much strain on your connection. And then maybe we'll be able to get somewhere.
Copy that. Okay, I'm really sorry for slowing this up for you guys. I just started listening to you not too long ago, and I found it so interesting. I really like the people calling in.
Caleb, we're losing you because your connection's not behaving really well. Go into your settings
Yeah,
and turn the camera off, and it'll reduce the amount of bandwidth that you're using.
Is it?
It keeps
I totally
disconnecting.
understand it.
Yeah, it keeps disconnecting and reconnecting. Do you have Wi-Fi where you're at?
Okay.
His connection is really bad. And now he's completely cut off. All right. I feel bad because I mean,
So much for that.
oh well, what are we gonna do? All right. Okay, well it looks like he's trying to connect again. We'll give it one last chance. His camera's turned off this time. Let's see if it eats up all the bandwidth. How you doing, Caleb?
I'm doing well. How are you?
That's much better. All right, we'll see if this works out a little bit better without the camera turned on. I appreciate you being here and being patient, Caleb. Caleb, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I do, both. Yeah, so I'm 23. I believe in God. I was raised Christian, but I'm not Christian anymore. So yeah, I'd love to get into it a little bit.
Sure. Well, tell us a little bit about the God you do believe in, because I'll be curious to know like what it is you believe in.
Well, I don't know if it really qualifies me to be on here, but I believe in a psychological God. I guess you could say that I would agree with most of the things that are in the Christian Bible, and because of that, I would then argue that while it's not literally true, I think it has value in it, and I think that if you agree with something philosophically, you almost do believe in something, whether or not you believe in people walking on water, or if you believe in treating people the way that you want to be treated. If you believe in one of the two things, that makes you a believer in some way.
Yeah, so, but do you believe that there is like an absolute creator with all power who like made the universe from nothing?
Well, I believe that people believe that there is omnipresent, omniscient gods. And if they believe that there is a God who is omniscient, then I can't say that that God doesn't exist.
Right, but I'm asking,
it exists within their head.
Right? I'm asking you what you believe, though. Do you believe that there is a deity that created all things?
No, not literally.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so it sounds to me like you're an atheist. So I mean, welcome to the club. We have bacon and sometimes funny hats. Our hats are not as fun as the Catholic hats. We'll warn you right out the bat. But yeah, I mean, you're just you're another atheist. Welcome to living in reality. And eat, drink, and be merry.
Yeah, I would say that there is a weird angle of like, I don't think I can date other atheists.
I mean,
and I've tried it multiple times.
Are you offering?
Well, yeah, I mean, hey man, you're not my type. Sorry, but it's the gals that I'm dating on like Tinder or on Bumble, things like this, where we're not agreeing politically, we're not agreeing socioeconomically.
Yeah, but you are an atheist.
On a lot of these baseline things, and then when I go to like a Christian dating app like Upward, and I go out on a date with a girl on Upward, I find that me and her, we agree on things that, like, theologically, we're obviously not going to agree because I don't believe in stupid shit with people walking on water. But in terms of, like, when it comes to, like, hey, what do we do about a baby? What do we do about adoption? What do we do about who we vote for and why we vote for them? When I think about the kind of people that I agree with, it's Christian women. It's not atheists. And I have to wonder if that's because of something that I believe in, if I believe in the validity of the teachings versus the actual like historical reality of
right. But keep in mind, what you're describing is your preference to live like a Christian. We're asking whether or not you believe in Christianity, and it sounds like you don't. So,
right,
Caleb, listen, if you are an atheist and you want to get married to a Christian, go for it. Love that for you.
Yeah,
But
fair enough.
we're trying to debate people that really do believe in God, and it sounds like you don't, and that's fine if you don't. It just means you're not a good fit for what we're doing.
Oh man. All right. Now I want to debate like whether or not I believe in it, because I feel like I believe in it enough to live my life by it.
You don't though. Okay. Well, we'll move on to the next one. Let's grab Yugi from the guest queue. How you doing, Yugi?
What's good, Justin? How you been, man?
Good. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Good, good. Yes, I'm 18, over 18, and yes, I'm a believer. Yep.
Cool. And what kind of a God do you believe in?
God of the Bible, Christian God, 66 book canon, all that stuff. Bro, you didn't have to do that guy dirty earlier because he didn't know the hypostatic union. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I have no idea who you're talking about. So Yugi, next question: are you driving? Because it really sounds like you're driving.
Yeah, I'm hands free. Thank
Yeah.
God.
Thanks for being honest. Okay. Well, come back when you're not driving.
Boy.
Guys, you cannot drive in live. It is against the TikTok terms of service. And in fact, if you look back in my video archive, you'll literally find a video where a guy was trying to do that, lied to me about it, and then hit the curb. Also, hey, Wall, your background noise is crazy loud. Maybe it's just me. I don't know about the audience, but it's crazy loud.
Sounds like you're in a restaurant.
Yeah. Wall, is there any way you can remove yourself from whatever's happening over there? That was so loud. I have no idea why it was so loud. No? Okay. Well, I have a sneaky suspicion they weren't really at their phone. I think they were at a restaurant and they requested, not knowing they were going to get pulled up at the restaurant, and now they're whatever, doing something, eating spaghetti and meatballs. Bigfoot, welcome in.
Finally, I've been looking for this guy.
Bigfoot, are you at least
Let me tell you how I see it.
Bigfoot, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
And what God do you believe in?
Yes. I've been thinking the God of Jewish, Christian, Muslim, every God.
So you believe in all the gods?
Yeah. So
do you believe in the Egyptian gods?
The way God revealed himself to Moses.
Try again. Hold on. We're not there yet. I know you have a really cool story. I'm trying to figure out what you believe first. Do you believe that the Egyptian gods are real?
No, I believe in like the Jewish God.
Okay, so you only believe in the Abrahamic God.
But in the context that it could also be like Christian, Muslim, that there's like one God, like nobody.
So you believe in the Abrahamic God?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Abrahamic God being real?
So there's strong historical evidence. And
like what?
To start off, yes, I think God is illogical, or it can appear illogical to us.
Well, we agree on one thing at least.
Which is what?
The Abrahamic God is illogical.
So, like, God is just on another level. So it might appear to us
what level?
Illogical, but what?
What level is he on?
So he creates everything and anything. How is it that he gives us free will? Because he's created multiple dimensions, covering every single scenario, like the world in every single possible iteration of it. We just happen to be living in this current iteration, or this current or this reality that we're in.
You think there
But
are
there's like,
other worlds that exist right now with human beings?
yeah, similar to ours, but just slightly different,
So like they
with
could have
different choice.
like purple facial hair?
Yeah, possibly.
Well, that certainly is
And
interesting. What would be the evidence of that?
so, for one, Moses saw God, like, heard God from a burning bush, right? So
I know you
that
believe that, and it sounds like somebody else's burning bush. Why would I believe that God showed up to Moses in a burning bush?
it says it in the Bible.
But why would I believe the Bible is true?
And well, you look at the Jewish people, the Christians, Muslims, we're all here hundreds of years, thousands of years later.
So are the Hindus.
Why is it that not with the same like belief system and
Have you never
same
met the
religion?
Hindus?
I mean, how old is the Hindu religion?
They go back
Older than
And I'm not
Christianity or
saying,
Judaism.
yeah, they go back way before.
so I mean, it's possible that they have a bit of truth, and this is what I'm saying. I don't think everything and everything in structured religion is necessarily true and good. I think just as people, we have gone and like inserted our own ideas and thoughts, whether it's for power or
Yeah.
for some other reason.
Is God good?
But God, yes.
Is he like 100% good or only
And
partly good?
so you're gonna like say, oh, like he causes cancer and all these bad, horrible things, right? But you forget that there's our iteration of the world, our dimension, and then there's a trillion others, us,
We need
but
we need
slightly
evidence of
different,
that.
with a
Yeah,
slightly
so
different choice.
so Bigfoot, we can't talk about other universes because we only know the one we're in, right? So there's not a single claim I will ever make about alternative universes, being that I don't know anything about them, and certainly you couldn't know anything about them either. So the only universe we could have a conversation about is the universe that you and I are living in. So maybe we should keep our conversation about the universe relegated to the one you and I both share. Fair enough.
I guess.
Right. Because if you and I are talking about what reality is, the only reality we have access to are the ones that we're both living in. We have no access to any other reality, so we can't talk about them. Now, the reality that we do live in, what we know is that for like a huge part of history, like upwards of 40% of infants didn't survive until 1 year of age. The infant mortality rate was astronomical. And not only that, a high percentage of them were miscarried or they died giving birth. So if God is good, why would he create human beings as such, where most of them just die miserable deaths before they make it to a year old?
Okay, so so I'm gonna attack it from a little bit of a two-prong. While we can't talk about other universes, I think you could logically deduct that there must be other universes, and that since God can make other universes just like he made this universe, he has no reason not to, so that he could get his perfect world in the end.
Okay, are we in the perfect world?
Maybe, maybe not. Yes, yeah, I think we are, because
okay, so God's perfect world includes human beings being born at an astronomical rate, and almost half of them, for a great period of history, dying before they turn the age of 1. That's perfect?
So
That's the best he could do?
Look, when you since God gave us all free will and he created multiple universes, um
But we're in the
in
perfect
some
one.
universes, no. Well, it's perfect in a different aspect, in that through our mindset we can change our how we experience the world.
Bigfoot, what do you
And
think perfect means?
that it gives the people in the world goodness.
He's asking about the definition. What do you think the word perfect means? Can something that's perfect be improved?
So there's perfect in different aspects. So, and there's perfect for different purposes.
Well, start
So
by giving us
when you
your
ask
definition
me
of
perfect,
perfect.
nothing is in a vacuum. What?
Yeah, start by giving your definition of the word perfect, and then we'll move from there.
Complete for its purpose.
So complete.
Complete for its purpose. Whatever the purpose is, if that item or that thing or that person is complete, full for its purpose, then it's perfect.
Okay, and the world we live in is what? Is it perfect for its purpose?
Yes.
Okay, so then what can we learn? If the world we live in is perfect for whatever purpose God has for it, that means God must have suffering as the purpose, because it's one of the things that we all experience here. So did
Well, he
God purpose
creates
this
other
world?
worlds where there isn't suffering.
Right, we're talking about this world, the world we're in, right? So in this world, the world we know about, if it's perfect, then we can only conclude that God desires suffering.
No.
Then it's
Because
not
even
perfect.
when people are in the worst spots, like, you can read a sci-fi fantasy book and like you're transported to a different world. Like you could lose sense of pain and like heaviness. So just like that, we have a mind that allows us to escape all the suffering. So even in a bad situation,
This is
there's
rough.
good.
This is really rough. No one's asking if you can find something good in a bad situation. We're asking about the purpose. You said that this world is perfect for its purpose.
So
If
yeah,
this world is
so its
perfect for its
purpose is to
purpose, then
be
we have to assume that the creator purposed us to suffer. Yes or no?
no,
Okay.
because
Okay.
there's free will in this world.
I'm sure. Okay.
And
So I'm not gonna do any more of that. He's already there's no point in debating somebody who's clearly intoxicated or on the electric lettuce. What are you gonna do? All right, we're gonna get our next guest in here. Although we got Reverend Doctor with us. How you doing, Rev?
Hey, buddy.
Good to hear from you, bud.
Good.
Hi, Rev. Long time no see.
Yeah, hi, Bible guy. I got a 5-second joke and then I'll run away.
I can't wait for it. Let's have it.
All right, so a lady hits this kid with her car. She gets out, he's all bloodied and bruised. And she's like, oh my goodness, do you want me to get you a priest? And he's like, lady, this is no time to think about sex.
Damn you.
I appreciate that, Rev. I appreciate that stop and drop there for us. There's another iteration of that one we don't have to do now that's really good too. That's a good one though.
Is it the reverse exorcism joke?
Similar to it, yeah. Yeah. Where the it'll come up eventually. Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat. Tim says, post-rapture insurance. I have a team of dedicated sinners guaranteed to be left behind. Rest easy knowing all your fur babies are fine for $50 a month. Yes. This is actually a really good video series put together by the same guy who did the Caucasian Space Jesus skits. If you guys don't know Caucasian Space Jesus, please go into TikTok and just look up Caucasian Space Jesus. You will not be disappointed. I promise you, you won't be disappointed. But he also was the guy who invented Rapture Pet Insurance. And his channel is amazing. It's just a great channel. And Acme Hero, great to see you. Acme says, when God sends these apologists, he's not sending his very best. Some of these are liars, some are adulterers, and some, I assume, are good people. Indeed, that appears to be the case. And Aaron says, Doug is my rock and my hard place. Doug is he, the rock who gives the best hugs. Absolutely. Actually, do Doug, not drugs, friends. Doug is always rock hard for you. He's the only rock you need. And Jake, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the 665? 666. Hail Nero says, every single word in the Bible is true. It's only when you group them together as sentences that they start getting iffy. That is 100% correct. And Sonic says, didn't Jesus know from where the wind blow? Oh, didn't Jesus not know from where the wind blows? You mean, did Jesus never pass gas? I assume he did. I'll have to think about that. I don't know, but the wind of God was in him. And Ivan
If
says,
he was eating gefilte fish, definitely.
oh, yeah, for sure. Ivan says, the Prince of Preaching is out of this world. I know. He was doing his best. He was doing what apologists do. You know what I mean? And last one from our friend Robert. Robert says, Jesus was God, but placed inside the limitations of human experience by design. Atheist, by the way, just pointing out the correct counter argument. I know he got to that eventually. It just took him a while to get there. The idea is that the Jesus portion is the portion that lacks the attributes of God. But the minute you say that, you move right into partialism, and partialism is a heresy. You can't say that God have parts. It's just factually, it's just factually a heresy of the church. Now, you're welcome to be a heretic. I don't mind. All right, let me grab Phoenix. Phoenix has been waiting for a while to get in. How you doing, Phoenix?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, Phoenix?
Pretty good. I actually had a question about something you mentioned on a live stream like 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Phoenix, are you a Christian, not Christian, Muslim, atheist?
I am an atheist.
Okay. You know, we're debating, right?
Right, but it was something you said about prophecies,
okay.
Right?
All right, and next in line is Esoteric Haze. Thank you for waiting, Esoteric. Welcome in. I think this is our second time chatting, right? Oh, Esoteric, your microphone's muted. No, your hardware mic is muted. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you for having me back on. There's a little bit of an echo, so I'm going to put one ear off.
I can actually turn down the echo a little bit. Hold on.
Oh, you don't have to trouble yourself.
What about now? Is it still echoing when you talk?
Let me see. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Can everyone still hear him? Dalton, can you hear him?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone actually, while I got you up here, I want to test something real quick. I'm going to turn something off.
Sure.
I want you to tell me if everyone can still hear him. So I turned the gain on a certain something all the way down to 0. Esoteric Haze, can you say something? I want to make sure that everyone can still hear you.
Praise Doug.
Dalton, did you hear him?
Yep.
Awesome. Esoteric, did you hear Dalton?
No.
You did not. Gotcha. Okay.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
Don't worry, you'll figure it out eventually. I've been seeing you work on this for a few streams.
Okay, I'll put it back up. All right, so actually, I also do one more thing. Hold on.
Have you not tried to get ChatGPT's input on this? That's what I do when I need to troubleshoot something.
You might be better off with Perplexity.
Oh, bye. So the way it's set up right now does kind of work. The only problem is Esoteric is going to hear ever so slightly hear himself a little bit when he talks. But I don't think it's going to be a problem. And Esoteric, you can hear Dalton the way that's set up. I can work on something else later that may or may not work for what we're doing. But
Yeah.
so Esoteric, remind me again, what is your belief system?
Okay, so I believe that gods are internal.
I think we did
I
this
do not
last
believe in
time.
an external deity.
Right. Okay. So you're just an atheist.
No, but by atheist, sorry, I have to do that. It's my apologies. No problem. If by your definition, gods must necessarily be external to you, then yes.
Yeah.
But I am making a big distinction when I'm saying that it's not just imaginary.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think gods are external to the individual. That's what makes them God. Like God, by definition, created everything, so he must be external to it.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna go by fundamentalist religion propaganda, then yes.
Yeah, but that's just the definition of God. Like the definition of God is some sort of external agent that created everything.
Well, I think God is like any concept in human existence to where like it actually matters on like what we're ontologically talking about. And if it's not an external entity, but we have some sort of source experience or like source of the experience, then that's the thing we're actually trying to identify.
Yeah, but
So
if the thing is inside of
I'm
you, then
sorry.
it's just not a God. Also, while I got you up here, I want to try one other setting real quick.
Oh, sure. Go on.
Okay, so I just changed the output in Video Ninja. And now I'm curious when you talk if everyone can still hear you.
Hello, everyone. Praise Doug.
Everyone still hear him?
Yeah.
All right. And Dalton, when you talk, let's see if Esoteric can hear you.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam.
I can hear you.
Fucking A. Hell yeah.
Okay. Solutions.
So I think we discovered that setting doesn't need to be set the way it is, which means I now can actually have a little bit of control over the gain so that you can hear more or less of Dalton and not hear yourself echoing. I love it. Okay. So now that we got that sorted out, I'm going to update my cheat sheet later that tells everyone how to do this exact setup with this one exception created. So all that being said, Esoteric, it sounds to me like you're not really a believer in a God concept in the way that we believe in God. So when we say God, we're referring to something that's external from the human mind that created all things, meaning we come from it. It doesn't come from us. And if you believe that it comes from us, then really you're just one of us, bud.
I mean, like, you see, that's where I agree with you to a degree. But I do think that I am actually touching on something. For instance, have you ever heard of subpersonality theory?
Mm-mm.
Or I guess naturalized Jungian theory, which would be the actual formalized archetype theory that's removed all of the pseudoscience bullcrap associated with it.
Yeah, so Jung had a theory that God is like an archetype, and this is like Jordan Peterson's favorite weird thing to go on.
Oh God, yeah.
And like to me, if God is just an archetype, then it's just something that is just born within the mind of human beings. Like, so for let me ask you a question: if all humans died tonight at midnight, would God still exist?
The same way I answered this last time. Yes.
Where?
At least how humans conceive of them.
Where?
No, I mean, no, he would cease to exist.
Exactly. That's right. So if God is dependent on the mind of human beings, then you just don't believe in God. It's okay if you don't.
Well, no, here's the thing, is that I do believe in gods. I just don't believe they're necessarily eternal.
No, you don't. The definition of God is go ahead, Dalton.
I was like, do you think that the God that exists within you is an actual being in the world?
I think it's an autonomous agent within your conscious awareness.
But does it depend on you existing?
It depends on your conscious awareness, your consciousness impression, your brain to exist. It doesn't depend on you.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
You're the observer.
If it depends on our brain, then it's just a part of our brain. Our brain is producing it, which means
Yeah, I think it's a psychological phenomenon.
I know that means it's not a god. A god is not a psychological phenomenon.
There is no external entailment.
Okay.
Sounds like a concept.
That is purely a fundamentalist religion concept.
All right, we're going to end this the same way we ended it last time. You don't believe in God, just get over it. You're an atheist. Just deal with reality. You don't believe in God.
There's a lot of atheists in denial.
Yeah, why do they do that? Just admit you don't believe in a God. You can't redefine God to something that's more palatable. That's not God is God. All right, let me grab 3 super chats. We'll get our next hopefully opposition in here. Janice says, "Man seeks kid without box of kittens. Cute. Kid, they're Christian. They're Christian. Week later, same box, still cute. Kid, now atheist. Why? Eyes open." I want to make Janice. I love you, but I don't know if I understand the super you're sending. Man sees kid with box of kittens. Okay, so adult male sees a child with a box of kittens, and the adult says cute. The kid says they're Christian. Okay, so the kittens are Christian. 1 week later, the same box. Somebody says they're still cute. Kid then says, "Oh, the kittens are now atheists." And then
because their eyes are open.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Because kittens don't open their eyes immediately. Okay, there we go. It took a while. Thank you, Dalton. So while the kittens have their eyes closed, they're Christian. Once their eyes are open, they're atheists. Fantastic, Janice. I appreciate that. Sometimes it takes a little bit of work to understand the communication. And Darkness says, "I thought Rock Hard Doug was a stoner by nature." Praise Doug. Listen, I approve of getting stoned for Doug. I don't approve of getting stoned for Doug and then trying to have debates or driving or operating heavy machinery or cleaning your lawnmower. Those are not things you should be doing while you're getting stoned for Doug. And last one from Worshipper of the Old Gods. Great to see you. Says, he could have proven the existence of God, but then he got high. He could have won and had his fun, but then he got high. Justin cooked Bigfoot, and I know why. Because he got high, because he got high, because he got high. Great song. I feel like that's what everyone actually thinks. All right, I'm going to grab one guess from our TikTok queue, and then we'll go back to our YouTube queue. How you doing, Laurie?
Greetings. Hey, you said my name correctly. Good job. A lot of people butcher it.
You know what? Mine was a guess. I'm just lucky that I got it right. Laurie, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm 32.
And do you believe in a God of some nature?
Not in any biblical sense, no. It's going to sound repetitive because I'm on the same brainwave as the other gentleman that you had up here.
Oh boy. Okay. So do you believe that there is a...
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Do you believe that there is a deity that created everything?
As far as a being, like one physical being, no. I think awareness was what created reality.
Does awareness...
Deciding.
Okay. Does awareness give rise to reality, or does reality give rise to awareness?
I think they fluctuate with each other since we are, well, to my belief, we are in a fractal existence. So I believe the more people that are aware that are on the same type of mindset, that's when more of a reality will come into existence.
Okay, so
more of that reality will come into existence.
Okay, so if reality is only being interacted with in fractals, as you might say, that means there must be a reality that's external to us.
How so? Can you be more specific?
Okay. So if we are observing pieces of reality, that means the reality that we're observing must be external to us.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we are visualizing it as external.
Okay. So if there's an external reality to us, it must be created by something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the something that created the external reality is typically what we call God.
Yes.
Okay, so you do believe there is an external being that created an external reality, right?
But yes, I have a belief in both, that there is external, but we also have it within us.
Listen, that's fine. Like if you say, listen, I believe in a God, but I also believe God is somehow inside of us. That's fine. I'm just trying to make sure you actually believe in a God first. So in order to say you believe in a God, it must be some kind of an entity that like created something or like gave life to something or did something that doesn't, like, they're not dependent on me. Like I didn't think God into existence. He thought me into existence. You know what I'm saying?
I see it as one and the same.
Oh boy. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I
Laurie,
see
it
it as
sounds
one and
like
the same.
it just
Time
sounds like you
isn't.
don't believe in God then, and that's fine if you don't believe in God. But like we're trying to find someone who does believe in God.
If that's what you got from it, fine. But I do believe in God.
You don't.
According to you.
No, according to
But
words.
that's okay. Yeah.
Definitions are hard, even for atheists.
I have a feeling you're a lot like me. I don't really care to talk to like New Age spiritualists. I want to talk about who wants to come in here and talk about the Bible.
Right. Yeah. I don't really care if you have like this weird notion of God that doesn't meet any definition of God. You're welcome to have it. No one cares. Like play with your crystals. I don't care. Crystals are fucking cool anyways. Like, let's be honest. Crystals look really cool. Gretchen says merch proposal: sell Doug's pretzels with baby paste dripping sauce or dipping sauce, just marinara, but funnier. Flour should be stone ground by Doug himself. Amen. Rock hard for Doug. Okay, so Gretchen, this is a good idea. I do have a Doug's pretzel shop in the gift shop on YouTube. I'll create another one where there's like Doug's pretzel shop and he's dipping a pretzel in baby paste. We'll make sure and make that a reality. I mean, it's a great idea. I'm going to write it down. Okay, it's on my list of things to do. And so thank you for that, Gretchen. I appreciate that. It's a really good idea. Okay, now we've got a person. We got two people in the YouTube queue that are both ready to come in. They've got microphones and cameras turned on. So it's going to be Marcos first, and then looks like John probably next. Welcome in, Marcos.
Oh no.
Oh, Marcos. Marcos, another one that came into the room and didn't select his actual hardware. Okay. Now his connection's dropped. Okay. Well, we'll try again. Let's get John into the conversation. Welcome in, John.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Doing great. Thank you for asking. And thank you for being ready with your hardware.
No problem.
So, John, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, and yes. I'm both 18 and Christian.
Okay. So what would be, in your opinion, the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah, I think that I would argue for the existence of God from the logical impossibility of the contrary. So I would go from a transcendent argument.
Okay, so you're going to do tag. You're just going to do a presuppositionalist argument?
I am presuppositionalist, but I also believe that every person is presuppositionalist in whatever argument there might be, that most people have the same evidence, and we're evaluating it according to whatever our various presuppositions are.
All right, well, I assume, given the tenor of the conversation so far, you brought premises?
Maybe not. Maybe so. What sort of premises would you be looking for? I actually just ran into you on YouTube. I've never seen this. It was like, hey, I'll get on.
Okay. Well, I guess start the argument. I'll kind of write down premises to keep track as we go, and we'll see how far it gets.
Sure. By the way, while I'm here, I know I was the person who had my equipment. I'm hearing myself really loudly. Is there a quick way to fix that?
Yeah, the audience is having trouble hearing him too.
Yeah, I think it's actually your connection. Let's see if this helps. What about now?
Let's try.
Because I'm having a hard time.
It's not gone, but it is better.
I'm trying.
I just have a pretty heavy echo of myself in my own head.
Yeah, because I'm actually having an echo as well, like when you talk.
Okay, let me see.
I just think it might be because you're in a closed room and your earbuds have like really good microphones, and it's kind of having a little trouble with the echo in your actual room.
Okay. Well,
But
I'll just try and fight against it. But I guess if nobody can hear, then that's kind of an issue.
no, I mean I can hear you. I think you're okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah, we'll move forward into the argument part, I guess. My basic premise would be this: is that any claim that could be made against the existence of God would have to be made on capital or presuppositional assumptions that can only be had from the Christian worldview in the first place. That there has to be metaphysical or logical assumptions that are coming from no founded reality outside of what has to be borrowed from the pocket of the Christian worldview.
Okay, so you started out with a circular argument, and I'm going to put it on the screen. I don't know if you can see it. Premise number one of the argument is that Christianity must be true for truth to exist.
I don't know that that's my articulation of that, but
It's basically what you said, wasn't it?
I'm saying that in order to make a truth claim, there has to be a transcendent source from which that truth claim can be made. So let me ask
There we
you.
go. Okay, so now we're finally getting to the crux of the tag argument. So why does your God need to exist for a truth claim to be true?
Well, what is truth according to you?
Truth is
Does it
when
exist, or is it
the truth is
something that's individual?
The truth is when a proposition matches reality.
Okay, so why is that the case? So it sounds to me like you're assuming logical metaphysical realities that 1 equals 1, right? Like that there's some sort of proofs to the universe and its existence, that there's constant truths.
No,
why is that the case?
1 equals 1 because we invented the language and we invented what 1 equals.
Sure, but again, that is a metaphysical assumption, right? That's something that has been the case. It doesn't change. Laws of logic, things like that.
It doesn't change because we invented its meaning. The laws of
we
logic
invented its meaning.
The laws of logic, just like numbers, just like language, they're inventions of the human mind that describe things.
I don't agree with you that that's correct. This is a thing that is present in the creation itself. One apple is one apple, regardless of how we observe that according to language.
Yeah, we describe what an apple is. An apple is an apple because we described it as an apple. That's why it's not a chair.
Yeah, I agree with you that we chose a sound to make with our face. It means that this object now, right? Like, I'm not going platonic in that to say that there's forms and objects of the form, but what I am saying is there are realities. So, for example, again, back to the transcendence thing, I'm arguing that laws of
we
logic
do agree that
are,
reality exists, but we don't agree that the laws of logic are transcendental.
So how do you account for the existence of reality outside of transcendental truths?
Again, why do I need transcendental anything?
Is that the end of that statement?
Yeah.
Why do you need transcendental anything? Well, because you're not able to know anything at all without it.
Prove it.
How are you knowing anything at all to be the case?
Because we can observe, right? So what this is going to reduce down to is solipsism, right? You're going to say, nobody can know anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. You can't prove that you're not a brain in a vat. And then again, neither can you. So this argument doesn't actually end up winning for anybody. But what we can do is agree that there probably is an external reality outside of my brain. And the next question is, are we sharing the same reality or not? If we're sharing the same reality, then all we can do is measure propositions against reality. When the proposition matches reality, we just call that thing true.
So you're taking truth from a merely observational perspective.
All we have. Until you can demonstrate that they exist transcendentally, I have no other option, right? So your starting point is that there are transcendental categories that cause things to be the way they are, but you can't prove that to be the case. You're presupposing it the same way you're presupposing God.
But that's my whole point, right? Is I came out from the premise and said, I am being presuppositional, and I believe that everyone is presupposing certain things.
The only thing The only thing I presuppose is that there is an external reality to my brain, meaning I'm not imagining reality. I actually exist within reality. But I think you and I can agree on that.
I think we can agree on that, not for the same premise, right? I believe that reality is a created thing, so it exists outside of God as a creation of His own.
John, you're a
working.
You're a nice young man, I can tell. So let me ask you a couple questions, and I promise I'm not
Sure.
trying to be an asshole. But
no, go ahead.
When did you become a Christian?
I've been a Christian for over a decade now. I guess it was about 11 years ago.
Okay. And what form of Christian are you? Like what denomination?
I am a Reformed Baptist.
Okay. And when you became a Christian, what convinced you to be a Christian?
I came to faith as a manner of faith. I came to the conviction of the gospel initially, but that I also came to faith in accordance with the fact that it seemed that what I'm saying now is that the logical impossibility of the opposite was the case, that God had to exist, and that this was the most logically deductible case.
Okay. So you came to to the Christian viewpoint without the philosophy, didn't you?
Without the philosophy?
Yeah. You're attempting to engage in presuppositional philosophy right now. You didn't need that when you became a Christian, right?
You're asking if I independently needed that. No, the faith is a manner of faith. I do think that logic aligns with it because it's the truth, but I did come to it as a manner of faith.
Okay. So do you know anyone personally who became a Christian solely on the basis of philosophical argumentation like what you're providing? Or do you think all Christians are engaging in that because they're already Christians and they want to justify what they believe?
That's a great question. I actually do know one or two people. I'm admitting that most people don't come to the faith through this methodology, but I'm a former seminarian. I've been in apologetic circles for several years and things like that. So I do know a couple of people whose conviction to the faith came through debate or logical argument or something like that.
Very good. Okay. So when you came in as a Christian and I asked you for your best argument and your best evidence, and you're admitting to me now that this philosophical argument is something that you're engaging in after you became a Christian. It's not usually the thing that creates Christians. I'm only asking you because I want to know why you think that this is the best argument, because this argument doesn't get you to Christianity.
Interesting. So you don't think that my argument is, because I'm arguing exclusively for the God of the Bible. I'm not arguing for a general theism, but for scriptural Christian God.
Right. Yeah. So I think maybe there's an endpoint in your argument, because I've already heard it before, where you are going to make an argument that the Trinity is necessary. And I already know the argument for the Trinity being necessary that stems from the beginning argument that you gave, which is the impossibility of the contrary, which is not a great argument. But the reality is, like, if your argument includes the Trinitary being necessary, you've got an issue, because the Trinitary itself seems to entail contradictions, as does many verses in the Bible. But I don't know what your position on the Bible is yet. Do you believe that the Bible contains contradictions?
Full infallibility, inerrancy, the whole conservative position.
Okay. So like, this is like my major complaint with like the philosophical argumentation for Jesus is it always tries to prove that the Trinity is necessary. And then it always tries to not look at the Bible by saying, well, as long as my argumentation is true, it doesn't matter what the Bible says, the Bible must be true. But the reality is, anyone who reads the Bible for even an hour can find like really easy contradictions in the book. Anyone who thinks about the Trinity for even a couple minutes can find the logical contradiction in the Trinity. And so like, I'm trying to figure out why you're starting on the philosophical end as rather than the Bible end.
Yeah, it's a good question. Because, right, so why go philosophical over Bible? Firstly, because of I think the area that we're in and what we're doing right now, right? Like, I'm not evangelizing you. I'm having a debate with you about whether or not God is imaginary. So that's a different level of approach that I would take, as opposed to coming to you and sharing the gospel. Not that I'm opposed to doing that, but why argue from that? Because I think that to bring to you evidential apologetics, right? If I was going to come to you and put God on trial with you on the judge seat and say, here's the best evidences by which I think you're going to have to evaluate whether or not God exists, that you are immediately going to have to engage in evaluative properties that are going to require of you to borrow capital from a transcendental worldview that you can't account for.
No, that would be wrong. Because it certainly could be true that Christianity is wrong and that the God of Judaism is true. Could be that Christianity is wrong and the theistic concept of Buddhism is true. It could be true that Christianity is wrong, but also some other God concept to be correct, right? So, like the argument you're giving doesn't get you to Christianity; it gets you to some generic theistic concept. And I'm really more interested in the argument that gets you to Christianity. Now, to be fair, I have the same presuppositional argument over and over again about a generic God concept, and you're welcome to give it. All I'm saying is that everyone here is probably more interested if you have an argument specifically for Christianity. And at that, I'll stop yapping and let you provide your best argument.
Yeah, so I would say in response to that, right? So, and I'm not trying to move away from that. And if I am, by all means, you have welcome free reign to get rid of me at any time. What I'm getting at is to say that, what's the best way to put this? That if I were to do like some guy did earlier and try and provide to you, I heard him say that this was the best universe, and you were like, well, why is this the best go, right? Isn't it bad that there's young children that have terrible things happen to them, starving, dying in childbirth and all that? Those arguments require you to engage in moral assumption that a human is inherently valuable and that bad things happening to them, bad things, is making a judgment of what's good and bad in the first place.
No, none of those
So
are.
where do you get the capital from to engage with that?
None of those things are things I assumed. This is something that you and I both agree on, which is that to be all good, there can't be unnecessary suffering. There's no instance in which unnecessary suffering is good. You can say that some necessary suffering is good, and I would agree with you. There is such a thing as necessary suffering, right? But if you tell me that unnecessary suffering is good, I can't see a good reason to believe that.
Interesting. So I would, on the unnecessary suffering argument, I'm really interested by Alvin Plantinga's general argument that it's sufficient to believe that a being who could know all things could have proper reasoning for a suffering that those who are limited in their knowledge could not have awareness of. But even then, you're engaging in certain assumptions that people shouldn't suffer. You're making a general moral assumption that it's wrong for suffering to take place. I think I can account for that from a theistic belief that I
didn't make a moral claim.
You did whenever you said this is the best that he can do. That's a value claim, correct?
Yeah, value
Best,
game. Yes.
Worst,
Yep. Good is a value claim. I agree. Yeah. So like if you're all good, that means you always do the best thing.
Correct. Yeah, and I do. I believe that all the workings of the Lord are perfect, that as an all perfect being, he could not do anything that was not perfect.
Okay. So what that means is you have to believe that whatever happens down here is good by necessity, or you're going to have to admit that there is unnecessary suffering.
No, I do in fact believe that all things that take place in the ultimate sense for the purpose of the universe, which is to glorify God, are good.
Okay. So what you just said is that God makes people suffer so that it will bring more glory to him.
What I just said is that God creates the universe in order to bring glory to himself. And that the story that plays out does involve suffering and redemption of making right of all things.
Yep. So does all the suffering that incur here on the earth, is it necessary for the end goal?
That's getting into a level of like, is it necessary? That's a mind of God question. I would say that, again, a most perfect being could only make a most perfect universe because all the workings of his hand would have to be completely perfect. So in the sense that it's necessary outside of him, no. In the sense that it's necessary according to his plan and will for the world, then yes.
So then, yes, you would say that all the suffering here is necessary, right?
I'm saying that all the suffering, perhaps we could go to, I think I can take the word necessary for that.
I mean,
I'm saying that all the suffering is according to the will of God.
We know that. I'm asking if it's necessary, though.
What do you mean by necessary?
I mean, it couldn't be any other way.
For whom? No, I would say could not be any other way. I believe that if there is one best possible universe, then an infinitely best being could only make a singly best possible universe by the limitations of his own nature.
Okay, so the best possible universe is the universe with suffering.
Evidently.
Okay, so that means heaven's not the best possible situation?
Heaven is a part of the creation as it has been made.
Yeah, but there's no suffering in heaven according to Revelation 21.
I completely agree with you, but it's as though you're chopping off heaven and leaving out everything that's storylined up to that moment.
Okay, so why is suffering necessary here but not in heaven?
Again, heaven is like if you took a book, right? That's say a fiction novel, right? There's a story that takes place with plot throughout it, and it's like you're just plucking out the last chapter.
I know, I've read it. I've read it. I've read every last word of it.
No, I'm not claiming that you're plucking out the end of Revelation. I'm saying the storyline of history. You're just taking out the last bit and going, why is this part not a sufficient enough story?
No, what I'm asking is, why is it perfect for there to be suffering here, but not suffering in heaven?
Why is it perfect for there to be suffering here, but not suffering in heaven? Okay, that's a good enough question. Because heaven exists on the other side of suffering where redemption has taken place, and redemption is not possible through a system in which no suffering has occurred. And evidently, in the mind of God, redemption existing is a better thing than redemption not existing.
Okay, but I don't think that addresses the question. I'm asking about like the state of affairs, right? If it's better, if it's a better state of affairs that we suffer, then we don't suffer. And I'm trying to figure out how heaven is better than not heaven.
Because again, you're taking heaven, which is a concept that happens at the end of all time after the redemption of all things. Heaven can only be properly understood after all of Earth's history.
Okay, so the suffering
and you can't lock it off from that and say, why is this one not better just by itself as separated from all of its premise?
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. You're doing an argument akin to the soul building argument. So what you're saying is the suffering is necessary so that God can do redemption, and redemption is the greatest good?
I'm saying that the evidence of redemption existing in the world is evidence that God would have preferred to have a world that has redemption over the possibility of having one that doesn't.
Right, but is suffering necessary for redemption?
Is suffering necessary for redemption? The word necessary is what continues to trip me up, because it seems to insist that there's a withholdent individual to whom suffering has to take place for. Is that God in your articulation of that statement? Is that what you mean?
Meaning it couldn't be any other way, right? So if God has an end, if God has a goal, like say his goal is redemption, right? And there's suffering prior to the redemption. If the suffering is not necessary for the redemption, then redemption doesn't explain the suffering.
If suffering is not necessary for redemption, then redemption doesn't explain the suffering. Okay, I do understand. Yeah, I think that in order for something to be redeemed, it has to first fall away. There has to be a negative in order for redemption to occur. So yeah, I would say that in order for that storyline to take place in a way that includes redemption, it would have to include suffering.
Okay, so God needs to make people suffer before they can be redeemed.
God does not need anything at all. God has chosen to have people suffer and redeem them according to his own will.
Then it's not necessary. If he chooses, then it's not necessary.
That's why I said I'm having such an issue with the word necessary, right? Is because again, I'm not calling God beholden to anything other than his own nature.
Okay. So if God chooses to make people suffer when they don't have to suffer, that just means God causes unnecessary suffering. In the literature, which you're familiar with way more than me, we typically refer to that as gratuitous suffering.
So that's where we get to where I started from the very beginning. And I say, what's wrong with unnecessary suffering?
Right. So it's just a definitional argument, right? If you and I both agree that suffering is not good, and I don't have to believe in your God to believe that suffering's bad. Like suffering just by its nature is bad because I no longer have well-being the more I suffer. The more I suffer, the less well-being I have. And the less being I have, the less I exist.
Right. But you do, I mean, can you agree with me that there was like 4 assumptions loaded into that?
Yeah, that existing is preferable to not existing. That's about it.
Correct. Yeah, that was the first one. But you're also assuming that it's good for you to have, that it matters for you to have well-being over not having well-being. You're assuming that it's profitable for you to not suffer over suffering.
I
And I'm
agree.
asking,
So,
yeah,
but
yeah, and
again, but again,
I
you
appreciate that. So
and
why
I
does it matter if you suffer?
you and I both agree that suffering's bad. The only difference is you have to presuppose a God for it to be bad, and I could just tell you that I think it's bad because everybody agrees that the words good and bad are actually inherently subjective, not objective. And this is
I don't agree with that.
And this is the problem that
Bad is not stamped into the universe. When we in Justin use the word bad, it's just shorthand for not preferable.
Right. Something that's bad is not preferable. And we already went down this line of argumentation where I'm asked you if God does.
So can I rebut that?
If God always does what is good, that means God always does what is preferable.
For himself, yeah. But let me rebut that. So what you've just given up in that statement, right, to say that bad is not something that's stamped in the universe, that it's just a subjective understanding of that which is not preferable. Yep. You've given up the ability to make a moral claim about anything at all. We shouldn't legislate. I never did. We shouldn't make a morality claim at all.
Never did. Never once did I say I believe in objective morals, because I don't.
No, I know you did. I'm speaking to. Sorry, I don't know the name of the gentleman below me. I can only read the Bible.
I also don't believe in objective morals. At least not. You can once you. It's like kind of like chess. You know, we can say objectively that one move is illegal versus not legal only once we come to a subjective agreement to the rules of the game. Morality is subjective, but once we agree, once we ground like morality and well-being, then we can make objective statements like this is not conducive to one's well-being versus this is conducive to one's well-being.
But why is well-being the standard?
It's not. So, John, follow me here, right? You're suggesting there needs to be an objective standard, and the reality is you can't find it, right? So what you're going to say, and this is how the moral argument always plays out, is you're going to say, well, I'm not allowed to have an opinion because I can't appeal to an objective standard. But you actually can't appeal to an objective standard either, because if I read you the objective standard from the Bible, and if you went to seminary, you know what it says, you're going to dislike a lot of those objective standards.
I don't. I have zero issues with any verses in the Bible.
So you're okay with God saying that you can own slaves?
I am.
Okay, so was slavery objectively good or objectively bad?
That's a good question. Slavery in whatever system it's in depends upon whatever's going on. So economically, I think there's a distinction to be made if we're going to be honest, right? In slavery from one system to another, in which one was just the economic system at the time in which it was basically employees and employers, as opposed to chattel slavery that took place in America, where there was obvious man stealing, and it's demonstrably condemnable.
Now, John?
But by slavery, me and Justin are referring to owning another person as property. You can pass them on to your descendants as an inheritance. You can beat them so long as they don't unalive within 1 or 2 days. And by them being property, that's the definition of chattel slavery.
Right. So, John, you came in very kind, and I love it and I appreciate it. But I'm going to ask you to do one thing. Don't lie on what the Bible says, because I promise you everything I say that's in it is in it.
I understand. And if you think I've lied, please tell me, and I'm glad to talk about it.
Okay. So it does talk about actual chattel slavery in Leviticus 25, does it not?
Let me take a look at your passage here and see what you got.
Yeah. As for your male and female slaves who you may have from the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. Moreover, you may buy the children of the strangers who dwell among you and their families who are with you, which they beget in your land. They shall become your property. And you may take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them as a possession. They shall be your permanent slaves. But regarding your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule over one another with rigor. Right? So that's owning a person as property forever.
Right. So my definition of chattel slavery had to do explicitly with the right to mansteal, which is a named sin in the scriptures.
But that's
so
not,
if that's my incorrect thing, then forgive me on that. I was not lying. I was misunderstanding.
Chattel is derived from a French word which means property. When we say chattel slavery, we just simply mean owning another human being as property.
Okay, well received then. So my response is, what's wrong with slavery?
So again, I'm asking you, do you think slavery was good?
But hold on, why, if you're going to call that up as an opposite, like you're the one who brought slavery onto the table, and
I
you're
know
saying
it's
this is a moral.
uncomfortable, John. So this is called an
No,
internal
it's not
critique.
uncomfortable for me. I'm saying
I
you're the
know.
one who brought it up,
It's
so you're making a moral claim that there's a problem.
I didn't make a
And I
claim,
want you to support that
John.
claim.
I didn't make a claim. Did
Right.
I make a claim?
Suppose not. Maybe
Okay.
you just
So
said.
what I asked
Okay,
you
I see what you're saying.
is, in your opinion, was slavery objectively moral or immoral?
And I'm responding by saying, what ground do you have to say? You're assuming that morals exist.
I'm asking you,
to answer me that question.
in your opinion, not mine. In your opinion, is it objectively moral or immoral to own slaves?
I feel like you're going to think that I'm trying to run around you.
You are.
But I'm not trying to run around you. I'm also not.
I'm not asking what's in my head. I'm asking what's in your head. In your head, is it objectively moral or immoral to own a slave?
Objectively moral or immoral to own a slave.
Remember, you believe in objective morals, not me.
Correct, but you are pressing the issue as though morals exist.
Nope, I'm asking your opinion.
My opinion is that whatever God has permitted at whatever time and place it's taken place has been moral, always.
Okay, so
let me clarify. God has always acted objectively morally. He has allowed individuals under his purview to act immorally, even according to their systems.
I want to make sure you said God has always acted morally.
God has always acted morally. He is incapable of the opposite.
So anything God does by definition becomes moral?
It does not become moral. God is limited by his nature as an all good being to not be able to do that which is immoral.
Okay, so when he did slavery, slavery was moral.
When he did slavery, what an interesting way to say that sentence. What do you mean by that?
When he said you can own slaves, that was a moral command.
That's a different thing. No, see, I said when God acts, he always acts morally.
Well, first of all,
does God or does God not at different times in the scriptures permit things that he does not morally allow?
Okay, so I think you're trying to make a distinction between God's commands and God's actions. And there's a really good rabbit trail here, but I don't know if I want to do it yet. I don't want to get lost on the slavery. I'm willing to go on this rabbit trail as long as you want to come back to slavery with me, though.
Yeah. Well, so why don't we wrap that up or continue on it for your own sake? I'm glad to stay there.
So when God said to the Israelites that they can own slaves, that means God is taking an action. He's giving a command to the people, saying that it's okay to own slaves. And Deuteronomy 12:28 says that doing the commands of God are good and right in the sight of the Lord your God, and to do them and teach them to your children forever, which means according to the Israelite covenant, owning slaves is good and right forever.
Okay, sorry, just processing all that. So yeah, I think that, again, does God not at various times and in various places engage in things? I say engage in things, allow for things amongst the people that he's engaged with that he does not morally permit.
Nope. So Deuteronomy 12:8 says, observe and obey all of these words which I command you, that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever, when you do what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. Over and over again in the Old Testament, God says to follow this law forever. Deuteronomy 30, Deuteronomy 12:1, Deuteronomy 11:1, Leviticus 16, over and over again, right? So the God who gave the slave laws has no idea that this is a temporary command. This is something that's invented by Paul.
Invented by Paul. What an interesting way to put that.
Jesus disagrees with it. Jesus thinks the law.
I was about to say, but here's the thing. I don't even see in the New Testament, like you're saying it was invented by Paul. I don't even see in the New Testament you can't own slaves command. It's not there either. No,
I'm talking about the temporary nature of the law. That's Galatians 3:23. But you're right. Even in the New Testament, there's no prohibition against slavery, which means, according to the Bible, it's never immoral to own a slave.
It is immoral to own a slave according to the Bible, dependent upon what nature one owns the slave.
As long as you don't go out and kidnap them, according to Paul.
Correct.
That's where the
As
passage
long as you don't
about
kidnap and
man
abuse,
stealers.
correct.
Yeah, that's where man stealers come in, right? Because that's the actual translation
Right.
of that. It doesn't say slave, it says man stealers. But you and I both know that slaves exist outside of kidnapping.
Yeah, I think that slaves were in most places for most of history a big part of the economic system. Individuals who mostly had become debtors and were not able to pay off their debts.
Okay, so according to the objective eternal moral law code of the Bible, or of God rather, it's okay to own a slave as long as you don't go out and kidnap them.
If I think that's as long as there's no level of abuse, as long as there's no level of stealing, and not only that, apparently it comes with requirements of duty to one another according to the law codes that show up in like Ephesians and other places.
Exodus 21 verses 22-21 says that if a man owns a slave and he beats the slave, if the slave unalives, then he will be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be punished, for the slave is his property.
Right. So according to God's code, you can beat your slave. I mean, obviously there's probably limitations to how much God wants you to beat your slave. Like you can't intentionally kill them, but you can certainly beat them. You can beat them so severely that if they accidentally perspire a couple of days later, that you won't get charged.
If they okay, sorry, having to work around the YouTube language.
I know it's something. It's a weird thing. I know.
I understand. I've been monitoring myself because it's like make sure you don't say anything. But yeah, so I'm understanding what you're saying. But the whole point of this, right, is like it sounds like you're trying to place me in a conundrum where I'm going to have to say that I disagree with the Bible on some moral point or something, or I'm going to have to affirm a moral point of the scripture. And at what point? Or sorry, at that point, then what?
I mean, you keep trying to get ahead of the argument. I don't know why. With you would just stay in it.
Sure. Okay. Then we'll play it out accordingly, I suppose.
Okay. So according to the Bible, then, it's not objectively immoral to own another human being and even beat them with a rod.
Correct.
Okay. And it's not objectively immoral to make your slave work for you with, I would say, next to no real parameters. Like they get the Sabbath day off. Right? According to the laws of the Old Testament, even your slave gets to rest on the Sabbath, but that's about it, right?
I think so. You know as well as I do, there's not extensive discussion of slaves. It's most of the passages that you've talked about, but yeah.
Okay. So if I'm a Christian American living in the United States in the year 1600, 1660, 1700, anywhere in there, and I purchase with my earned money a slave. I didn't steal a slave. I go and I purchase an African American slave and make them work for me. Was that wrong?
Yeah, because you may not have stolen them, but somebody did.
No, we don't know that. First of all, not only do we not know that, but it's quite true that many children were sold into slavery, not kidnapped.
Sold by whom?
Parents.
By their own parents into slavery.
Very common. Yep. So if I
I agree. So do you not think that that's
if I buy an African American
or not permitted?
So if I buy an African
minor,
it's not stealing if the parent sells it. In fact, God allows it. God allows you to buy the children as slaves.
Right. So you're asking me in this instance in which a person is being, so hold on, how often is this happening in comparison to stealing people's?
Well, it doesn't matter how often. I'm asking about one specific instance. If I go out and I buy the child of an African American and make them my slave, am I doing something wrong?
Are you?
I'm asking you.
I know you're asking me, but what does wrong even mean according to your view? You're asking a question.
I'm asking you. I don't.
Wrong, but what does that mean?
Listen, I don't have objective morals. That's why I'm asking you.
I know, but you can't escape from the meaning of the words you're using. You're choosing to engage in words, assuming that they have meaning.
John,
We're asking for your perspective.
They have meaning to us. Everyone here knows what this means. Everyone here knows that when I say,
hold on now.
Hold on, John. Everyone
you
here
said we all know, but then
John,
you said it's not objective.
Pay attention. Everyone here knows When I say that something is either good or bad, that I'm using subjective morals because I don't believe in objective morals. And everyone who watches my stream knows that I don't, right? That's why I'm asking you about your opinion. I want to know, in your opinion, if I go out in the 1700s and I buy an African American slave, a child, to be my slave, is that wrong?
My opinion is that unless you can have an objective stance, then it doesn't matter if it's wrong or not.
Then why can't you answer the question?
Because you're dragging me down this. It's like you said, why do you keep wanting to get ahead of the argument? Because it's not just going to one end, right?
You've clearly found out that you don't have objective morals either, because you believe
I do have
deep
objective
down
morals.
that it's
It
not.
doesn't matter.
You believe deep down that it's bad to own a slave, but you can't say it with your mouth. So we'll try this again. If I purchased a child slave from Africa, what wrong am I doing?
What wrong are you doing if you purchase a child slave from Africa? I mean, again, man, I think that there's
that, John, that lump in your throat is you trying to be honest and pushing it down. We need you for 5 minutes to be honest with us. If you believe that it's right or wrong, just put 10 toes down and say it. Am I doing something right or am I doing something wrong? Or is there no moral implication?
I'm saying that in that particular instance, I think that there's something more depthful about the fact that this individual belongs to their parents and they have duties to them as their parents, right? They would go to the various. Can I finish?
Go ahead.
May I? Just to say that there are duties of mothers and fathers to their children and children to their mothers and fathers. This is also in the scripture. And that in doing this thing where the mothers and fathers have done wrong by their child and selling them into the system, right? That there's sin that's occurred there. And that's scriptural.
There's no sin with selling your child as a slave.
There's no sin with selling your child as a slave.
No.
So when the Apostle Paul says, do not drive your children to anger, when he talks about the role of mother and father, you don't think that not selling your child is permitted in that?
Not only does it not say anything about selling your child as a slave, the Bible explicitly.
I know it's not objectively stated, correct?
Explicitly, my browser just cut out. Hold on. Explicitly, God says that you can own children as slaves when their parents give them to you, or when they have no other choice. So, for example, Exodus 21 talks about the Hebrew servant. Listen to what it says about Hebrew servants. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he shall serve for 6 years. In the 7th, he shall go out free person, paying nothing. If he comes in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. Okay, so if he comes in with a wife, the wife goes with the husband after 6 years. 7th year, they go free.
Right, on the Jubilee year.
If his master has given him a wife, then she has borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be the master's, and he shall go out by himself, which means that child born into slavery doesn't get to go free. They're born into it. They're permanent slaves born into it.
Right. So they're now entered into that rung of the economic system where they have the ability later to deal with that economically or not.
That's what I'm saying is there are children that are born into slavery and God is okay with it. There are children that are sold as slaves and God is okay with it. The same passage in chapter 7 says exactly the same thing. It says, if a man sells his daughter to be a female slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So you can't tell me that selling your children as slaves are against God's law, because he says you can do it.
So, but even then, these are not the same things. Can you agree to that? That what we just read was about the circumstances of a slave who had children while in the bonds of slavery, as opposed to an individual who sold their child out into slavery.
What I'm saying is both instances show up in Exodus 21. A child born into slavery that stays enslaved, and a child that is sold into slavery that stays enslaved. Both of them
Which
are...
was the latter?
The latter is the one that's sold into perpetual slavery.
No, I'm sorry. I heard you say that. I did not read that part.
Oh, that's verse 7.
Do you have that back there? Sorry.
Yeah. If a man sells his daughter to be a female slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do.
Okay. I'm under the assumption that this term daughter here is being used as the term daughter always colloquial is, right? Like a daughter is a daughter, whether the father is 79 years old and she's 50, or the father is 20 years old and she's 7.
Yeah,
this is not necessarily insinuating child selling.
The daughter is just somebody under the authority of the father.
Correct.
Right. So in traditional Judaism, a child is somebody under the age of 12. Like they would call that a child, right? Now,
I do agree with you.
And the reality is you could sell your daughter as a bride under the age of 12. It wasn't until the rabbinic age that they started to postulate setting limits. But even in the rabbinic age, they made an exception. They said if the father is in poverty, he can sell his daughter before she's 12.
Yeah, I have no input on rabbinic interpretations and things like that. That's way out of my
But the
wheelhouse.
Bible doesn't put a limit on it. The rabbis put a limit on it, not the Bible. So the Bible didn't say how old she has to be. It just says a man can sell his daughter as a female slave.
Correct, but you're saying daughter, right, and porting in child.
Why? Why do you think I'm porting in child? What I'm saying is there's no limit. Could be a child. It could be
because of the example that you gave at the beginning.
It could be a child. It could be an adolescent. It could even be an adult woman that still lives at home. There's no boundary on that.
Sure. So, but I think those are very different circumstances in the discussion of a child and an adult.
Yeah, child cannot consent, which means it doesn't matter if you're sold or if you're born into slavery. You didn't consent to either one of those.
So why does consent matter?
Do you think it matters? Because you're the one that brought this up. You're the one that
now I asked you.
You're the one that said that slavery was only wrong if you're kidnapped because that implies that you didn't consent to it.
No, I did not say that it implies that you didn't.
No.
I said that it's wrong because man-stealing occurs because that's what's written out as wrong.
No, I'm saying that what you said implies consent matters, right? You said that it's okay to buy a slave, just not to kidnap a slave.
Right, but did you not just make a claim that consent matters?
But I think consent matters. I'm asking you what you think.
I know, but so why is this that I can never return, right? When you make a counterclaim, when you mentioned that consent matters, why do you not have to account for that?
Because again, I've already told you. I've already told you I don't have objective morals. You do. That's why I have to borrow from your worldview now. So I'm asking you, does consent matter objectively?
Does consent matter objectively? I mean, objective necessarily imports in every possible situation. So I don't know that I could say that, but
does a child
speaking, yeah.
Does somebody consenting to be a slave have anything to do with being a slave being wrong or bad?
Does somebody consenting to being a slave have anything to do with slavery being wrong or bad? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you don't consent, that means technically it's against your will, which means it's the same thing as kidnapping, right?
Well, because slaves often came through conquered war and things like that.
Right. But the reason why kidnapping a slave in your worldview is not good is why? Because they didn't consent.
The scripture says so.
Oh, it doesn't. It says you can do it. Want me to show you?
Not correct. You just agreed with me a moment ago that man stealing was prohibited.
Only in the New Testament, not in the Old Testament.
These are one book.
It is prohibited in the New Testament. It's certainly not one book. It's okay in Deuteronomy 20 and Deuteronomy 21 and in Numbers 31.
In none of those places that I see man stealing not prohibited. In none of those places that we just discussed was man stealing allowed.
I don't know why you keep thinking I haven't read the book. Okay, Deuteronomy 20. We're going to go
down. I didn't say you haven't read the book.
It's crazy at this point that you're assuming I'm lying about what the book says. It says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But If it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town, all of it as spoil, which means you can kidnap and plunder the people.
Not correct.
I just
because
read it word for word. I didn't interpret it.
Yeah, fair. You did not. I'll give you that, right? No, you did, right? You have to be fair to the very last sentence where you said, this means that. That's an interpretation.
Okay, so
even if it's accurate.
So capturing people as plunder is not kidnapping.
I'm saying that what's being described here is conquering a people, one nation, governmentally, conquering another people.
And then doing what with them?
And then enslaving them.
Yeah, and is that...
Which I'm saying is
that
different
consensual?
from me going and stealing Ricky and selling him into slavery.
Okay, so then if America got into a war with Canada, it would be okay if we took the people and made them into slaves?
Would it be okay? I mean, I would not do it because I don't think it's necessary.
I didn't
it's
ask you if you would do it. I'm asking.
But is it okay?
John, I'm trying to borrow from your objective worldview. Would it be objectively okay to kidnap?
Why are you borrowing?
To kidnap the Canadians if we went to war with them.
Is it okay to kidnap the Canadians? I mean, if you conquer over a nation, you've conquered over that nation.
So would it be
and
okay?
Slavery has been a system that's existed in the economic system for as long as people have been doing anything.
I don't know why you can't just say yes or no. Would it be acceptable in your objective worldview to kidnap the Canadians as long as we went to war with them?
I understand, right? But the whole premise of this is just that it's not that I'm not saying yes because I have an issue. I'm not saying yes because your whole bit is to like have me say yes.
John,
but why does it matter if I say yes?
John, I'm demonstrating the cognitive dissonance that you're experiencing, where you know deep down that you have a moral opinion on this that differs from God, right? So that's what's happening right now.
That is not my dissonance.
What you're demonstrating is that you have subjective morals and you're not willing to admit it, because you don't think if we went to war with Canada that we should be allowed to go and kidnap their women and children, do you?
That's not my dissonance. My dissonance is that you're so focused on pushing somebody into a corner on claims, but you could not make your own. And it's as though
I can. John, I've done it 10 times.
The language of pushing you into a corner sort of insinuates that you have some sort of moral qualm with, or some problem with just saying yes. I think slavery, just simply saying yes. If you have absolutely no problem with what the Bible says, then it shouldn't feel like we're pushing you into a corner, because you should just believe it's a good thing.
Right. Let me try this, Dalton. If we went to war with Canada, let's say Canada attacked us and we went to war with Canada, do you think that we should be allowed to kidnap their women and children and enslave them?
No.
Easy. All right. John?
So how does Dalton account for that claim?
Because he's using subjective morals, which is why I'm asking you about your objective opinion. In your objective opinion, or your opinion about objective morals, should we be allowed to kidnap women and children from Canada?
But now we've made it. That's my point. People who can't ground their morality in an objective source,
John,
don't have a part in a conversation about morality.
We absolutely, because
it's all just opinions.
So, John, you've missed the entire conversation. We're demonstrating to you that you don't have objective morals. You want objective morals.
I do, but it just doesn't
then
matter.
Tell
to
me yes or no. Is it objectively moral to kidnap women and children in war?
If it is permitted in the scriptures, it is permissible and good. And by permitted, I mean objectively allowed by God. That's a blanket statement for all things from me moving forward.
Okay, so then
let's not speak in generalities. Then answer specifically to what Justin is specifically asking.
So we'll try the.
That's a great question. So the answer is I don't know. In the instance of America going to war with Canada, I know specifically in the instance of Israel going to war with the Canaanites that was permitted for that, because that's what God objectively spoke to.
Those were not the Canaanites.
I'm saying that's an example of a time when they were allotted to go and take neighboring towns as slaves, correct?
Deuteronomy 20 is not talking about the Canaanites. In fact, it makes an explicit declaration. Thus you shall do to all the cities which are very far from you, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these people, which the Lord your God gives to you as an inheritance. You shall let nothing that breathes remain alive. You shall utterly destroy them. Right? These are not the Canaanites.
The Hittites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites.
Nope. Those are the ones you kill entirely. You don't get to keep any of them.
Right. Sorry, I thought you just read that and said these are not the Canaanites, and then it said it there.
So what I'm saying is in Deuteronomy 10, all the way through Deuteronomy 15, these are talking about people that are not Canaanites, non-Canaanite peoples that you go and enslave.
Right. And here what I'm saying is whoever Israel is warring against in these particular texts, when God tells them, you can do this to these people, I can't exactly make a blanket generality of all people can do that to any people under any circumstance.
Okay, so
that's not,
can
that's
the
not how
modern day
application
Israelites
works.
do it? Can the Jews today do it? Would it be moral for them?
But who Jews?
Do you not know the Jews still exist?
I understand what you mean. I'm saying that political Israel today, in my understanding, has no connection
I'm
to
talking
the
about
Israel
people
of the Bible
who
whatsoever.
are of descendants of the Israelites who practice Judaism and follow the Torah, since the Old Testament never gives an expiration for the harem laws to go out and wipe people out and all this whatnot. Is it morally okay for them to continue to obey Yahweh?
So do you understand the Jews to be the people of God?
I think that's what their Bible says.
That's not an exclusive term. He's not saying that Jews are the only people of God. He's just referring to the Jews that still exist today.
Sure, but I'm saying that the Jews, as people understand, because there's a lot of confusion from dispensationalism and other camps within Christianity about this, that Israel is Christ and all who are in him. So I don't, the Jews as they exist in a nation called Israel right now since 1948 have nothing at all to do with the scriptures.
No, they are the descendants of the Israelites.
Be that as it may, physical connection or not, it doesn't matter.
Why?
No, it does, because the Hebrew Bible
because Romans 11 says that there is one tree of Israel in which physical branches were broken off and others have been grafted in. And so the Christian church is Israel.
Then these laws apply to you too.
Yeah.
You know as well as I do that there's division of ceremonial and
there's not.
What's the word? Ceremonial and laws for the people group of Israel for their government structure as well as moral.
There's a post-biblical innovation. No Jew from the time of Jesus or Paul or anything like that had this understanding of a threefold division of the Torah.
The only division you'll ever find is in the laws for food, so the dietary laws. That division is made in Mark and in Acts chapter 10.
Right, but Paul also states that the law has passed away in part.
Well, he would be wrong. He contradicts God and he contradicts Jesus. And
no, by the passage, he's not contradicting Jesus. Jesus said, I came to fulfill the law.
Fulfill doesn't mean abolish.
Fulfill and
right. It does not mean abolish. You're correct. It means complete.
No, it certainly does not.
No.
It does. Fulfill means complete. And when something is fulfilled in an eternal being, it's completed for all of eternity. So it can be eternal and completed at the same time.
Jesus was a Jew. When Jews use the phrase fulfill the law, it means do what the law says. If I fulfill the commandment, it means I'm doing what the commandment stipulates. When Jesus said, I've not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it, means I've come to do what is written in the law.
Yeah. It would be really silly if you think Jesus said he was getting rid of the law, because he says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them would be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Why would doing the law make you great in the kingdom of heaven if Jesus came to get rid of them?
Yeah. Would you mind telling me the chapter and verse location of that?
Matthew 5. I'm specifically.
Yeah, you're in the Sermon on the Mount.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure I had my location right. Yeah, Jesus has just given an entire discourse from the Mount, and he says about that discourse that he's given, this is the way with that, right? The one who breaks these is bad. The one who doesn't break these is the best. But the whole premise of the Christian religion is that we are all lawbreakers and are only redeemed from that lawbreaking by being joined in the perfect non-lawbreaking of Christ.
That's Paul's theology. That's Paul's theology. That wasn't Jesus's theology. Jesus had a very different theology from what we can see from his own teachings.
Yeah, Jesus clearly taught that it's preferable to follow the law.
We believe that you're to follow the law. Paul says we are under the law of love.
Okay, so if you should follow the law, that means all the laws are good.
If you should follow the law, you do so out of well, I guess that doesn't even matter what you just said. But yeah, the law is a good thing. The law is a blessing. The psalmist says, how sweet is your law? How good is it to me? It's sweeter than the sweetest honey of the honeycomb.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
The law of the Lord is perfect.
Law of the Lord perfect, Psalm 19, yeah. So if the law of God is good and it's better to follow the law than to disobey the law, then that means the laws you're trying to run from in the Old Testament shouldn't be something you're running from. You should just say, yeah, it's better to follow this law than to not follow the law.
I am saying, and you can acknowledge correctly with me, I think that whether you acknowledge it or not, the tripartite distinction of the law has been a long-standing, significant, historic understanding of the Christian church. It's how we've always understood.
I could probably trace it back to Thomas Aquinas and the Summa Theologica as when we see the first real distinction between the tripartite law. Prior to that, we don't really see this clear distinction labeled out in Christian theology.
But what about the council that happens in Jerusalem, where they have to set out like, hey, what things have to be followed and what things have been abrogated and fulfilled in Christ, right? No, you no longer have to be circumcised. That's the purpose of Galatians. No, you don't have to follow the food and dietary laws anymore.
Circumcision is no longer a barrier to becoming a Christian, but the commands they still, first off, they do still give commands that Christians have to obey, like not eating food offered to idols, which Paul contradicts later, not eating blood, and also the implication, if you continue to read, is that because the law of Moses is read every Saturday in the synagogue. In other words, they will continue to learn and do as they progress in their Christian walk.
I think Acts 15 clearly implies that it's a lower bar of entry, not an eternal legal system they have to live by, or else that would be a direct contradiction of Jesus' own teaching.
Sorry, tell me again where we're at here. The screen's very blurry on my side.
Sorry, I know. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Acts 15:21.
Yeah, Acts, Jerusalem Council.
Yeah.
Pull up my scripture here if you don't mind, because I can't read yours.
Take your time. Take your time.
By the way, thank you guys for engaging in the conversation well over this amount of time. It's been good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been good. And John, I mean, like, you've been as kind as anyone else has been on this live stream, so I can't fault you for that. We enjoy good, kind people. But this conversation it's going to get fun. By the way, it's going to get more fun in a minute. But the reality is, like, it's not until we get to Paul that we get this idea that you shouldn't be following the law, because even in Acts and even in Mark, the only law that is ever stated to go completely away are the dietary laws. In Acts chapter 15, when Peter sees a sheep, because remember, in Acts 15, Peter's giving testimony about what he saw, right? And Peter did not see that all laws are going away. Peter only saw that the dietary laws are going to be done away with. That's why the sheet of clean and unclean animals were handed down, right? And in Mark, we see the same thing in Mark 7, when Jesus is talking about washing the hands of the disciples. Jesus says it's not what goes into the mouth that makes you unclean, but what comes out of the mouth that makes you unclean. And Mark inserts his own comment. Mark says, when Jesus said this, he declared all foods clean. Now, I think Mark was wrong. That's irrelevant. The reality is Mark is only referring to the dietary laws, and Acts is only referring to the dietary laws, and all the squibbles between the Christians and the Jews, in like the non-Jewish Christians, is over the dietary laws and circumcision. There's never
if circumcision can no longer be a requirement to be of the people of God, and circumcision is called over and over again in the Old Testament an eternal covenant.
Yes.
Does that mean that the eternal covenants and things stated in the Old Testament cannot also be fulfilled and be true?
No, it means that the New Testament contradicts. Go ahead, Dalton.
It does not. It means that they're fulfilled in Christ.
Ezekiel explicitly.
upheld.
No. Ezekiel explicitly states that the circumcision is not only circumcision of the heart, but circumcision of the flesh.
Yeah, 44:9, right? Yeah.
I think so.
So in the New Jerusalem, new heaven, new earth, it says, "Thus saith the Lord God, no foreigner uncircumcised in heart and flesh of all the foreigners who are among the people of Israel shall enter my sanctuary." Clearly envisioning that the foreigners who join Israel are going to be circumcised in the flesh.
Sorry, like I said, I'm having a look
also
because I can't make out the screen.
Take your time. Also, think on this while you're finding the passage. John, when you went to seminary, did you study Old Testament or New Testament, or did you study something goofy like systematic theology?
All of the above.
You didn't have a specialty?
No, I did a master's in divinity. It was a general master's degree.
Gotcha. So you just did the general MDiv.
Yes.
Okay. Now in Ezekiel, you've already know, chapter 40, there's the measurements. We get all the measurements for the Messianic kingdom, where we get the new measurements for the temples, we get the measurement for the outlay of the tribes of Israel, and then we get the rules and regulations, right? And part of the rules and regulations is that the foreigners who come to join Israel will have to be circumcised in the heart and in the flesh. And then we learn in chapter 46 that they even participate in like offerings and sacrifices in the temple.
Right. So what, according to Colossians 2, has sacrifice or has circumcision become?
But again, that's what I keep trying to point out to you, is that you're indicating there's a contradiction between the Old Testament and the New Testament, because the circumcision of the flesh is a specific thing. It's different than circumcision of the heart.
I agree with you. I'm not saying that it's been replaced by circumcision of the heart. I'm saying that both the covenants have a physical sign associated to circumcision of the heart. In the old covenant, that being circumcision of the flesh, and in the new, it being baptism.
Nope. Circumcision of the flesh is a physical act.
I agree, as is baptism.
Baptism is not a circumcision.
It's not, but Colossians 2 connects them as the same.
Well, Colossians would be wrong. They're not the same. Circumcision of the flesh is when you take the foreskin off of your peen.
Right. Yeah, I'm aware of what circumcision of the flesh is.
Paul is making the claim that baptism is a sort of spiritual circumcision. It's not, because baptism doesn't really do anything to your flesh.
Correct. But you guys are arguing from a stance as though Paul is not the scripture. I'm taking the entire canon of scripture as all inspired by God.
No, we're showing you where it contradicts.
Yeah. It's not a contradiction. You just dislike that he interprets it in the way that he does.
No, it's absolutely a contradiction, because in Deuteronomy 30, when the circumcision of the heart arrives, you're still going to follow the law. It says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord and observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today.
Right.
Okay, so if the circumcision
again, so I can look at it myself as well, please.
If the circumcision of the heart is the Messianic age, is Deuteronomy 30, by the way. If the circumcision of the heart is the Messianic age, then it is accompanied by doing the laws of Moses.
Let's see here. So you started in which verse?
Deuteronomy 30, go to verse 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you very much.
Also, we are definitely not justified in starting with the assumption that the entirety of the Bible is univocal, speaking with one consistent voice and message, and the Bible doesn't even make that claim for itself.
All right, sorry. Finish reading that now.
Okay, so according to Deuteronomy, when God circumcises the heart of the people, they will follow the laws of Moses.
They will follow the commandments that I'm commanding you today. Yeah, he says in Deuteronomy. You're correct.
Okay. So like running away from the law is not a good look. It just contradicts what God said in the Old Testament. It seems to contradict.
I'm not running away from the law.
Okay. All right. So
I have my belief, right, in according to the scriptures, is that in my unification to Christ, I have obeyed the fullness of the law because he perfectly upkept the law.
So do you pay your taxes
spiritually? I'm not even
spiritually?
able to keep the law of Moses perfectly.
Do you pay your taxes spiritually?
Do I pay my taxes spiritually? No, I give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar.
Okay, so when people say like I spiritually follow the law, that's like a really silly statement. Like if I gave
I
you
didn't say I spiritually
like
follow the law. I said that was already done for me.
what? Say that again.
I said I didn't say that I spiritually follow the law. I say that the perfect law keeping has already been done on my behalf by Christ.
Well, then you don't follow it.
Correct. I'm not bound by the law of Moses because Christ has upkept it. For my record of upkeeping the law or not has ceased to be and has been covered by the blood of Christ, and his record of law keeping stands in my place.
Yeah, and that's silly because God says to the people that you will obey the commandments of Moses. He didn't say someone is going to do it for you. He says, then you again shall obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments. It'd be silly. Like the most nonsensical thing ever is God say, listen, one day you're actually going to follow my laws. Gosh darn it. And then like 2,000 years later, like, well, I didn't really mean that. I just mean one person's going to follow the law for you. What a silly thing to believe.
But once again, I am with Paul making a distinction between the law of love and the remainder of the law. I do uphold the tripartite distinction.
But that's a cope.
It's not a cope.
It's a cope. You're just saying that the words don't mean words.
I'm not saying that the words don't mean words. I'm saying that there are laws that clearly belonged to a nation state, that there were laws that clearly belonged to ceremonial practices, and there were laws that were clearly statements about moral interactions with individuals.
Okay, we're talking about moral laws. Well, this whole conversation has been about the morality of slavery, and you're trying to run away from it. Slavery is not a ritualistic law. It's not a dietary law. It's a moral law, right? So again,
it's a societal law.
You're doing everything you can to run away from this law, and it just looks like you don't like it. Why can't you just stand 10 toes down?
Why should I say yes or no to somebody who could say yes or no, but for them it's just an opinion?
I'm asking you about your opinion objectively. I don't have objective morals. You do.
What does that have to do with my God being imaginary?
It has to do. What? Go ahead, Dalton.
Yeah, I was just saying you are basically whether you know it or not, your hesitancy to answer straightforwardly speaks volumes about what you really feel about these moral questions.
Right. Because it sounds like
I disagree.
Well,
it's not, my hesitancy is not speaking volumes about my moral takes on these questions. My hesitancy is speaking volumes about my willingness to be forced to give moral stances by people who can't account for moral stances.
All right, so I'm going to bring.
But you think they're moral?
Yeah, right. Listen. All we're trying to do is figure out if you think they're moral. I'm not saying my morals are better than yours. I'm just trying to figure out what yours actually are.
Right, and I told you, blanket statement: all things that God says are good, I am good with.
Okay.
But my point is, why does that matter to you if it's just opinion versus opinion?
Okay, so I'm going to bring you to the last verse then for the day, since you've already affirmed that everything God does is by definition good, because God can't do anything that's bad. You certainly remember the punishment that was given to David when he had Bathsheba's husband killed, right?
Yes.
What was the first punishment?
The first punishment whenever he had Bathsheba's husband killed was the death of his son.
And the second?
And the second, I don't recall the second. Tell me the second.
Yep. It says
being a failed seminary.
Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. And then what happens? What happens to the wives?
Tell me.
Absalom comes in chapter 16, storms the palace in an attempt to coup his father and take over the throne. He takes the advice of Ahithophel, and Ahithophel is like, if you want to get all the people behind you, you got to go sleep with David's wives. He takes 10 of David's wives, takes them on top of the palace, and sleeps with them in front of all of Israel as a display of force over his father, which means what God said he was doing as a punishment came true.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what this means is that in your objective worldview, it was good for God to have 10 of David's wives raped.
Is that YouTube word? Can we use that?
Well, that particular word seems to be protected for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's
Okay,
because
I only ask because I hear people use the name of a fruit in its place all the time.
yeah, well, on TikTok it's not protected. They'll ban me on TikTok sometime tonight. I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
Okay, so 10 of David's wives, according to the story, got raped by Absalom when Absalom took over the palace. And God said, I'm causing this to happen, which means God directly caused the rape of David's wives, which you would have to affirm was a good thing.
I will go a step further and say that God has caused and ordained every single event that has ever taken place in all of the world.
Gotcha.
And he's not guilty of any evil in any of that.
Gotcha. And so you think it's just, like it's a form of justice for women?
I think that without the removal of secondary causes, God cannot be guilty of the actions of man.
Try this again. So God caused the rapes to happen, correct?
Yes, in the sense that he ordained them, but what do you mean by caused?
No,
it depends on your definition.
He says he's causing it, right? He says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your very eyes. In fact, lakach in Hebrew, when you read the passage, is in the causative stem. He's saying, I will cause your wives to be taken.
Right.
Right. So God is causing the women to be taken and raped as a punishment for what David did, which means God
Right.
thinks.
And I said that's not an issue for me because I believe that he's caused everything. So I'm just saying that that's not an abnormal behavior in my mind. He's caused everything that's taking place.
But if Yahweh had like not done anything, would
there's no such thing as Yahweh not doing anything in the worldview of a Christian.
Okay. So this happened as a consequence of God punishing David, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which means God thinks that it's adequate to punish an individual for their crime by harming somebody who didn't commit the crime. Did the wives commit the crime?
No, they did not.
Okay, so David committed the crime. So you think it's permissible then for David's wives who did not commit the crime to be punished by getting raped? That's okay?
I think, sorry, you actually used that word. I can't believe it happened in real life. I think that whatever way that God has chosen to carry out justice is just.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
So then I don't know why you can't say yes or no. So it is just to have women punished for their husband's crime.
By whom?
By God's causing.
By God's causing. What I'm saying is I'm making a distinction to say that the government of the U.S. can't do that to the wife of a man for his crimes.
But it's okay.
Does that make sense?
When God does it,
that's not within their sphere of authority, because it's a different sphere of authority. God is sovereign. All things which have taken place, whatsoever comes to pass, does so because he ordained it to take place.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question. We're talking about the definition of just at the moment, right? What do you think the definition of just means?
Just? In alignment with moral uprightness, especially in regards to making right wrong that have taken place.
Okay. And is it objectively just to make sure that people that commit the crimes receive punishment and people who don't commit the crimes don't receive the punishment?
Is it objectively just that people who don't commit the crimes? Okay, I'm there with you. Is it objectively just that people who don't commit the crimes receive punishment and the person who did doesn't? That's not what took place. David did, in fact, receive punishment by those things taking place.
The women did. The women got punished. They got raped.
The women got raped, but David also was punished by all of his wives being raped.
Yeah, but did they commit the crime?
Did they commit the crime? No.
Okay.
Do you think the women aren't being punished? Like, do you think that getting raped is not a punishment?
It is a punishment for David, and it has negative effects that splay beyond him because his sin causes more than him to be destroyed in the process.
Were the women being punished?
Yeah, that didn't answer the question. Try again.
It's what I'm saying is that this thing taking place is a punishment toward David as well. I'm not disagreeing with you. The women are suffering a negative effect of his actions. Right. But I am saying that this is a punishment of David.
But did the women receive the punishment?
When you say, I just said that they received a negative act that was a punishment for David.
Okay, so God chose to have the women receive the punishment for David's sin.
Right, and you can't say that that's morally objectively wrong.
Again, I don't have objective morals. I don't know why you keep going to this. Like,
I'm
so
going
I just
there
want to,
because why does it matter for you?
So John, I just want to clarify, right? This is why we have these discussions, because throughout the discussion, you've demonstrated yourself to be a nice guy. And I bet in real life, you're really a great guy. But what you've also demonstrated that because of your worldview, because of your religion, you're committed to say crazy things like it's okay to have women raped if their husband commits a crime. That's insane in my worldview, even if you don't have objective morals. And I don't have objective morals, but I have enough common sense to know that if I'm married and my wife commits a crime, I shouldn't be raped for it. That just doesn't fit the definition of justice, right? So that's the problem with religion, is because you guys appeal to these objective morals, but in real life, you don't want them. You don't want this to be objectively moral. You don't think that it's objectively moral for people to be punished for crimes they never committed, but you're willing to double down when God does it, which means you're noticing that it's inherently contradictory. In Deuteronomy 32:4, when it says that all of God's ways are just and right, and then we read cases where he's not doing justice, those are problems you have to deal with, not me.
God did justice there. He executed justice against David, and God
it was justice to have David's wives raped.
His wives.
And I'm not the one with an internal consistency, my friend.
Yeah.
You just said I don't believe in objective morals, and this is insane. You made an objective moral claim about something.
Again, John, I've never made an objective moral claim. I've never made one.
You said this is insane. I have enough common sense to know that this is insane.
We don't think that's objective.
So again, John, I don't believe in objective morals. I don't know why you keep putting that on me.
Because my point is, you make statements as though you believe in objective morals.
No, I did not. No,
okay, well,
John, I did not. I prefaced this conversation. John, pay attention. John, pay attention. I've said it twice. I prefaced this conversation by telling you every moral claim I make is subjective. Every single one. That's why I went through the whole thing. I said, everyone here watching this already knows my stream. They already know my position. They already know that all my moral claims are subjective. And I told you twice now, I don't believe in objective morals. You do. So when I say what happened to David's wives is unjust, I'm using my own subjective, rational thinking capacity to come to that conclusion. And the reason why this is a good argument for me is because the word just has a definition. And the definition of just isn't arbitrary and it doesn't change. If the definition of justice entails that the person who committed the crime gets punished for it, and the people who didn't commit the crime don't get punished for it, that means objectively, in your worldview, God violated his own idea of justice.
Incorrect. So two things. I do hear you when you say I don't believe in objective morals. I'm not claiming that you do. I'm claiming that you make claims that make it sound like you do. And maybe that's a mistake on my part, but let me say it this way. When you say that's insane, and then when, fill in the blank Jeremy on the other side says, actually, that's not insane. I like that system. Who gets dominance in that? Who gets to be right?
Right.
How do you determine whose system is better?
So all's your
question.
Go ahead, Dalton.
No, you go.
All you're doing is saying you don't like how subjective morals work, but you can't actually demonstrate that objective morals do work, because the minute I read the objective morals, you try to diminish them, you try to run away with them. You finally, after like an hour of conversation, we got you to kind of double down on some of them. But the reality is everybody, whether they like it or not, are kind of operating on subjective morals. They just don't like to admit that they're operating on subjective morals, which is why if I poll 100 Christians today, 100 Christians are going to tell me that slavery is objectively, morally wrong. The reality is their book says the opposite. They're sort of saying it because they're using subjective morals. They just don't know that they're using subjective morals, right? So like, I get it. You can say, I don't like subjective morals because it means this person's opinion has to carry weight. Like my opinion has to carry weight. And Listen, I don't care if you
Or
like.
what I'm saying is that none of them carry any weight.
But that's the thing is,
real quick, Justin, thank you for having me on tonight. Had so much fun. My sister's home. We're going to watch a movie. But hopefully we can do this again. And this was a good, like, first day back at work sort of situation. So thank you.
Dalton, I loved having you. Thank you so much for being here. And guys, make sure you're following my friend Bible Guy, the Bible Guy Dalton. He's 1 in a million. He's been gracious enough to be like 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours tonight. Thanks for being with us.
Life. Okay. See you.
See you, buddy. Okay, so I get it. You're saying, like, in subjective morals, there are things we don't like about it, right? The thing that we don't like about it is that this person who has horrible opinions, like, I can't objectively say that their opinion is bad, and I want to. And I get that. I understand that tension, but the reality is, until someone can demonstrate that objective morals do exist, we're stuck in subjective land.
Except we all know that they exist, and you've made appeals like that all throughout the night. When you said,
we don't.
I have enough common sense. That's an appeal to I just know.
No, it's common sense is an appeal to things that are in agreement. It appeals to what is common. It has nothing to do with objective.
Right, but why does it matter what's common? Again, it's a value statement. You are assuming that women are valuable, that men are valuable, that children are valuable, that they have some deserving nature of respect and value. And those are just all things that your worldview can't account for.
Yeah, they can.
For me,
they can be accounted for. I don't know why you keep saying they can't be accounted for. They can be accounted for. I don't need objective morals to account for it.
Okay, so when you say I account for, how do you claim to account for it so that I can make this set up properly?
It's easy. You can even take the most base, selfish argument in the world. I can say, I don't want to be harmed. I don't like being harmed. It is in my best interest to live in a society where we agree not to harm each other. That's it.
Right. So, okay. All right. So take that base selfish argument that you've talked about, right? Like you're saying my foundation of why humans are valuable or at the very least deserve not to be harmed is just because I wouldn't want it to happen to me. And so I won't do it to other
I didn't
people.
say anything about human value yet. You keep adding that.
I know. I said at the let's just take it down and say at the very least, like humans shouldn't be harmed. Is that fair?
Now, again, I
As
didn't
a part of that argument.
I mean, I agree with that statement, but that's not the argument I'm making. What I'm saying is, in order to get to subjective morals, all you need are preferences. That's it. That's all you need to start with.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is you just made a statement that said I can use the most base argument, the most selfish argument that just says I wouldn't want to be harmed, so I'm not going to harm other people. All right, so we're going on, at least people shouldn't be harmed. That's a statement. Fair?
I didn't say should. I don't know why you keep putting that on me. I did not say that people shouldn't be harmed. What I said is, in this argument, it is in my best interest to live in a society where we agree not to harm each other.
Okay, so in your best interest to not harm each other, that's your statement and argument. So when somebody else comes and says it is in my best interest that we harm each other, I'm the biggest, I'm the strongest, I'm the fastest, I'm the smartest, so it's in my best interest that we harm each other. Neither of you are right, and neither of you are wrong.
No, I'm right. Want me to tell you how?
Please.
Because if you're dead, you have no interest, which means if it's in our best interest to harm each other and I harm you, you no longer have any interest. You're dead.
But why does it matter if you're dead?
Because you have no
Everybody
interest.
who came first was dead.
It's definitional. If it's in your best interest to do something, you have no interest if you're dead.
So you have now found your ethos. You found the thing that is your highest value. It's best interest.
It's the highest value to everybody, whether you want to admit it or not. The highest value to everybody is your own well-being. And it starts with a simple statement. Hey, I don't like to get harmed. That's it.
But best interest could be subjective per person.
I know it's subjective per person. Thank you for saying that.
Right.
I've told you 100 times.
And no one is right.
No, wrong again. Wrong again. Well,
not wrong. You're saying mine is not valuable, theirs is not valuable, but one of them's right.
Well, we'll try this again. If my moral system is that I don't think harming myself is good, that is a framework for my personal moral system. That's it. I'm not saying that that's right for your moral system. I'm saying it's right for my moral system. If somebody comes along later and says it's in my best interest to be harmed, that's their problem. They'll be dead soon. I don't care about that. If they want to go harm themselves, let them harm themselves.
But correct. So what you've just said is what I've been saying, right? That you can't make a statement that one is better than the other.
No, I can.
You can't.
Because only one of them works.
It's best interest for my moral system, not for our moral system.
Only one of them works. If your actual moral system is based on I like being harmed, then you die, your genes don't carry on, humanity no longer lives. If humanity no longer lives, my best interest is no longer being served either. So it is in my, it is in my best interest. It is in my best interest to make sure that others aren't harmed as well.
No. So, but you're taking from the weaker argument. You're saying, well, if I'm not capable of protecting myself, and I want, or I'm masochistic in some way, and I want to be harmed, I won't last long. You're not acknowledging the biggest, strongest argument. What about the guy who says, I want to harm? That's my best interest, and I'll dominate via harming.
Yeah, then as a society, we will collectively come together and lock them up. We'll put you in a white Snuggie jacket and we'll put you away.
Right. So what you just said was our subjective value system triumphed over his subjective value system just because there's enough of us.
That's how subjective values work. You finally figured out. Yeah, subjective values are collective. We determine as a society what we subjectively value. We determined as a society back in 1886 that we don't value slavery anymore and that we're not going to tolerate it anymore, against what the Bible says, against what Christians said, against what the Southern Baptist Convention said, against what Ambrose of Milan said. We used our own subjective morals to come to the conclusion that slavery is not going to be permitted anymore, which is really interesting because you don't have a problem with slavery, which is why as a subjective moralist,
and you can't have a problem with
which
slavery.
Is why,
you can have a personal problem
which is
with
why
slavery,
as a subjective moralist, I prefer subjective morals, because we can look at you and say, yeah, your book says things that nobody likes. Nobody thinks your book is objectively true, and everybody's already using subjective morals. In fact, when your book was written, the person who wrote that used their own subjective moral system to determine what they thought God would say.
Obviously, that's not what I believe according to the doctrine of inspiration, right? And that's not the conversation that we're having at all. So then you just said, right, like our society subjectively came together and said this. So, but what about the other subjective societies who come to the completely different conclusion? The murder is okay.
They're all dead now.
Slavery is okay.
John, they're all dead.
So they're not all dead. Does slavery not continue to exist in the world today?
Not in the form we see it in the Bible, no.
There's no place in the world where there's any slavery today.
I didn't say that, no.
Okay, so there's no societies where slavery exists?
I didn't say that either. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Sorry, you said they're all dead.
The societies that collectively believed that slavery was good, it was necessary for humanity, they don't exist anymore.
Okay.
Even in societies where there are slaves, like in some of the Arab countries, most of those countries have laws against it. The people doing it are literally breaking the laws, and people in power are looking the other way. As a society,
so then don't make it a geographic question of like this country versus that country. Make it a historiographic country, or a historiographic question. I mean to say a now country versus a then country. Why does this country in this time frame have any authority to look at this country in this time frame and say my way is better?
Because we've actually proven it to be better. For example, if you're
hold on.
You're gonna let me answer or what?
Yeah, sorry, continue. Finish.
Do you not think we have measuring tools? Do you not think we can measure whether or not something is preferable or not?
Of course you can.
Okay. So if we can measure,
tools are assuming values.
If we can measure that societies are better when they don't enslave each other, when they don't harm each other, then what we can do is actually appeal to those measures. And if a society agrees that well-being, like actual being, is a value that we cherish, then it's not hard to measure what well-being is.
But again, you have now placed value upon well-being.
I know, because I have subjective
You
morals.
can't do
I
that.
don't know why you keep having a problem with this. This is very easy. I don't
Because
believe
you
in objective
try
morals.
and
I
make
can
it a
only,
problem that,
John, I can
sorry, go
only
ahead.
appeal to subjective morals. Until you can demonstrate that objective morals exist and where I can find them, then it's useless. And you've already demonstrated
No.
that you think slavery is not objectively immoral. You think that having women raped is not objectively immoral. So I'm not inclined as a thinking agent to believe that the objective morals are in the Bible.
So what you just said is, I don't believe in objective morals, and this place that objective morals claim to come from, I don't like the morals that come from it, so they don't exist.
No, I'm saying it's irrational to believe that I have to change the definition of justice to believe that this God is an actual moral agent. I don't think that's a
You
good
don't have
argument.
to change the definition of justice.
Well, the definition of justice entails that people who didn't commit the crime don't get punished for it.
No, the definition of justice entails that the person who committed the crime gets punished for it. Sometimes the crimes of individuals cause problems for other individuals, and the justice of God would also demand that Absalom be punished also for raping those women. So he's also to die.
Well, we'll try this again.
But you could not, from your subjective system, look at that and
John,
say, I can say with absolute
John, pay
surety that
attention.
he has to
John,
die
you've
now.
made a huge error. You're assuming that what happened to the women were necessary. It was a necessary side effect of God administering the punishment, but it's not. God chose the punishment. God didn't
I
have.
know. I know there's no issue with
God
that.
didn't have to punish the women. He chose to.
I have no issue with that. I've
So
already
you're
acknowledged
trying to
that.
compare what happened to the women like what happens to a family. Like if I get locked up in prison because I committed a crime, yes, there will be negative repercussions on my child. I get that. That's not what's happening here. God chose specifically to do harm to the women, and he did not have to.
Right, but did I not clarify earlier my position on God's choosing of things that take place?
I'm sure you did. Maybe you can clarify how God's choice to having the women raped is good.
I did not say that. I'm making a claim about what things God has chosen.
Was it just?
Right? Maybe I'm not communicating right.
I don't think you
the question
are.
you keep asking is not relevant to what I'm saying.
So John, I'm going to make this really easy. I'm asking about what it means to administer justice. It either has a meaning or it doesn't. Does it have a meaning?
Yes.
Does the meaning change?
No, but do
Okay,
you think
so
it does?
Does
Is
the
it objective?
no, I'm talking about definitions now. I'm not talking about values.
Right.
I'm talking about definitions, not values. So
I know, our definition is objective.
I think definitions have objective ideas, even though we determine what the meanings are.
See that even then so again, you want to get mad at me because I have to embrace the moral claims of the Bible, but you can't say that definitions exist.
I just did.
You said that we have to assign the meaning.
Yes.
So an apple's not an apple outside of us.
No, it is. So an apple is an apple. We determined that the word apple means apple. The apple still exists.
I said that at the beginning.
The apple still exists. The idea of what an apple is, like when we said an apple is this thing I'm holding, like if I said this is a screwdriver, right?
Right.
Okay. It's just objectively true that the thing that I'm holding in my hand is what we decided is a screwdriver.
But could the screwdriver not suddenly be something else?
Do you think that things spontaneously change into other objects? I mean,
no,
technically they
don't
do.
think so, because I have the principle of induction to rely upon that the future will be like the past.
Right. So,
but you, in your subjective world, don't have that luxury, right? And you talked about this at the beginning with the brain and the van idea, because you have no way to demonstrate that the world didn't start 5 seconds ago with the appearance of a past.
Subjectivity has nothing to do with the conformity of nature. So what I'm asking you about is whether or not the word justice, like the meaning of justice, is objective or subjective. Right now, to me,
and it can only have an objective meaning if it's from God.
The meaning of the word is something that we supplied, but the idea of the word is not something that changes. The idea, like the idea
so then where does it exist from?
We created it, but the idea itself doesn't change.
So we created the concept and the words.
We created the words to describe a concept that is constant, just like gravity is a constant. We created words to describe gravity. Gravity is something that is a constant. We created a word to describe an idea. That idea is justice. What justice means as an idea is that you get what you deserve.
Perhaps. Yeah, I think I could deal with that definition. Yeah.
Is there any world in which justice would be defined as you get punished for what you don't deserve?
You get punished for what you don't deserve. Apparently so, because the whole crux of my faith is that an individual who did not deserve to die died on my behalf.
Right, yeah. Which means in your worldview, you live in a society where you're okay, where the legal system says only the person who committed the crime receives the punishment. But on another hand, you're okay. You said it's okay when God punishes people. Like, so when humans do this thing, when humans punish people who didn't commit the crime, that's injustice. When God does it, it's justice.
Because there's a difference in a governmental system and God.
What's the
you're
difference?
dealing in sphere sovereignty differences. One is the sovereign of the universe, and one is
The sovereignty is
government of the
irrelevant. We're talking about the actual
It's
action.
not irrelevant.
No, we're not talking
He
about
ordained the things David
sovereignty.
did that
Is
he could punish
irrelevant in this
for, and
discussion.
punishment,
Sovereignty
and
has
punishment of
nothing to do
absolute-
with the definition of justice.
It absolutely
No,
does.
it doesn't. The definition of justice is not based on somebody's authority.
It has to be based on somebody's authority, or it means nothing.
No, it doesn't. No. The definition.
Yeah, because you hold on.
John,
when you deserve.
pay attention. The administration of justice does not depend on somebody's authority. If the definition of justice doesn't change, it doesn't matter what authority you have. You must administer justice properly.
But I want to point out that you have said, right, the objective definition of justice is getting what you deserve. Getting what you deserve insinuates that doing wrong means that you should receive something negative for that, and doing right means that you should receive something positive for that. And so you're borrowing again from my objective worldview standards in order to say that it's wrong for these women to be punished for things they didn't do, and a man to not be punished for what he's done.
I'm not doing that at all. I'm pointing out the contradiction in your worldview. In your worldview, God is perfectly just. It says it over and over again in the Bible, which means for God to be perfectly just, you must admit that it's perfectly just to punish women for crimes they did not commit.
You can't account for what just means.
I don't have to. Your book does. Your book says that God is perfectly just, which means if you're honest, John, for 5 seconds, you must admit that it is always just if somebody punishes women for the crimes of their husband.
No, it is not. It is just if God chooses to do
then it's a contradiction. No, the definition. Nope. John, the definition of just has nothing to do with who's administering it.
It absolutely does.
No, it doesn't.
It has a direct relationship
to do
with
it does not. No, it doesn't. Justice is a
because now you're into the conversation about hell.
No, justice
right?
is
like
justice.
Can eternal fire be justified by the actions of a limited
I didn't
life?
say anything about hell.
I know you didn't. I'm saying ultimately what we're saying is, right, if justice is getting what the person deserves,
John,
right, then
I didn't say anything about hell. I'm not going to let you pivot in the middle of this conversation.
I'm not pivoting.
You told me that the objective definition of justice means that you get what you deserve. This is describing a process. And the process has nothing to do with who is administering the justice. The definition of justice doesn't change based on who's administering it. Doesn't if my mom's doing it, the judge is doing it, a cop is doing it, who's ever administering the justice, it doesn't matter who's doing it. It's the process itself that we're describing. So if the process of justice entails that people who commit the crime are the only ones that get punished for it, then that means what God did is not just.
I am saying that the way, the allotment, the fence lines within which certain individuals are allowed to administer justice, what that methodology looks like is different in different spheres.
No, it's not.
In the family sphere, a father has the right to discipline his child, but can't throw him in jail. In the church
But nope,
sphere, a pastor has the
that
right
doesn't
to
address it. John,
excommunicate
that
a
doesn't address my
person,
argument.
but not to put them in jail.
John, that
A
doesn't address
government,
my argument.
hold on, I'm not done. A government can execute by putting someone in jail or executing them for their crimes, but they cannot punish another individual for the wrongdoings of that person. God can execute justice by exhibiting whatever punishment he sees fit.
That's not justice, it's arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary, and you can't
you
demonstrate it
just
to be arbitrary because
you
you
just
said that
defined
justice is
arbitrary
getting what
justice.
one deserves.
If justice is whatever God decides, it's not based on what one deserves, then it's arbitrary. You've just described arbitrary justice.
Justice is both getting what one deserves and it's what God decides, because it means nothing otherwise. Because in order for
it can't be
somebody to
both.
deserve something, it is both.
It's
Because
not
in order
both.
for someone to deserve something, you're assuming that there is a deserving that comes from certain actions.
No, I didn't say anything about the deservingness of other actions. And again, I'm going to draw you right back to the talking point that you tried to flop away from, which is it doesn't matter that the types of punishments differ from authority to authority. We're talking about what it means to be just. I'm not asking, can parents administer different punishments? I'm asking, is it just to administer punishments to people who haven't done the crime? It's entirely different than asking, what level of justice am I capable of administering?
And I'm saying that God did not administer punishments to the women.
He did.
He administered hold on. He administered punishments to David in his wives being raped. His wives got raped, which is a wrong thing to happen to them, but they were not being, you can't be punished for an action that you didn't commit. Does that make sense?
They did. We'll try this again, John. This last time, John,
you're just not receiving what I'm
this
saying.
is the last time I need you to be honest. I will not let you get up here and lie to me. I've read this 3 times. In fact, prior to this conversation, I've read it 500 times. So I'm going to read it very slowly for you. God says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. You did it in secretly, but I will do this thing. I don't know why my screen just flashed like that. God says, I will do the thing. I'm doing it. God did it. God caused it to happen.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
Which means God is doing what is objectively unjust according to your definition of justice that you presented at the beginning of this argument. If justice always entails that only the person who committed the crime gets punished, then that means what happened to these women is not just. If justice doesn't always entail that, then you must agree that it's okay for people who didn't commit the crime to receive the punishment.
You're not allowing me to use the words that I'm using. You're trying to force me to use the words that you're using. I am saying, yes, God did all of those things.
Did God cause it as a punishment?
He did. Yes, cause, did, executed, ordained.
So then were the women punished?
The women were not punished.
Were they harmed?
The women were harmed.
They were punished.
Yes. That's a difference.
No,
they were punished.
No bullshit, John. You're lying to me. They were punished.
They received.
John, if you commit a crime and the judge locks up your brother, is your brother being punished?
No, he's being harmed because he can't be punished for a thing.
Are you kidding me? The lies you have to tell yourself right now. Try this again. We'll try this. We'll try this.
You're not using the right terminology.
We'll try this.
Punishment
John, stop lying to me. I'm not here for it.
I'm not lying.
You need to actually be a real Christian right now and stop lying. If you commit a crime, and a judge locks up your brother, who got punished?
No one got punished.
Okay.
My brother got unjustly harmed.
No, you just said it's just to do that.
It's not just for a judge to do that. It is just for God.
Okay, so again, it's not just for it to happen in the real world, only in God's world, which means you have 2 different definitions of justice.
Because there are different
and this conversation has gone way too long, John. I'm tired of you lying to my face. You're the reason why Christians say you're dangerous. You are dangerous because you're okay with God harming individuals who never did anything. You're okay with God saying you can own slaves. You're okay with God saying that women can be raped for crimes they never committed. You're dangerous. I hope you lay awake at night. No one can hear you, John. You're muted. You're muted. No one can hear you. John, no one can hear you. You're muted. You are dangerous because you think it's okay when your sky fairy says that raping women is justice. Raping women will never be justice in any moral system today. It doesn't matter what you want to describe. You're a red flag. I hope your mother watches this and you can explain to your mother why you think it's okay for her to be raped. Have the day you deserve. And religion rots your brain. We've said it 100 times. Religion is brain rot. That's it. I have no idea. I have no idea at all why they'll ever think it's okay for God to have women raped and then call it justice. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. I'll never do it. Never do it. Okay, with that, friends, it's late. I got to read some super chats and get a little bit of sleep. Thonis, thank you for the 666 Argentinian dollars. Says, hi, Justin. Knowing that Levitical and Mosaic laws are man-made, is there any evolution of these laws, or there a time frame where they all appear at once? I mean, according to the Bible or according to reality? Because according to reality, they were like probably written over the period of 500 or 600 years. So it kind of depends on if you, like, when you think Exodus was written. Exodus was clearly written like prior to the Levitical laws and prior to the laws of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy appears to be the latest. But according to the Bible, they came mostly at the same time period. They came mostly while the Israelites were in the desert. Exodus happening at the beginning of the 40 years and the laws of Deuteronomy happening at the end of the 40 years. So the laws of Deuteronomy come right as Moses is about to die. He dies in chapter 34, and then the Israelites move on. So there's some gap, but not a huge gap. Meg says, why didn't Yahweh and Asherah make a baby Jesus themselves instead of God knocking up Mary? Was Asherah pissed that God cheated on her? Maybe that's why. Oh boy, I'm about to make another rape joke. Sorry about that. So, yeah, I mean, they had to write Asherah out of it because, like, when Judah became the strongest superpower in the Levant, they had to get rid of all of the Israelite / Canaanite deistic concepts, and Asherah was like the first to go. And so she was already like a byword, you know, by the time Jesus came along, she was already written out, you know what I mean? She wasn't relevant anymore. Hank says, first caller is stacking zeros and thinking they add up to 100. Indeed. Like when you start telling me that multiple bad arguments is as good as a good argument, you're in Fantasyland. And retired bomb tech, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I've never stopped learning from your channel. I've learned more from you than any church I've ever been in. Keep up the awesome cooking. Well, thank you, retired bomb tech. I appreciate that. And it's crazy that like I'll never understand why like I will get up here and somebody like John with an actual seminary education will lie to my face about the women being raped and saying they didn't receive the punishment. Insane. I'll never understand it. And Krusty says, until these folks can prove the truth of their Yahweh mythologies, who or what Jesus was, or what he may have said or done, is really a moot point. I agree, actually. I mean, you guys know my point. Like I'm not a mythicist, but like the stuff that Jesus says in the New Testament, I mean, close to none of it's probably true. Mediocre says, how well do we remember wedding toasts? How poorly would the wedding guests do trying to recite it from memory together? People forget speeches. Oh my gosh, I know. In fact, I gave a speech when my twin brother got married. I gave it. I wrote the notes. I gave the speech. I remember almost none of it. I said it. I spoke it. No way anyone at that wedding remembers what I said. That's asinine. VG says Chris went to seminary at New University of Unlimited Holiness, short for Nuh-uh. Yeah, you know, I was excited at first when he said he went to seminary, and then I was disappointed. Like I knew partly through the conversation that he didn't go to seminary. I could tell. Like when I was talking to John, the last guy I just talked to, I could tell pretty quickly in the conversation that he went to a legitimate school. Like you can just know. It's like someone trained in carpentry. Like when you see another person claiming to be a carpenter, like you can just know right away if they're telling you bullshit or not, right? Same thing with anybody in any other trade. Like if you went to a real school for theology and learned the Bible and history and everything like that, you can spot a faker pretty quick, right? I knew that John wasn't a faker. I knew that Chris was pretty fast. And Jordan says, I'm giving out degrees for $49.99. My business model is to undercut the big guys. I know. Actually, Jordan, you know what? Here's a secret that Big Theology doesn't want you to know. For $49.99, call now, and it will make it 3 easy payments of $49.99, and we will mail you your doctorate degree. Midlife Crisis says adopted son isn't part of Jewish culture, but it is part of Roman culture. The Caesars adopted a lot. That's actually really true. Now, like there was adoption within Jewish culture, but it wasn't for kingship. Most of the adoption in Jewish culture was just for someone like a male to inherit the property, because traditionally males didn't really inherit property, even though there was an exception that Moses gave at one point and then made the exception moving forward. If it was for the daughters of Zelophehad, I always forget the name, Zelophehad, Zelophehad. But anyways, the daughters, their father didn't have any sons, and there was no near kin. And Moses made an exception that if your father dies and you have no near kin, and there's no males to take on the inheritance, it can go to the daughters. And then they made this an okay law moving forward. But traditionally, in the ancient Near East, women didn't really inherit a whole lot unless they were like wealthy and powerful. And who's going to tell them no, right? But yeah. For a kingship, I can't think of like anything in the ancient Near East. There are occasions where people take on kingship that weren't from the lineage, but I can't think of anywhere where a king specifically adopted somebody to take over. Like I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure there's like a one-off occasion where it happened, but it's not coming to mind. I can't really think of an occasion where it happened, because typically what would happen is in order to fix it, they would like marry somebody who had a son. Like I would marry this person. This person had a son. I'm adopting the son because I'm married to them, and now it's okay, right? That's typically how that works. But I don't know. It's not typical. It's very abnormal. Apostate says my stepdad is a descendant of George Washington. That makes me POTUS spiritually. Flawless hermeneutic. Now buy my trashy merch and ignore my crimes. Indeed. Sound argument, POTUS. I'll make sure and put your name on the plaque. Bullerish says there's no such thing as good and evil, only different objectives from different perspectives. I agree, actually. I don't believe in objective good and evil. I know that the caller was really upset that I didn't, but again, until he can demonstrate that objective good and evil exists, I don't care. Gretchen says, LOL, but Justin, haven't you considered that just making up your own laws for ancient Israel, Jesus fan fiction probably isn't blasphemy, right? So like the New Testament does strike me as fan fiction, but like I think it's worse, Gretchen, because like a lot of New Testament ideas aren't drawn from the Old Testament. They're drawn from the fan fiction about the Old Testament. That's what makes it so absurd. It's not just that the Old Testament says things. It's that the Old Testament has fan fiction and the New Testament is riffing off of the Old Testament fan fiction. So anyways, let's continue on. We've got a $4.99 super chat from TC. Says, isn't it funny how monolingual Christians think that one, they know more than intelligent scholars, and two, never check when it's something they agree with. Yeah. So, okay. So to the point, I'm a little bit baffled how many Christians get up here and want to make an argument that the original text says something that like makes their argument more valid when they don't know the original language. It's the craziest thing. And my professors used to complain about this all the time because you see it a lot on like Facebook and Reddit level discussions. Well, in the Strong's Concordance, this word can mean many things, but the reality is just because it could be used in many variety of ways doesn't mean that the way it's used here needs to change. Like if a word has a semantic range, you must rely on the way the word is being used and the context and grammar clues to determine how it's being used. And that just especially is true with Hebrew because Hebrew has a lot of root consonants that have many meanings, and the meaning is strictly determined based on the rules of grammar in how it's being conjugated. Like, they don't have a way to say cause, like I cause the rain, right? We have an independent word for causation. Hebrew doesn't. They have a verbal conjugation stem that denotes causation. So depending on how you conjugate the word is going to depend on whether or not that word is carrying the connotation of causation. That's why it's important when you're talking about Hebrew to actually know how the grammar works. Susie says, what is the context of the guy that dismembered his concubine and sent the parts to the 12 tribes of Israel? What the fuck? Yeah. So this is Judges 19. And the context is there's a Levitical priest who has a woman who is a concubine. And it appears that they're kind of at odds with each other. And she goes away to live with her father or to live again with her father for some time period. And he goes to retrieve her. Now, it seems like the father wants the woman to go back, wants to go back with the Levite. And so he intoxicates him with wine, has him stay, so on and so forth. But eventually men of the city surround the house, demanding to sleep with the male guest, just like in Genesis 19. And they refuse. And instead, the man throws his concubine out. Actually, I think they come to the house after they leave the father's house. Now I got to remember the story. I think they leave the father's house in Judges 19 and then come to somebody else's house. Let me double check. Make sure I'm not lying to you. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, that's what happened. Let me grab that real quick. Says the man would not spend the night. He got up and departed and arrived opposite of Jebus, that is Jerusalem, and he had with him a couple of saddle donkeys and his concubine. So they leave the father's house and they stop in the territory of the Gibeonites, and the Gibeonites surround the house. And the man, just like in Genesis, throws out the concubine as bait to the men rather than letting the men rape the other men. And for some reason, he leaves her out there all night long. He opens the door in the morning, finds her dead on the doorstep, and is like, oh my goodness, I'm so outraged by this thing that has occurred. And then he saws the body in half and mails it to the 12 tribes of Israel in order to make them enraged as well. But really, he's the one that's culpable for what happened. Janice says, I exist and I was visited by Doug last night. He says, your God is BS. My claim is just as valid as yours. I really need to stop drinking wine and never near wine when near Super Chat. Well, thank you, Janice. I appreciate that. And listen, nothing wrong with imbibing in a little bit of wine, especially this late in the evening. Certainly, what is today? Is today Wednesday? Yeah, it's a Wednesday night. Have fun. Have a good time. Jag, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the argument that there was 500 witnesses is simply music for the Bible tells me so. Yeah. And how does an illiterate fisherman write? Shake my head, these Christians. I think most people are willing to admit that they use like an amanuensis, meaning they had somebody write for them. And actually, I'm okay with that. To be honest, I think that's a fine argument. I think it's a dumb argument, but it's fine. It doesn't answer why they chose to have it written in Greek as opposed to their actual tongue of Aramaic. Why? Why would they have their scribe write it in Greek? It's ridiculous. Dr. Joe, great to see you. It says, in response to CJ in Luke, I'm your father. Wait, I've mixed up my stories. Sorry about that. They are slightly different stories, but I would suggest that the story of Luke having a father in Darth is a better story. Just my opinion. I kind of like lightsabers. Janet's coming in again, says, I always get lost on what J-Dog comes back as after he loses his meat suit when he gave up a weekend for himself because of himself to himself. Janice, this is a good question because in order to believe in Jesus, you have to believe that he was a spirit, then he became a flesh human, then he became a spirit in a different spirit body, and then he's going to come back and take the flesh again. Or have some sort of fleshly spiritual body. How are you on the earth like interacting with food and drinking wine without a flesh body? Obviously you have some sort of flesh body, right? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. God, Jesus being God is irrational. And design says, kindler, a kinder, gentler slavery is one of the worst hills religion ever built on, which to die. I couldn't agree, design. The idea that we're going to rest our cope on, well, the slavery wasn't that bad. Not a good cope. And skeptic goddess, sorry, I got something on my eyeball. Skeptic goddess says, love. Sarah's always so pertinent questions. Listen, Sarah's sharp as fuck. I don't know if people believe me or not when I say this, but I'm not saying this to like glaze anybody, but between Sarah and Justin, Sarah has the big brain. Like I just memorized a lot of shit. Like, but Sarah's the smart one. Sarah's the one really thinking outside of the box. Like I don't know why my weird brain memorizes all these Bible verses. I have no idea. It is what it is. But I don't think that equates to intelligence. I think between the two of us, the more intelligent one is Sarah. And I think she proves it every time she comes around. Janice says CJ is duct taping and paper clipping logic like it's MacGyver. Yes, actually. Yes, that's exactly what was happening. And design again, thank you for the super chat. It says limited understanding, disadvantage admitted, but everlasting worship decision made. Actually, that's a good point. Like if you have limited understanding of this thing, why would you worship it for all of eternity? That doesn't make any sense. Carnage, my friend, welcome. Carnage says does God canonically have a sense of humor? Kind of. There's actually a lot of jokes in the Bible. Now that I've mentioned it, like the jokes aren't coming to me, but there are a number of jokes in the Bible. In fact, there's one joke on, there's a circumcision joke where God talks about people being cut off if they're not circumcised. Come on. Being cut off from the people of Israel if you're not circumcised. That's a good play on words, friends. I don't care who you are. That's a good one. And design says Justin should have a caller prove God by praying for the answer to a freaking yes or no question. I haven't done this in a while, but I did a live stream. So the last time I did it was when we had the live stream that Jesus is just a pet rock for adults. But in that particular live stream, that's how Doug came to be. And we had people pray to Jesus while I prayed to Doug to see like who was more powerful. And I don't know what to tell you, but Doug was more powerful. And Skeptic Goddess came in again and says, would like to know co-host name Mac. Mac Luster is the name of the co-host that was up here prior. The co-host that wasn't Mac that was up here today was Dalton. So I had Dalton and Sarah up here today. I saw Mac Luster in the box temporarily, but I was waiting between guests to bring him in so I didn't overwhelm the current guest. And I think he got busy and went to a different live stream. But Mac streams with me quite a bit. I love the guy. And Space Lord says, Phil Bros insist on Platonism. Do they know that you can also be a conceptualist or a nominalist, and they need to cut out this stealing crap? Space Lord, I know those I know those words have meanings. I don't know what the meanings are. I don't know what a conceptualist or a nominalist means, but there's enough Phil Bros in my chat on YouTube and Discord and on TikTok that do know what those words mean. You know what I mean? So I think like believers take these really hardline philosophical belief systems as if it's the only thing they could believe on. But like there's a lot of philosophers that I've talked to that are like, no, you don't have to take that position. That's just a position you decided to take. There are other positions. Hank says, Tag Bro demonstrates that the first and most important target is for the apologist is necessarily himself. Actually, that is kind of true. Like if your whole argument starts on tag, like it kind of presupposes that like all of the other arguments aren't really like they're not good arguments, and that we should agree with this argument that you've presupposed and it's true because of the argument that you're giving, but you have to rely on your own thinking capacity to give the argument, right? So we all of us have to use our subjective meat brain to determine that this argument is true, right? So like I don't know, presuppositional arguments to me are just dog shit. I don't think any of them are good. And like to be fair, we got guys like Breakfast Tacos. Breakfast Taco does a really good presuppositionalist argument for atheism. It's phenomenal. I love it. But like precept arguments just aren't. He's doing it tongue in cheek. They're just not convincing. Design says, if there's no suffering in heaven, how will I learn to play that harp thing? I know we almost got there. We almost moved him into the idea that suffering is required. Like he was so close to latching on to soul building. He wanted to move to soul building, but he couldn't quite get himself there. But I was hoping he was, because obviously soul building falls apart the minute you talk about babies going to heaven. But he couldn't get there. He almost got there. Shady, great to see you. Shady, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Christians tell me that Jesus has come and will come again. Sounds like the longest ending session of all time. I know. That's why no one's actually really satisfied by Christianity, because Jesus never actually comes when he says he's going to. It's just like an endless edging game. Like it's just you're never going to get the satisfaction that you're hoping for. All right. And then we've got another super chat from Shady. It says, if ye shall become rock hard for Doug, I say to you, if ye shall hydrate and wait about an hour, ye shall become rock hard for Doug again. Amen. Absolutely. Doug agrees with this message. Shale Doug, and may the quartz be with you. And Zena, thank you so much, Zen, for the $19 super chat. Zen says, when does the Philbro clock take effect? Take effect. When does the Philbro clock take effect? Wrecked? I'm not sure how to read that. I don't know what the Philbro clock is necessarily. But let me see if I can understand your question. I don't want to miss your question or misinterpret it. When does the Philbro clock take effect? Was this part of a conversation we were having? Did I miss it, friends? I don't know too much about a Philbro clock, but I do know this. Jesus is supposed to come back in September, and I'm terribly excited for what like the Christian Jesus is returning soon people are going to say when he doesn't come back again, because he's not going to. Then thank you for the super chat, though. And Shady with another one. Shady says, I'm going to take a controversial stance on this topic and say that, in my opinion, slavery is bad. People don't crucify me on this belief. Shady, I think you're safe holding the opinion, subjective as it may be, that slavery is bad. I think you're safe there. And helping Mega deconstruct, listen, thank you, Sammy, for the hat. I appreciate that. If helping, I'm sorry. I got lost. Okay. If admitting that slavery is bad requires you to have subjective morals, I think we're all helping ourselves in this particular world to just assume that it's better to have subjective morals that says slavery is the bad than to go with the opposite, which is that slavery is objectively good. I'll never understand an objective economy where the slave trade is good. That's why the commenter says, I will never understand how an all-powerful God couldn't defeat the Iron Age economy, slave trade, or iron. That's the main part of the planet he made. That's actually a good point. So the Judges chapter 1, verse 19, when God is defeated by iron chariots, such a weird thing. And then we like in 2 Kings 3, when he's defeated by the god of Moab. What a weird thing to be defeated by things that you created. It's such a nonsensical thing. Yet it says all the Christians talking about context for slavery, none have context where slavery is moral. Well, to be fair, for John, he at least tried to. He tried to explain in certain contexts that it's moral. And he did, after enough pushing, bite the bullet and suggest that it's moral. It would, like, if we went to war with Canada, It would be moral to kidnap the women and children and make slaves of them. That was the bullet that he bit. He bit onto that. Give me just a second, friends. I gotta get some cracking. It's late. I need some more cracking to get through the rest of this. I didn't expect to be up this late. I thought I was gonna be in bed by like 12, and John was so much fun to talk to. I mean, we had to keep it going, right? We almost got to baby paste, but like to be honest, the minute you contradict yourself on whether or not it's okay to have women raped, and it's just to do so, I don't know. I don't know if baby paste adds anything to it. Maybe I should have. Maybe that's on me. Maybe I should have been patient and pushed through to baby paste and made them commit to it. But I just kind of feel like I think we did enough. You know what I mean? Like and to be honest, I don't think anyone here doubts that he would have been okay with the baby paste, right? Like no one here is doubting if he would have committed to baby paste. I think we all know he would. Insane Glory said, the modal logic argument can make anything logically necessary. You need to prove your subject actually exists to make a valid and sound modal argument. And Inane Glory, I don't know what any of those words mean. I'm so happy that you do, because I know there's like philosophy people out here that are atheists. And I'm sure the philosophy guests knew what all that meant. But I don't. I really appreciate the super chat. And thank you for being a member of the channel. But I'm sorry, I don't know what any of that means. Maybe eventually I'll read philosophy, but I got to be honest, I think it's still boring. Shady, thank you again for the $10 super chat. It says Deuteronomy 3:16, thou shalt always be based and goaded by cooking filbros on a hot stove and fold them like an omelet. Also, slavery's bad. Stay rock hard for Doug. Amen. Yes. That's the fun thing about subjective morals. I can just say, yeah, I don't think slavery is good. I don't care what God says. I think slavery is bad. Arvin says, remember that people like John Calvin will be voting in the midterms and general elections. To us in chat, will we be? Fucking A, I'll be voting. Yeah. Guys, do your duty. Vote. That way people like John Calvin, who thinks slavery's permissible, don't get elected. People like John Calvin, who are okay with Christian nationalism, don't get elected. We don't need it. Jay says apologists like John don't picture themselves as the slave. Remember that people like him vote. Yeah, it's crazy that they wouldn't, right? The minute they picture them, like slavery is okay as long as the person being affected isn't me. That's the same reason why they're okay with David's wives being raped. Because it's women being affected, not men. I should have turned it around and said, would it be okay with you if you were raped for your wife's crime? He probably would have said no. I got to start doing that more often. Sarah suggested that, and I think it's a good suggestion. Janice says, I think slavery is contextually moral for John, so he should come be my slave, because free will matters till it doesn't. Couldn't agree more, Janice. And he definitely did make the argument whether he knew it or not. He was trying to make the argument that the reason why kidnapping people and making them slaves is bad, because it violates their free will. But children born into slavery or sold into slavery don't have any free will in that context. And then he tried to walk it back, saying it didn't have anything to do with consent. Well, free will implies consent. If you can't use your free will choice to become a slave, it means you don't have consent. And he was uncomfortable with it. Helping Mega deconstruct says, DZ, where is the kick call meter? I'm sorry, I haven't done it yet. You can even use the money to build up your charity fund. JC is gross and sick and should have been kicked, in my opinion. I'm sorry, helping Mega deconstruct. I was trying to make an example of him so that he'll watch this back later and realize how silly he looks. And so one of the reasons why I do this is because people who know John Calvin, the guy who called in, that's probably not his real name. People who know him in real life, they're going to see this probably. Somebody who knows him will probably see this eventually, especially when I clip it. And somebody is going to see this and be like, what the fuck are you talking about, John Calvin? Like, I work with you. You're around my wife and children. You're fucking insane. That's why I make example of these people. Anyone who will justify slavery and rape, I will readily make an example of you publicly so that you will be publicly shamed for your opinion. Because honestly, I think that's how subjective morals work the best. We fucking shame people when they have horrible takes. If you have a horrible take, I want you to be shamed. Anyways, we'll see. Rob says Mark 7:19, Jesus declares all food clean. Oxford Bible says this was a later addition, but the other references say it wasn't. How do I sort this out? Okay. So the Oxford Annotated Bible is going to say that this is a later edition. All you can do is look at the manuscripts. I have a critical edition of the New Testament somewhere. Shit. Where'd I put it? I don't know if I have it in this room. You can look at a critical edition of the New Testament and it'll have the textual variants for Mark 7:19. It'll tell you which manuscripts have it and which manuscripts don't. In fact, the NRSV and actually the Net Bible might give you that as well. The Net Bible usually gives you really good footnotes on textual variants. And I have the Net Bible with me. But let me look up Mark 7 in the 5th edition of the New Oxford and see if it lists which manuscript specifically. Okay, so Mark 7:19. All right. And it said blah, 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 blah. So in my New Oxford Annotated Bible, I don't have that footnote. I don't have a footnote that says that. There is a note in the bottom in the actual notes. It says 19a addresses purity codes with a touch of earthly humor regarding eating and resultant body functions. And then let me see. It says parable here in the sense of a riddle. Okay, and the second half of 19, perhaps a later addition to the text. Because that's where the parentheses comes in. It says in parentheses, thus he declared all foods unclean or all foods clean, right? It's an assumption that that is a later edition. Now, I haven't checked the individual manuscripts in my critical edition to tell you if it's a later edition from a manuscript perspective. But we could do that sometime. If that's important to you, send me a message in the Discord. Because it actually is kind of an interesting topic. Somebody send me that message in the Discord. I'll go through my critical edition and find if there are extant textual variants for that particular verse. Because now I'm really curious to know if there is. I'm going to write this down. Hold on. All right, I'm put a note in to look up the Mark 7 variants, and I'll report back. We'll see what happens. Evan Rock, thank you for the $5 super chat. Evan says, Justin, I dozed off during your live and had a horrible nightmare that Christians were defending slavery and selling children. Anyway, what I miss? Evan, you described it pretty damn accurately. We had a Christian up here that was literally defending both slavery and doing rape apologetics. So it was rough to watch. Like, it was really, really rough to watch. Will it get clipped? 1,000,000%. It's 1,000,000% going to get clipped. Along with all of my camera flickering. My camera keeps freezing every now and then because I plugged in the wrong cable. I should have plugged in a heavier duty cable when I moved my camera. I plugged in a different cable, and the cable I have is struggling to carry the load. That's what she said. And I need to plug in a heavier duty cable. ZM says John is okay with applying the principles of the New Testament to other situations, but what he doesn't like in the Old Testament is only for that exact situation. How useless. ZM, that's such a good point. We could have fleshed that out more, which is that he's perfectly okay accepting that there are some moral laws that need to be inferred from God's known laws, like God's actually legal declarations. Like God said, this is wrong, and it seems to be the case in all situations. We have no reason to believe otherwise until we specifically get to the laws that he doesn't like. As soon as we get the laws that they don't like, Then all of a sudden, you're like, oh, no, that's very specific just for that person, just for that time period, which means that you don't believe in objective law codes. Like, I warned him, you're going to run away from the objective laws when I start reading them. And Andrew, thank you for the $10 super chat, says it's really sad when a clearly intelligent person like John can't get past their religious. Sorry, my TikTok asking me to tell it I'm still alive. Oops, try this again. I hate this stupid thing where I have to verify it like every 30 minutes. Okay. It's really sad when clearly intelligent person like John can't get past their religious beliefs. Hopefully one day the deconstruction of the wall blinding the rest of the world can begin. I agree. Here's the really sad part. I've talked to enough people to know John is intelligent. John is not a stupid person, which is why it's that much more disheartening that he's willing to defend slavery and rape. If intelligent people can be led to like justify that type of nonsense, I don't know what to tell you. Like we're cooked as a people group, friends. And Nathan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Nathan says, I'm non-theist, but if the God of the Bible's unjust, to defend that claim, don't you still have to necessarily assume in some objective standard of justice for some morals to be better than others? So again, I don't believe that the standard of justice changes. I think we're describing a principle, right? When we give justice a definition, we're saying that the word justice describes a principle. That principle is that somebody who commits a crime is getting punished for the crime. That's the principle that we're describing. Now, if you have objective morals, then you have to assume that that's just always true. Like I don't have objective morals, right? Like, so I don't believe that the definition of justice relies on morals to begin with, right? Because we could say that, for example, it's objectively moral to punish somebody when they commit a crime. But it could turn out that the punishment they give falls under the moral category. Like, so if I steal something, is it objectively moral to have me flayed alive? I think that's a moral question. I think that's altogether different than asking, if I commit a crime, should there be a punishment at all? I think one of those is a moral question, and one of those is a functional question about the meaning of the word justice. That makes sense? So like the administration of justice, I think, is a moral question. The idea of justice is not a moral question. The idea of justice is just, here's what the word means. Here's what the idea is. If you believe that this is a concept that is unchanging, right? Meaning the concept does not change. That means the concept itself is objective. If the concept doesn't change, then the concept itself becomes objective. It doesn't change based on what we think about it. Now, we could change the definition of justice. We can say the word justice now means something else. But all we're doing is changing the concept that we're applying it to. We're saying the concept of justice now has a different word to represent it, right? That's all I'm saying. All right, let's move on to the next one. Saint says, the woman experienced a negative effect. As a former sex crimes prosecutor, count me concerned. I agree, Saint. When God says, because you committed a crime, I am causing these women to be raped, and then you tell me the women don't get punished, that's just a negative, inevitable consequence. You're a dangerous person. You don't believe it, you don't belong in society. Mike says, John, another apparent nice guy grape apologist. Mike, isn't it crazy? How many nice grape apologists will get on this screen and do what they do? I'll never understand it. BitPlanes, thank you for the 665, says, I conferred with the chat and we all agreed, objectively, John Calvin had no value. Actually, that was 666. Here's the funny thing. On this screen, like the resolution on my OBS screen is not good, and it keeps looking like it says 665. On TikTok, the resolution on my preview on TikTok over here, I can read 666. I need to start reading the super chats over here. They're much more clear. Thank you for that. But yeah, we agree. John's not good. Libra said God's morals are entirely subjective to him, not objective in any way. That's why having slaves and war brides is subjectively moral, not objectively. And Libra, I can't believe we didn't get to this talking point. I use this talking point a lot. I cannot believe we did not get to the talking point with John to get him to admit that he doesn't believe in objective morals either. John believes in subjective morals. We should have kept pushing. That's my bad. I apologize. I'm getting late. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. And I didn't push him into, because going to God doesn't give you objective morals. He gives you subjective morals. That goes right into divine command theory, which goes right into baby paste. So that's my fault. I should have pushed him into baby paste. I should have pushed him into whether or not objective morals actually exist. And I didn't. Blame me. Next time we get another John, does in the comments, just push me into it. We know it has to happen. Anyways, yeah, Dirty says, yeah, Justin, we were all waiting for you to spring that on John. I know. I'm sorry. I failed. That's my fault. That's my fault, friends. I apologize. We should have did the baby paste. That was my failure. I'll take responsibility. Gen X Christian, great to see you. Thank you for the $5 super thanks. And I think I'm going to see you tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be on the Gen X Christian podcast. So, big W. I'm excited for that. And Arist says, value only comes from subjects who value things. No valuer, no value. The existence of a God has no bearing on that. I agree. I think value comes from people subjectively. Like, I value things. And if you believe God exists, then things only have value in your world because God is a subject, not because value exists subjectively. That guy, John, has no idea he doesn't have objective values. And GPEG says, you're borrowing from my objective worldview, a worldview based on subjective fantasies of Bronze Age primitives. Yes, not just on subjective fantasies, but on a God who inherently has subjective opinions about morals, which means you believe in subjective morals. Foul Wind says, John has not put together that the same kind of people who thought murdering Canaanite babies for something that happened 400 years previous also are okay with raping wives of David for his crimes. Yeah, indeed. There's a lot of things he hasn't put together yet. I assume, and I could be wrong, I assume that eventually he'll put that together. I think he's smart. And I assume somebody in his life will see this video and press him. Ancient Warrior says, John is such a horrible person. I don't think he's a nice person. He's dishonest and scary. He shouldn't have problems answering questions if his morals are objective. I hope he doesn't live near me. I agree. He clearly had problems answering those questions because he clearly saw the cognitive dissonance in believing that they're objectively moral when he doesn't think they really are. Rock Hard for Doug, great to see you, says John Calvin, I apologize, is just like my dad. They guise as moral because they adhere to the Bible, but in reality, they won't flinch at atrocities. Cognitive dissonance even shields from contradictions. Madness. It's hard. It's hard to see people out there like this, and I'm sorry your dad's like this, Rock Hard, and good to hear from you. But like, it's painful. It's painful to watch people do these somersaults over this Bronze Age fairy tale. Skeptic Goddess says Christianity, the most dangerous religion. Yeah, and we saw why. Lewis, thank you for the $10 super chat, says John should read Deuteronomy 24:16, which contradicts his claim as well as David's punishment. Deuteronomy 24:16, I actually kind of forget what's actually uttered in Deuteronomy 24:16. This is one I have to look up, friends. This is one I have to look up. Let me see what it says. Oh, parents shall not be put to death for their children, nor shall children be put to death for their parents. Only for their own crimes may a person be put to death. Yes. Actually, this contradicts the punishment that was given to David's son, by the way. Because David's son was unalive for David's crime. It's a direct contradiction of God contradicts himself all over the place. Mega says John may seem nicer than most, but he is one of the worst humans you have ever had on a live. May Doug bring us the charity collar kick meter. I'll work on that, Mega. I'll work on that. Soon as we get it set up. Lukey says, thanks for streaming, Justin. I just started my last night shirt for the week. Hope to catch you live Friday. I don't know. What do you mean by shirt? Night shift. You started your last night shift for the week. Well, congratulations. I'm glad this is your last night shift for the week. And I hope it goes well for you. Thanks for watching. And Carissa, I don't know how to pronounce it. Thank you for gifting out 5 deconstructions of memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. That's super generous. Thank you so much. And Nathan, coming back again. Thank you so much, Nathan. Nathan says the hardest problem with Calvin is that his religious views don't even live up to his objective standards because God, special pleading at its finest. Yes, God doesn't live up to his objective worldviews or his objective morals, which means he has to then say, it's objectively immoral if we do it. It's objectively moral if God does it, which is just nonsense. If it's objective, it doesn't matter who's doing it. And Master Macheteer, thank you for the super chat, says, Doug 420. I am Doug. I punish only the guilty, reward only the deserving, and when I am wrong, I say so. Weird how that works out. Praise Doug. Doug is actually good. And Skywise, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Skywise says, Chris, to get hung up on definition of punishment being a response to an action and therefore the wives couldn't have been punished, but that was just him trying to escape justice. Yeah. Listen, the fact that he got tripped up on trying to say that what happened to the wives wasn't a punishment and that it was in fact just an inevitable consequence of some nature is crazy cognitive dissonance. Yeah, Denise just sent me a message. Denise says, they always seem like nice young men until you get to slavery. Yeah, they always do. Wonder why that is. Midlife Crisis, man. Good to see you. Thank you for the $9.99 ZAR. It says, do you think Luke had to go to the restroom and that's why his version of Jesus' last words are different? Missed the bra'ing. Oh, well, the barbecue is going to be recorded. You'll be okay. Did Luke go to the restroom and miss a few words? Probably. Jesus gave some long speeches. You know what I mean? Like, that's got to be why some things were missing. And Nathan, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, God made a clear connection between David's sin and the rape of his wives. It is not like God said he was going to punish David and then separately said he was going to rape David's wives. I mean, to be clear, Nathan, it sounds like you're doing grape apologetics. Just to be clear, the way the argument works is we're saying that if God punished David by raping his wives, then it's unjust. That's what we're saying. It doesn't matter if it was connected to David's crime or not. The fact that it happened, connected or disconnected, is irrelevant. But to be fair, God does say other places, like Isaiah 14 and in the book of Hosea, that he's going to have women raped. That didn't get, like, it's just collective punishment. So it's fine. Stego says, Mr. Objective Morals fails to realize that any morality defined by a deity isn't objective. It's subject to that deity. I agree. And, I'm surprised I didn't bring that up. I bring that up a lot. Weird that I didn't bring up this time. But yeah, he doesn't believe in objective morals at all. He believes in subjective morals that are subject to the mind of God. And typically when I get these weird Philbros talking about objective morals, typically I like to point that out just so they can't use the dumb objective moral claim. Because, I mean, honestly, if I would have brought that out early, he wouldn't have kept reverting to, you have to borrow from my worldview, which has objective morals, because his worldview doesn't have objective morals. Next time, I'll play that card early. Carnage, welcome back. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, have you ever asked a Christian whether they'd offer their daughters to a mob to protect some angels, or if they'd consider that a righteous act? Oh, fuck, that's a good question, Carnage, because 2 Peter refers to Lot as being righteous, and that's what Lot did. So was Lot righteous when he did that? If Lot wasn't righteous when he did that, then we have to conclude that people who do bad things are still righteous. And Christians don't want to do that. That completely ruins their worldview. That's a really fucking good question, Carnage. That is a really good question. We got to whip that out next time. JMR, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. JMR says, chat, don't sleep on Sharon. We need to amp up her representation. I couldn't agree more. She's deep in the trenches doing that gritty behind the scenes work. It's a co-equal team. Show the love. Sinfully wet for Sharon. SWFS. Love it. Sinfully wet for Sharon. Sinfully wet for Sharon. That's gotta be. I'm writing that down. Sinfully wet for Sharon. That's gotta be a new emoji. We have to do a new emoji. Sinfully wet for Sharon. Sharon's not just a side piece. She's not just an accessory for Doug. Sharon and Doug are one. They're of the same substance. Sharon and Doug are homoousian according to classical theology. They're one. And Derek, thank you, or Jarek, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, didn't have time to listen to you live, but can't wait to enjoy your cooking after work. I hope the aroma was pleasing to Doug. Rock hard for Doug and hail Nero. Couldn't agree more. Rock hard for Doug. Hail Nero. And also, Jarek, thank you for gifting out a subscription. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. And also, The Damage, thank you for sending out a subscription. And our last super chat from Johannes Brahms. Thank you so much, Johannes. Johannes says, I think AI will develop self-awareness before John Calvin does. Plenty of psychos have their religious lashes, but John C. is a mad dog on the loose. Religious leashes. Yeah. Sorry, I misread that. Yeah, John Calvin is a madman on the loose. That guy does not know that what he's saying is utterly ridiculous and insane. The guy has no idea what's happening. When you can justify rape and slavery, you've got a really big problem. That's just all there is to it. You know what I mean? We got one more super chat. Actually, let me grab this before I miss it. Thank you, Manuel Puentes, for the $10 super thanks. I super appreciate that. Big W. And I'm going to see who's live right now that we can go raid. I'm sure there are some people that are live and are streaming. Give me 1 second. While my browser catches up. Let's see. Who is live right now? Speaking of who's live.
They don't exist.
My friend Breakfast Tacos is live right now. All right. He's live at night quite a bit. We talked about Breakfast Taco having a presuppositionalist argument for atheism. This is the guy doing it. He's live right now. We're going to go raid Breakfast Tacos right now on YouTube. There's still 1,500 people watching. Let's go raid Breakfast Tacos from Deconstruction Zone and Doug and Sharon and tell them I sent you. It's at Real Breakfast Tacos. And who doesn't want tacos for breakfast? He is doing atheism from a presuppositionalist approach. It's hilarious. Guys, I'll be over there in a minute. Let's go raid Breakfast Tacos. I don't think he's on TikTok. I apologize for everyone on TikTok. Unless he is there and I don't know about it yet. His bio might have it, but let me check. Let me check his bio. I don't see anything. He has a Discord, but not. He's got Twitch as well, but I don't think he's got TikTok. But let's go raid my friend Breakfast Tacos. I'll meet you over there in just a minute. Thank you so much to everyone who liked and shared and supported, and to all the subscribers and members. Big W. And also we have membership available via Patreon in the description. And again, another one. Another one from Rock Hard for Doug. Thank you so much. Wet for Sharon. Shit, what was the first S stand for? Now I've forgotten. I gotta look at this up. Let me see. That was from Sinfully. There we go. Sinfully Wet for Sharon. Big W. All right, guys. We'll see you again soon. Thank you so much for being here.